One Piece, don't worry, I'm a doctor. Chapter 11, gravely injured, and you give me an antidote? A dark cave. Two figures, one large and one small, huddled together. The larger one was panting heavily. At that moment, the smaller figure, who had been lying motionless with eyes closed, twitched slightly. Then, suddenly, it sprang up and delivered a loud slap across the face of the larger figure beside it. While striking, it shouted, "I have an 8 a.m. class? How dare you betray my wife? You actually went and cheated on her with another woman." Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the cave. After the slap, the smaller figure slowly opened his eyes, which had been drowsy just moments ago. Upon realizing his surroundings, his eyes widened in shock. "Oh, what the hell? Where am I? Where did they take me? Is this still my country?" Veer was on the verge of a meltdown. The last thing he remembered was accepting a big job treating a tiger and excitedly hopping into the zoo's transport van on his way to the case. Word was, the tiger had gone overboard during mating season and ended up injuring itself. But the moment he dozed off in the vehicle, he woke up here instead. In his dream, he had a wife who was cheated on by a mistress, and in his rage, he had slapped the mistress. Still dazed and confused, he suddenly heard labored breathing beside him. He quickly turned his head. There lay a moderately sized reindeer, covered in visible injuries, blood slowly trickling from its mouth. Its consciousness was fading. As a veterinarian, Veer immediately recognized that if no one intervened, the reindeer wouldn't last more than half an hour. But then, something struck him. This reindeer looked incredibly familiar. Before he could get a closer look, a wave of dizziness hit him. Memories that weren't his own flooded into his mind. The splitting headache lasted 2 minutes before finally subsiding. Thankfully, he didn't die from the shock. Hiss, since when did transmigrators have to go through a near-death experience? That's right. After absorbing the memories, Veer finally understood his situation. He had crossed over to the turbulent world of One Piece. This was Drum Island, Chopper's homeland. And the timeline? The day before Luffy and his crew would arrive. The injured reindeer beside him? None other than Tony Chopper himself. Chopper had come down the mountain to gather herbs for Dr. Kurha but stumbled upon an unconscious Veer. Unable to ignore someone in need, Chopper had tried to help. However, Veer was actually being hunted down. 3 mysterious individuals were after him. Naturally, these pursuers decided to eliminate Chopper as well. Normally, with Chopper's strength, he could have easily handled or escaped from 3 ordinary humans. But the problem was those 3 weren't ordinary. They were all devil fruit users. How the hell did these 3 nobodies get so lucky? One had a bird fruit, slowing Chopper down. The other 2? One had the fur fruit, and the last was a Zoan-type bird fruit, chicken model. Slowed down by the bird fruit user, Chopper got entangled by the fur fruit ability. What followed was a brutal beatdown. But since those 3 had never received proper combat training, Chopper eventually found an opening and fled. Exhausted and severely injured, he managed to find a cave to hide in. Due to the constant snowfall outside, his blood trail was soon buried. But those 3 were still digging through the snow, following the faintest traces of blood. Once they uncovered the buried bloodstains, it wouldn't be long before they found this place. And then, both of them were dead meat. What now? Chopper was strong, sure, but in this condition, escaping with Veer was impossible. Veer, despite being a vet, had no tools to treat Chopper. And expecting him a complete weakling to fight off 3 devil fruit users? Instant death. But damn, Chopper was a real bro. Without him, Veer wouldn't even be here. He'd have just died outright. If they made it out alive, Veer swore he'd repay Chopper. He'd make sure Chopper never had to lift a hoof again. Hell, he'd make Chopper the first ever Tenryu deer. But first, they had to survive. Just as Veer was racking his brain for an escape plan. Ding! I'm here, baby. Congratulations, host. You have activated the traumatizing miracle doctor system. Host, Veer. Abilities: the host can generate negative emotions, fear, despair, terror, etc., in patients to earn negative points and exchange them for items in the shop. Bonus effect: if a treatment traumatizes a patient, the host gains one of their abilities, haki, devil fruit powers, physical attributes, etc. Detected that the host's situation is a tiny bit dire. Here's a starter pack. Congratulations, host. You have received Antidote, LV.99. Antidote, LV.99 instantly cures all food poisoning effects. That's it. Veer's emotions flipped like a roller coaster in under a minute. First, a system? No way. Am I hallucinating? Then, hell yes. A doctor system? Healing Chopper should be easy. Finally, bruh. That's it. A food poisoning cure. Looking at the vial in his hand, Veer was dumbfounded. Good news, he has a system. Bad news, the system is useless. Sure, it was high level, but what the hell was he supposed to do with a food poisoning cure? At least a medical kit would have helped treat Chopper's wounds. But this? Who was he even supposed to use this on? Chopper was clearly not food poisoned. No matter how much Veer called out, the system acted like an old grandpa pretending to be dead. What now? As Veer stared at the antidote, deep in thought, the 3 pursuers had arrived. From the cave entrance, a muffled voice called out, "Aha, found you." Suddenly, a chicken head poked through the snow-blocked entrance. Its beak was practically touching Veer's face. The sudden appearance nearly made Veer jump out of his skin. Facing 3 towering enemies, Veer felt utterly powerless. How the hell was he supposed to fight? Brat, you two better come quietly. The chicken-headed man sneered, stepping into the cave, reaching for the injured Chopper. Veer's heart pounded. At this rate, they were done for. Then, an idea struck him like lightning. Food poisoning. What if devil fruits counted as food poisoning? Screw it. With no other options, Veer threw the antidote at the enemy's feet. The vial shattered, releasing a cloud of fine powder. The trio involuntarily inhaled it, coughing violently. What the hell? A smoke bomb? You think Chicken Bro's eyes are just for show? But then, a strange sensation surged through their bodies. Chapter 22, The Gentle Cry of the Deer. Among the three, the two who had consumed Zoan-type devil fruits suddenly began to undergo changes. Brother Chicken's beak was the first to disappear, and that other guy, whatever kind of bird he was, also started reverting to his human form. Both of them looked at each other in horror. What's happening to you guys? Why are you turning back into humans? The user of the fur fruit looked at them in confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. What do you think? My ability is gone. Brother Chicken snapped back. Hearing this, the other guy panicked and immediately tried using his fur-generating powers. Sure enough, he couldn't create a single hair. All three of them turned to look at Veer at the same time, their faces filled with absolute terror. What kind of ability was this? This guy, he could erase devil fruit powers? They had lived for so long, yet they had never heard of such a thing. This was beyond comprehension. Even Chopper, who was groggily watching from the side, had an expression of complete disbelief. Who the hell are you? How can a monster like you exist in this country? Brother Chicken shouted in horror. In mere seconds, the three of them had all lost their devil fruit abilities. This was beyond terrifying. They didn't dare act recklessly anymore. After all, someone who could do something like this was definitely not as simple as he looked. Veer, seeing their reaction, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it worked. But he also didn't dare move rashly. They thought he was some kind of master? Was he actually strong? Obviously not. So he had to act like a powerhouse. Maybe he could scare them off? Just as he was about to speak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 80 negative points. The system's voice rang out. Oh right, his system? He had a system shop? Now that he had points, he just needed to stall for time and quickly find something that could save his life. On the surface, he maintained a composed posture, hands behind his back, looking at the three with an air of authority. With beings like you, I could erase you with a mere wave of my hand. Meanwhile, he had already opened the system shop, scanning through the vast array of items at lightning speed, searching for something useful in this moment. After all, he was just an ordinary person right now. Even if the three in front of him had lost their devil fruit powers, so what? They were still normal people in the world of pirates? Could normal logic apply to them? Not to mention, 3 against 1, he'd be toast in an instant? He could only rely on the system? Hearing his words, the three of them shuddered slightly. Erased in an instant? Was he bluffing? They exchanged glances. What do you think? Should we retreat? No point risking our lives for those few berries, right? The fur fruit user asked Brother Chicken. Brother Chicken was their leader. He really wanted to turn and run, but if he did, his boss would skin him alive later. Run? Run where? He's just bluffing? In Brother Chicken's dictionary, there's no such thing as retreat. Hearing this, the other two facepalmed. This guy was great at everything, except his brain wasn't wired right. Risking your life for a few measly coins, what kind of logic was that? Let's observe a bit more. Be ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, Veer finally found an item in the system shop that made his eyes light up. Healing, energy boosting, near-death reviving, external injury restoring special serum. Price, 80 negative points, first-time purchase discount for new users. Original price, 200,000. Note, the new user status lasts only for 3 minutes after obtaining the system. Effect, can heal most external injuries. The injected person will instantly feel rejuvenated and, even if on the brink of death, will temporarily regain the ability to act. Note, this item cannot be stored. If not used within 3 minutes, it will disappear. If he used this on Chopper, dealing with these three would be a piece of cake. This item seemed precious, but if he didn't use it now, he might never get it again. The three in front of him were already on the verge of attacking. He had to intimidate them again. You dare doubt me? Watch closely. I'll show you my ability to create objects out of thin air. Even though Veer was cringing internally, feeling second-hand embarrassment to the extreme, he still spoke with unwavering confidence. Hearing this, the three stopped hesitating. Creating objects out of thin air? That's impossible. You haven't even eaten a devil fruit. How could you have that ability? Brother Chicken looked unconvinced. The other two felt the same. Kid, stop trying. But before he could finish, a syringe suddenly appeared in Veer's hand. This unexpected scene made the three of them widen their eyes in shock. What the hell? How could he create something out of thin air? A syringe? Just a syringe wouldn't have surprised them too much. But this syringe was massive. Veer was now holding a syringe taller and thicker than himself, looking absolutely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why doesn't it look like what was shown in the system shop? The shop displayed a tiny, normal-sized syringe. Where was the disclaimer about an enlargement feature? If it was this big, at least put a note. And it had to appear directly in his hands. If this thing had dropped from above, he'd be skewered. It was also ridiculously heavy. Veins bulging, Veer struggled to hold it up. Well, is this proof enough? Veer forced out the words through gritted teeth, his face flushed red from the strain. Although the three were shocked by his ability, seeing his trembling hands and strained expression, their doubts didn't completely fade. Isn't he just weak? Could he still be bluffing? The other bird fruit user was beginning to suspect again. Veer realized he couldn't keep up the act much longer. This system was seriously screwing him over. Fine, time for plan B. He pointed at Chopper and said, that guy ruined your plans, right? You were going to kill him anyway? Now that you've lost your powers, it'll be harder for you? How about I help you out? Hearing this, the three nodded in agreement. They had just lost their abilities and felt significantly weaker. Since this guy was willing to do it for them, why not save their strength? But wasn't he their target? Why was he helping them? Was he trying to earn their mercy? Meanwhile, Chopper was utterly breaking down. Big bro, I saved you? Why are you turning around and trying to kill me? That terrifyingly massive needle made Chopper nearly wet himself. But he couldn't even move right now. He regretted everything. Why did he save this guy? If he had known how twisted Veer was, he wouldn't just have ignored him, he'd have stomped on him a couple of times for good measure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 negative points. Huh? Just from Chopper alone? So the amount depended on the person, huh? As Veer was pondering this, he acted swiftly. The enormous needle plunged into Chopper's rear. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** impaled him, but then, his injuries rapidly healed, his energy returned, and his strength surged. Chopper, this is a healing serum? How do you feel? Chapter 3-3, a master? You want to learn from me? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability, Leg Enhancement. Leg Enhancement instantly boosts leg strength upon activation. Outside the cave, the three brothers finally snapped back to their senses. Why is this guy being so nice? That thing can't be for healing, can it? Although it looks scary, it's still a syringe. The possibility of a syringe being used to save someone is just too high. The three of them couldn't hold back any longer. Stop wasting time, get him. The three hulking men roared as they charged toward Veer, looking as if they were about to tear him apart. Seeing this, Veer raised the now empty syringe, its thick needle pointing directly at them. But these guys weren't just random thugs, they had been fighting together for years and had excellent teamwork. One of them rushed forward and grabbed the syringe's needle, while the other two attacked from the left and right. The situation was looking grim. Chopper! Veer shouted at the top of his lungs. The moment his voice fell, a massive reindeer with towering antlers came charging in. Veer activated leg enhancement and leaped high into the air. At the same time, Chopper lowered his head. Their coordination was seamless. Veer landed steadily on Chopper's back. But the three brothers? They had no way to escape. The cave was only so big. Chopper's antlers barely had enough space to swing. As the reindeer charged forward, the three men were left in utter disbelief. Weren't you supposed to be on the brink of death? How are you still moving? They knew exactly how brutally they had beaten Chopper earlier. They had seen the extent of his injuries with their own eyes. So how was he still standing? Chopper ignored them completely. He charged ahead, his antlers crashing straight into them. Once formidable fighters, the three had now lost their devil fruit abilities and were nothing more than regular men. There was no way they could stand against Chopper. With a loud bang, all three of them, without exception, were sent flying. The force of the impact sent them soaring high into the air, disappearing from Veer's line of sight. Watching them vanish, Veer finally exhaled in relief. I survived. As he spoke, he slumped onto Chopper's back. Chopper? Once again, he owed everything to Chopper. Just wait. Once I make it big. Despite the fact that Veer himself hadn't exerted much effort only administering the syringe, he still felt utterly exhausted. His body was simply too weak. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 negative points. The system's voice chimed once again. Tisk. Since he had cured their food poisoning, the system probably recognized those three as his patients. Now that they were sent flying, the fear they felt also gave him a lot of negative points. He could only accumulate negative points from patients. Including the 100 points from Chopper earlier, he now had a total of 160 negative points saved up. That should be enough to exchange for something decent. That syringe, although very effective, was too much for an ordinary person to handle. If you didn't inject the whole thing, it wouldn't work. It probably wasn't supposed to be like this. In the systems shop, it looked fine. Was it because of the newbie discount that it turned out like this? You really get what you pay for. At this moment, Chopper, feeling his completely recovery, was in disbelief. That injection had been terrifying. The process had been painful as hell. But the results? Absolutely undeniable. He had never seen such a powerful medicine before. And what's more, this medicine was conjured out of thin air by Veer? That enormous syringe? How did he even do it? Thinking back to that monstrous needle, Chopper shuddered. His butt was still burning from the pain. Even though the puncture wound had healed, the trauma in his heart would last a lifetime. And then there was that powder, the one that could erase devil fruit abilities. Chopper recognized it instantly. It was a vial of powdered medicine. A medicine capable of nullifying devil fruit abilities. This was beyond anything Chopper had ever known. At first, after witnessing the powder's effects, Chopper had developed a deep respect for Veer. But when Veer had bluntly declared that he was going to stab him to death with that giant needle, all of that respect had vanished in an instant. However, when he found out that it was medicine to save him, and that the medicine was so incredibly effective, Chopper's admiration for Veer returned. Feeling Veer's steady breathing on his back, Chopper blushed slightly. He had always been shy around new people. The only reason he had saved Veer was that there was something special about him. And now he realized just how incredible Veer really was. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 30 negative points. Huh? What's going on? More points? Who was scared now? Veer glanced around in confusion but found no one nearby. What's going on? Could it be Chopper again? Does lingering fear count? Was it because of the needle? Hey, little reindeer, did that injection hurt you? Veer tested the theory immediately. The moment he asked, Chopper's expression darkened. The emotional wound that had just begun to heal was ripped open once again. It wasn't that bad. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 10 negative points. Negative points from the same event and individual will decrease significantly over time. As expected, lingering fear counted, but the yield was much lower. The first wave was definitely the most valuable. Veer began contemplating his next move. Are you a doctor? Chopper timidly asked. Veer snapped out of his thoughts. A doctor? At best, he was a veterinarian. Calling himself a doctor was a bit of a stretch. But when he met Chopper's eager, admiring gaze, the words that were about to come out of his mouth got stuck. He had a miracle doctor system. Becoming a doctor was only a matter of time, right? Yes, I'm a doctor. Veer answered with a straight face. Then, did you make those medicines yourself? Chopper asked weakly. Still distracted by his thoughts on maximizing negative points, Veer answered absent-mindedly. Of course. I just whip them up when I'm bored. They're nothing special, just some low-tier stuff I use to deal with small fry. Then he fell back into deep thought. Meanwhile, Chopper was utterly shocked. What? That insanely powerful medicine was just low-tier junk to him? Then just how strong was he? Chopper's worldview as a doctor was completely shattered. Chopper's mouth hung open in shock. This person, he must be the greatest doctor in the world? No one could possibly be stronger than him? At this moment, Chopper's ambition, his dreams, and Dr. Hyriluk's legacy began to stir within him. He wanted to learn from this person. He wanted to create a cure-all medicine. He wanted to become the greatest doctor. He wanted to make Dr. Kurha proud. Please take me as your disciple. I want to learn how to make medicine from you. Chopper shouted with determination. But his sudden outburst startled Veer. Coming back to his senses, Veer was a bit confused. What's going on? Why is he suddenly asking to be my disciple? Take Chopper as my disciple? Well, I don't actually know how to make medicine. He was about to refuse, but seeing the hopeful look in Chopper's eyes, he suddenly thought of something. He wondered if the amount of negative points gained was related to the person's importance. He tentatively asked the system. To his surprise, the system actually responded. Ding! Important characters in the One Piece world, those connected to the Chosen One, will yield more negative points. The stronger the character, the more negative points you will gain. Just as I thought, the system's response confirmed Veer's suspicions. The Chosen One was undoubtedly Luffy. That made sense. After all, the people connected to the protagonist are the important ones. In that case, the only way to maximize his gains was to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Not only could he harvest negative points from the crew members, but he could also gain their abilities. Everyone they encountered along the way would be connected to Luffy, meaning he could gain negative points from treating them. It would definitely be better than going solo. This rule from the system essentially forced him to tie himself to the Straw Hat Pirates. He had to join them. Luffy and the others were going to arrive on the island tomorrow, but he didn't know where they would land. Drum Island was huge, and if he had to search for them, he'd be completely lost. But Veer knew that they would go to Chopper's place to find a doctor to treat Nami. If he went there, wouldn't he be able to meet them? When the time came, he could step in, cure Nami, and then help Luffy and Sanji with their injuries. He remembered they were also hurt. With the abilities he gained from them, he could help them take down Wapol, and joining the Straw Hat Pirates would be a natural next step. Plus, he could be Chopper's mentor. His future was looking bright. Chapter 44, The Flustered Little Deer. As long as he joined the Straw Hat crew, his growth rate would skyrocket. After all, they were always getting injured. And injuries needed treatment, right? At that time, pinch, pinch, pinch. One by one, he'd heal them until they were completely at his mercy. As long as the ones he treated developed psychological trauma, he could even gain abilities from them. Simply invincible. Injured once, healed once. Each time, the treatment method would be different. Each time, they would be left with trauma. At that point, he might even be able to snatch the Nika fruit. Though honestly, he didn't think that fruit was all that useful. Thinking about this, taking Chopper as a disciple didn't seem like a bad idea. Even though he had no medical skills now, he had the system. What didn't the system have? As long as he had enough negative points, he could even modify Reionize Giant Cucumber into a full-blown battleship. Mixing up a few medicines? Piece of cake. With that in mind, Veer immediately agreed to Chopper's request. Alright, since you're so sincere about becoming my disciple, I'll accept you. But you'd better work hard in the future. Hearing this, Chopper was overjoyed. His face lit up with a big smile as he thanked Veer. Thank you so much. I'll definitely work hard. I won't let you down, Master. Oh, by the way, my name is Chopper. No need to call me Master, just call me Big Bro Veer. Alright, Big Bro Veer. Everyone was happy, truly happy. Chopper was happy, Veer was happy. Both of them were grinning ear to ear. Chopper, Big Bro doesn't have a place to stay right now. How about letting me crash at your place for the night? Veer said with a sly smile, revealing his true intentions. Hearing this, Chopper hesitated. Dr. Kurha, she wouldn't be easy to convince. After all, she had quite the fiery temper. No strangers had ever stayed at their home before, but he had just become Veer's disciple. Letting his Big Bro sleep on the streets? Would Big Bro be disappointed in him? Would he kick him out? Could this be a test of his loyalty? That seemed very possible. After all, wasn't there always an observation period after becoming a disciple? Thinking this through, Chopper finally nodded. Of course, I'll take you home right now, Big Bro. Good, good. This was a test for you, and you passed. You're quite the promising student. Veer smirked. But Chopper, feeling proud of being praised, suddenly trembled and accidentally threw him off. Whenever he was complimented, he just couldn't control his body from wiggling around. Caught off guard, Veer was launched into the air. It's not that big a deal, just normal. Watching Chopper's reaction, Veer was left speechless. This little guy could start wiggling at any moment. Only then did Chopper notice Veer lying on the ground. Big Bro, why are you sitting on the ground? It's cold down there, don't catch a cold. Veer sighed, rubbing his forehead as he stood up, then promptly hopped back onto Chopper's back. I'm getting old, my legs aren't great, so I tripped. It's nothing. It's getting late, let's get going. Veer didn't blame Chopper, just mentioned his weak legs. Hearing that, Chopper made a mental note. Big Bro has bad legs. I should let him walk less and carry him more in the future. With that in mind, Chopper started running at full speed. Destination home. Where has that rascal Chopper gone? It's already dark. He better not have been goofing off again. I'm going to scold him when he gets back. A fashionable woman paced back and forth in the living room, her face full of worry. Though she spoke harshly, she was actually anxious deep down. Normally, Chopper came home early, but tonight, he was nowhere to be seen. Something must have happened. After waiting a little longer, she couldn't sit still anymore. Grabbing a thick coat, she prepared to go out and look for him. That little fool, if he got kidnapped, it'd be a disaster. Just as she opened the door, a reindeer face appeared right in front of her. One of its hooves was even raised, ready to knock on the door. Seeing the door suddenly swing open, Chopper jumped in fright. Dr. Kurha. Chopper's voice trembled, and he gulped nervously. After all, Dr. Kurha was a powerhouse. She frequently threw axes at him. And now, not only was he coming home late, but he was also bringing a stranger with him. He had no idea what kind of punishment awaited him. It probably wouldn't be pleasant. Where have you been? Coming back this late? If you make me wait this long again, don't bother coming home. Dr. Kurha scolded him furiously. I went to save someone. Chopper spoke weakly, looking absolutely terrified. What? Who did you save? Did you get hurt? How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to practice medicine without my permission. Why won't you listen? She scolded him angrily, but as she spoke, she started checking him for injuries. But as she examined him, she suddenly stopped. She had noticed the young man standing nearby. Who are you? What are you doing here so late? Dr. Kurha glared at Veer with suspicion. Dr. Kurha? He saved my life today? He's my savior. Seeing her hostility, Chopper quickly explained. What? He saved you? What happened? I was attacked while saving him. He rescued me. And, can he stay at our place for the night? Chopper explained, but his words only made Dr. Kurha angrier. You saved him? Why did you save him? And now you want him to stay the night? No way, he needs to leave. Or you can go with him. She turned around and started heading inside. Chopper stood outside with a pleading face, but she showed no sympathy. She was about to shut the door. This kid was too soft-hearted. He needed to learn that not everyone could be brought home. Just as she was about to close the door, pop, a distinct sound rang out. She knew that sound all too well. She instinctively looked toward the source. There stood Veer, smiling, holding an open bottle of Fishin Motai. The rich aroma of the liquor instantly filled the air. The moment she caught the scent, her expression completely changed. A look of pure bliss appeared on her face. As a fine wine-loving, eternally youthful beauty, this was simply too tempting. Even her mouth started to water. Chapter 55, How can you compete with a deer? Chopper really was useless in this situation. It had to be Veer himself who took action. A bottle of premium Fishin Motai, how could he not secure a place to stay with this? Beautiful lady, would you be so kind as to let me stay here for the night? As payment, this bottle of fine liquor is yours. Veer made his move at the perfect moment. Dr. Kurha couldn't help but smile upon hearing his words. This brat, though a bit cheeky and even using Chopper as a pawn, certainly had a way with words. He knew how to deal with people. Humph, you've got a silver tongue, kid. Fine, you can stay the night in the living room, but remember, just one night. With an air of authority, Kurha made her decision before grabbing Chopper and heading inside. Veer, seeing this, quickly followed behind. Once inside, he was taken aback by how spacious the house was. So big. Watching the anime didn't do it justice. Experiencing it firsthand was a whole different feeling. The walls were adorned with an assortment of guns and blades, and the floor was covered with thick bearskin rugs. A fireplace crackled warmly in the living room, casting flickering shadows, while the table still held plates of food that had gone cold. Put that bottle of liquor on the table over there. I'm taking a bath and then going to sleep. You two can do whatever you want. Kurha pointed to a table near the bathroom and spoke to Veer. With that, she turned and walked into the bath, leaving Veer and Chopper alone in the living room. Chopper, put the bottle over there. Veer addressed the little reindeer, who still looked a bit upset. Chopper was worried that his big bro might scold him for being useless. Hearing Veer's instruction, Chopper quickly grabbed the bottle and trotted over, placing it on the table before scampering back. But when he looked up, Veer was gone. Just as he was about to ask where he went, he spotted Veer seated at the dining table stuffing his face with the leftover food. Chopper immediately realized Veer had distracted him just to steal his meal. Unforgivable? Too cruel? Chopper dashed forward with a small sprint and a big leap, landing on the table and engaging in a full-on food war with Veer. Big bro, you're the worst. How could you steal a reindeer's food? This was meant for me. Chopper whined as he fought for each bite. I'm starving? Who cares whose food it was? If it's in my stomach, then it's mine. Veer countered, his mouth full, as he devoured every bite at an alarming pace. The two of them battled over the food, taking turns snatching pieces like a perfectly chaotic duo. But Chopper was clearly outmatched. Veer's food snatching skills were on a whole different level, something a small reindeer simply couldn't compete with. Before long, Veer was completely full. He leaned back, letting out a satisfied burp. Phew, that hit the spot. Burp. Patting his stomach, he got up and plopped onto the couch, leaving a sulking Chopper sitting on the table, frustrated and defeated. Chopper, go get me a blanket. Veer lazily ordered. Chopper, still fuming from not getting enough to eat, huffed and turned his back to Veer, refusing to acknowledge him. Tomorrow, I'll teach you some medical skills. The moment Veer spoke those words, Chopper's tiny body tensed, then launched straight into the air with excitement. He immediately dashed off to fetch a blanket, shouting, "On it? Thanks, big bro." So what if he didn't get to eat much? Skipping one meal wouldn't kill him. A wise reindeer knows when to bend and when to stand tall. If big bro wants a blanket, he'll get him a blanket. Veer couldn't help but laugh at Chopper's reaction. This little guy really was something else. No wonder he made such a great mascot. Meanwhile, Veer opened up his shop interface. The straw hats would arrive tomorrow, and he needed to find a way to treat Nami's fever. He had to save her, but he also had to traumatize her just a little. Tough choice. Fever remedy? Price, 1,000 points. So expensive. Veer kept scrolling. Fever remedy? Price, 20 points. Huh, same name, but such a huge price difference? He squinted and carefully compared the two items. After a moment, he spotted the difference. The cheaper one was just a tiny bit bigger than the expensive one. Just a tiny bit bigger. Could Nami even finish that? No way, definitely not. If it were Luffy, he wouldn't hesitate to buy it. That guy could eat anything, no matter the size. But Nami? Nope. He kept scrolling. Devil Fruit Replicator. Price, 2 million points. Antidote, LV 99. Price, 2,100,000 points. Famed Sword, Shime. Price, 10 million points. Man, this shop really had everything. Even the antidote he threw away before. Selling for 2.1 million points. The pain in his heart was unbearable. System? Can items be recycled? Veer was torn. He wanted the system to say yes, but at the same time, he wanted it to say no. He was in conflict with himself. No. Hearing that, Veer let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness recycling wasn't an option. Otherwise, that would mean he had truly lost 2.1 million points. After searching for ages without finding a solution, Veer suddenly noticed a search bar. He typed in fever and instantly, a long list of items popped up, including the expensive remedies he just saw, but there were also instant recovery potion. Price, 800,000 points. Panacea, cures all illnesses. Price, 5 million points. Why is everything so expensive? I just want to cure a fever. But then, Veer's eyes lit up as he spotted something intriguing. A new description appeared before him. Master level medical skills. Price, 199 points. Description, grants the user knowledge of various common illnesses and their treatments. Comes with a worn-out medical kit. Evaluation, affordable and effective, a must-have. Worn-out medical kit, allows the user to retrieve any desired medical tool from within. Note, this item significantly increases the chance of causing psychological trauma to patients. Huh? What am I looking at? Is this normal? This is practically a god-tier item. Every function is insane. A spatial medical kit? And it increases the chance of psychological trauma. Absolutely perfect. He was just wondering how to give Nami a psychological scar, and now this god-tier item shows up? This is it? Affordable and effective is an understatement. This is exactly what Veer needed. Without hesitation, he exchanged for it. Immediately, a flood of knowledge filled his mind. Countless methods for treating various illnesses and even how to concoct medicines. That's right, it even included medicine making. It even came with that? This was amazing. A simple fever? That was nothing? At the same time, a battered, old medical kit materialized in his hands. It looked worn out, but Veer eagerly opened it and started taking out items. Scalpels, bandages, tweezers, forceps, syringes, even a chainsaw. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Why would this cause psychological trauma? Veer was puzzled. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 100 negative points. Chapter 66, A Deer's Heart in Chaos. Huh? What's going on? Which patient is trembling this time? Veer looked up and scanned the room. Sure enough, he saw Chopper clutching a blanket in his hooves, staring in horror at the tools Veer had laid out in front of him. The little reindeer's face was as pale as a ghost, his pupils trembling violently, looking as if he was about to burst into tears at any moment. What's wrong, Chopper? Hand me the blanket. Why are you just standing there? Veer asked, puzzled. He even turned to examine the tools he had taken out. After inspecting them closely, he still didn't see anything wrong. He even licked the pristine, shiny scalpel in front of him. Nothing seemed off at all. So why was Chopper staring at him in utter terror? Ding! Congratulations, host! You've gained 100 negative points. Huh? Again? Chopper, aren't you a little too easily frightened? I just licked a scalpel, and you immediately handed me another 100 points? Can we have some respect for the value of negative points? But in Chopper's eyes, the tools weren't as pristine as Veer saw them. Chopper was seeing a rusted, blood-stained scalpel, moldy, foul-smelling bandages, forceps emitting a dark aura, a tetanus-ridden syringe, and a chainsaw with bits of flesh still stuck to it. In the middle of the large living room, a man sat on the sofa, pulling these items out one by one. Was this not the most terrifying thing ever? If you're going to kill a reindeer, at least make it quick. Please don't try to save me. Let me die with dignity. Just as Chopper was about to flee and seek comfort from Doctorine, he saw Veer lift the rusted, blood-stained scalpel and take a hard lick. A bit of rust and blood smeared across Veer's lips. At this moment, in Chopper's eyes, Veer looked exactly like a psychotic serial killer. Tears welled up immediately. Chopper, hand me the blanket. Veer turned his head toward Chopper again, his slow movement making him look even more terrifying. Chopper couldn't take it anymore. He flung the blanket toward Veer and bolted toward Doctorine's room, screaming at the top of his lungs. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Reindeer meat tastes bad. Help! Stumbling all the way, he put on a whole performance of deer crashing into everything. Finally, after bursting through the door, he slammed it shut with a loud bang, absolutely scared out of his mind. The effect of Veer's ability was simple. It automatically added a horror filter to his medical tools, but only for others. In his own eyes, they remained their normal, pristine selves. Man, Chopper gets worked up so easily. Hasn't he ever seen basic medical tools before? Do they only use potions around here or what? Veer mumbled as he picked up the blanket Chopper had thrown and shook his head in exasperation. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've gained 50 negative points. More points? Damn, what is up with Chopper? He's practically letting me farm negative points for free. What's he even afraid of? Still confused, Veer put away his tools, laid down on the couch, and got comfortable with the blanket. He had just browsed the systems shop and gotten a general understanding of what it had to offer. There were no direct power UPS, only auxiliary tools. If he wanted to grow stronger, saving people was the only way. If he wanted to become the strongest, he still had a long way to go. He didn't have any lofty dreams, he just wanted to stay alive and not get himself killed. The world of pirates was dangerous. Getting stronger was the only way to have the confidence to survive. For now, he'd stockpile these negative points. Since they couldn't be exchanged for power UPS, he might as well wait and see what else they could be used for. Everything was set. Now, he just had to wait for Luffy and the others to arrive tomorrow. With that in mind, Veer slowly drifted off to sleep. It was already late. Early the next morning, a commotion erupted in Dr. Kurha's room. The noise was so loud it woke Veer up even through the bedroom door. Still groggy, he opened his eyes, yawned, and looked toward the source of the noise. Just then, the door opened. Amidst a stream of curses, something or rather, someone was shoved out forcefully. You're a grown reindeer. Why do you still need me to accompany you to the bathroom? Have some shame? Go by yourself? Don't interrupt my beauty sleep. If you dirty my floor, you're dead. With that, the door slammed shut with a loud bam. Chopper stood outside, trembling. He was absolutely terrified. He stole a quick glance at Veer, praying that he hadn't been woken up. But as soon as he looked over, he locked eyes with Veer. Good morning, Chopper. Veer greeted him in a flat tone. He yawned again, seeming just as calm and approachable as Chopper remembered. Chopper hesitated, scanning Veer over and over, trying to confirm whether or not he was still dangerous. Veer looked normal enough now, but Chopper still didn't let his guard down. He remained wary. Do you need me to accompany you to the bathroom? Veer asked. He hadn't expected Chopper to be so timid that he needed company just to relieve himself. Still, he wasn't annoyed. After all, this little reindeer was his main source of negative points. So he got up, grabbed Chopper by the hoof, and started leading him toward the bathroom. Was I just imagining things yesterday? Was it all an illusion? Chopper began doubting himself. Looking at Veer now, he ultimately decided to lower his guard and, once again, became friendly with him. You really can't guess what's going on in this little reindeer's mind. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, a straw hat-wearing guy was scaling the cliffside. On his back was a beautiful girl with flushed cheeks, and in his mouth, he held a man seriously injured from an avalanche. Above, Veer looked at the sky and figured it was about time. Luffy should be arriving soon. All he had to do was wait. Since Chopper and the others didn't know Luffy, he could simply step in and take charge of the treatment. He led Chopper to the window. Looking out toward the cliffside, he smirked. Waiting passively? Nah, that wasn't his style. Chopper, the most important skill for a doctor is sharp eyesight. Diagnosing starts with observation, right? So now, you sit here and watch the cliffside. Train your eyes well. Once your observation skills are sharp, I'll teach you real medicine. Veer spoke with utmost seriousness, completely deceiving Chopper. Chopper, taking it to heart, even pulled out a little notebook and scribbled down Veer's words verbatim. Got it? I'll train hard, big bro. I won't disappoint you. Good. You're a quick learner. Veer patted Chopper's shoulder in satisfaction. Encouraged, Chopper focused intently on the white, snow-covered landscape, determined to impress his big bro. Meanwhile, Veer was sitting cross-legged by the burning fireplace, sipping hot tea and reading the newspaper. Yep, all brought by Chopper. He had even eaten a sandwich Chopper made for him earlier, and it was surprisingly tasty. Veer stashed couple more into his medical kit, planning to eat them later when he got hungry. His medical kit could store items, and there was no limit to how much he could put in. It was practically a spatial item, a real-life storage ring. Just then, Chopper, still staring at the cliffside, suddenly gasped. Oh, big bro, something's moving over there. Chapter 77, Time to show real medical skills? Veer sprang to his feet in an instant. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the door. Come with me, the test subject has arrived. It's time for your master to showcase true medical prowess. Watch closely, I'm only teaching this once. Veer pushed the door open and stepped out, leaving Chopper with only his back to see. Chopper stared at Veer's departing figure, his eyes filled with admiration. Boss is so cool. I'm coming. Wait for me, boss. Chopper jumped down from the window and scurried after him. Meanwhile, Luffy was already on the verge of total exhaustion. His entire body trembled uncontrollably from sheer fatigue. His hands and feet were covered in blood, the skin long since torn away. His bones were faintly visible, making for a gruesome sight. To be honest, this was the first time Veer had ever seen Luffy's bones. He always thought they might not even be attached to Luffy's body. Nami and Sanji lay sprawled nearby as well. One was burning up with a high fever, the other completely unconscious. Seeing this, Veer immediately crouched down to examine Nami. With the medical knowledge in his mind, he could tell at a glance this wasn't just an ordinary fever. Lifting her eyelids, checking her pulse, and observing her complexion, Veer quickly determined the cause. It was indeed a fever, but it was caused by a venomous insect bite specifically, from a creature called the fire needle bug. If left untreated, her condition would only worsen. The medical expertise he had acquired didn't cover this specific situation. Without hesitation, he picked Nami up and carried her into the house. At the same time, he swiftly flipped through the systems shop. Chopper, who had just caught up, was left dumbfounded by what he saw. Hey, boss, aren't you forgetting something? There are still people lying over there. Chopper's gaze flickered between Veer and the collapsed, unconscious Luffy, his face filled with uncertainty. Just drag them into. Don't worry about them, they'll wake up soon enough. Veer's casual response came from inside the house. Huh? Just like that? Chopper was a little stunned. But he still obediently dragged Luffy and Sanji inside, albeit slowly. By now, Veer had already placed Nami on the sofa and even covered her with his blanket. Seeing Chopper come in, Veer spoke without even looking up. Put those two by the fireplace. They'll wake up once they warm up. Chopper, without question, did as he was told. Got it. Veer's eyes schemed over the numerous treatment options available for this illness in the systems shop. He started with the cheapest ones. No point looking at the expensive ones, it was a waste of time. Right now, he only had the 250 negative points Chopper had earned for him yesterday, which severely limited his purchasing power. Heat dispersing pill. Price, 20 points. Pass. There was no way Nami could take something like that in her current state. He needed something that didn't require her cooperation. Seconds ticked by, and soon, even the other two had woken up. They groggily observed their surroundings, only to see Veer standing motionless and Nami lying on the sofa. Despite their confusion, Luffy hadn't forgotten the reason he had fought so hard to make it here. Hey, that's my crewmate? She's in serious trouble. Do you have a doctor here? Can you please treat her? Luffy pleaded with sincere urgency, staring at Veer. But Veer, completely focused on finding a solution, ignored him. Seeing this, Sanji assumed that Luffy had forgotten to offer compensation, and that's why this person wasn't responding. Hurriedly, he added, don't worry, as long as you save Nami-san, we'll pay for the treatment. Please, bring the doctor out quickly. His expression was equally desperate. Nami's condition was their top priority. They were even willing to humble themselves before a stranger. Even after hearing this, Veer didn't budge an inch. Just when they started suspecting he was deaf, Chopper couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. My master is thinking about how to save her? He's not just a doctor here, he's the greatest doctor in the world. They hadn't seen Chopper yet, but hearing his voice made them glance at Veer with newfound intensity. Could such a young man really be a medical expert? Sanji found it hard to believe. But Luffy didn't care about any of that. Really? That's amazing. Thank you. Please, you have to save Nami. She's an important member of my crew. Chopper, now visibly annoyed, finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a jump, he leapt from the recessed armrest of the sofa and landed in front of the two men. I said my master is thinking. Stop making noise, will you? Chopper was usually shy, yet he had no problem snapping at two strangers right now. All because Veer was here, his confidence soared. A reindeer? A talking reindeer? A talking reindeer? What's going on here? Lying weakly to the side, Luffy's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the speaking reindeer. His mouth hung open in disbelief. Starving as he was, he couldn't stop the tears from welling up in his eyes. Meat. Reindeer meat. Just as he was about to make a move, Veer finally acted. Veer pulled out his medical kit from beside the sofa, opened the lid, and reached inside. Master has figured it out. Chopper shouted in delight. Oh, really? That's great. Nami's going to be saved. Luffy and Sanji were overjoyed. They all turned their excited gazes toward Veer, watching his every move intently. Even Luffy momentarily abandoned his plan to take a bite out of Chopper. Nami's condition was essentially a case of poisoning. She had been bitten by a venomous bug, resulting in a severe fever. Veer had just exchanged for something special in the system shop. Detoxification pickaxe. Price, 180 points. Function, when used to strike the patient, it gradually dispels negative effects caused by poisoning. Image, a detailed depiction of the pickaxe. Dispelling poison-induced negative effects wasn't that exactly what Nami needed, and it wasn't even that expensive. Usually, the more bizarre an item, the cheaper it was compared to the standard version. Detoxification pickaxe has been delivered to the worn-out medical kit. Retrieve it to use. Without hesitation, Veer reached into his medical kit and slowly pulled out what he saw as a sleek, shiny pickaxe. However, to the other three, he had just pulled out a nightmarish weapon covered in dried blood. The pickaxe was stained red, and Veer's hands were smeared with blood as well. The tip of the pickaxe was adorned with bits of flesh and tangled strands of hair. It looked as if it had just been used to smash someone's skull. Blood dripped steadily from its edge. Detecting a surge of negative emotions, a system notification popped up. Veer blinked in mild surprise and turned to the three staring at him in horror. Again? Why did taking things out of his medical kit always provoke this reaction? Since they weren't his patients, he wasn't getting any negative points from them either. Seriously, were these people afraid of a simple pickaxe? Back in his childhood, he had used one to dig fields. Were pirates really this pampered? Afraid of everything. Chapter 88, I'll prove it to you? Although Veer looked down on them a little, his hands didn't stop moving. He raised the pickaxe, ready to swing it down. Oi! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Luffy used all his strength and shouted at the top of his lungs. His booming voice immediately spread throughout the entire room. Even Veer was startled. He stopped his movements and turned toward Luffy, who had just shouted. What are you trying to do? Are you going to kill my crewmate? If that's the case, then kill me first. Luffy, or rather, anyone witnessing this scene would definitely think that Veer was trying to kill someone. After all, the sight of that pickaxe was utterly terrifying. It was obviously a tool meant for killing. Luffy's reaction wasn't surprising in the slightest. At this moment, Veer realized that his actions might have been a bit inappropriate. Maybe he should explain himself first. This kind of misunderstanding was too common after all, he was holding a pickaxe. He just hadn't expected Luffy to shout with such intensity. For a moment, he even thought Luffy had awakened Conqueror's haki. This is a treatment method. Don't worry, I won't harm her, Veer quickly explained. But before Luffy could respond, a loud bang echoed from inside the house as a door was thrown open. At the same time, a woman's voice rang out. Nonsense? Absolute rubbish? What kind of treatment method is that? I've lived for over 100 years, and I've never heard of such a thing. Where did you learn this from? Dr. Kurha had been woken up by Luffy's loud scream. Her beauty sleep had been rudely interrupted. The moment she stepped out, she saw Veer holding a blood-stained pickaxe while telling Luffy that it was a treatment method. Originally, she had a decent impression of Veer, but now she immediately viewed him as a shady character. She had even heard Chopper refer to him as his mentor just now. This time, she had to make Chopper see this man's true nature so he could sever ties with him once and for all. Big bro wouldn't lie. He's amazing, doctor. Chopper tried his best to defend Veer, but no one paid him any attention. This is my own original method, capable of curing any poison in the world. I've checked already, this girl has a high fever because she was bitten by a venomous insect. As long as I strike 49 times, she'll be as good as new. Veer slightly furrowed his brows. Things weren't looking good. If they didn't believe him, his plan would be ruined. Impossible? Hitting someone with that thing would only kill them? How could it possibly save them? Dr. Kurha remained adamant, angrily yelling at Veer. However, deep down, she was a little doubtful. What he said was correct. The girl was bitten by a venomous insect. He did seem to have some medical knowledge, but his ridiculous claims irritated her to no end. Veer quickly realized that unless he proved this was safe, they wouldn't let him proceed. Fine, fine, I'll prove it to you. As he spoke, Veer raised the pickaxe and swung it toward his own head. Everyone was stunned by his action. What was he doing? Was he seriously about to smash his own head with that thing? Had he gone mad? Even Chopper was in complete disbelief. Master, don't. You'll die. But just as Chopper finished speaking, they all saw the pickaxe in Veer's hand miss his head. Instead, it kept going, upward, wait, upward. Veer had fully swung his arm, and the pickaxe was now coming down straight at the worried-looking Chopper. Chopper realized what was happening and let out a shriek. Ding! Congratulations, host, for earning 150 negative points. But at this moment, Chopper had no time to run. Chopper! Dr. Kurha shouted as she rushed forward. However, everything happened too fast. Everyone thought Veer was going to hit himself. No one expected his real target to be Chopper. Dr. Kurha could only watch as the sharp pickaxe struck Chopper's head. Chopper screamed again. But the next second, he froze. Because there was no pain. The pickaxe had entered his head, yet it hadn't caused any damage. Everyone stared at the horrifying scene in shock. What? What was this? How could the pickaxe pass through? Dr. Kurha's medical knowledge was starting to collapse. There was no way to explain what she had just witnessed. This wasn't scientific. Snapping out of her daze, she immediately pulled Chopper into her arms and carefully examined his head. But no matter how much she checked, she found nothing. It really seemed like Veer's special technique. A method that removed poison without harming the brain. Did something this bizarre truly exist in this world? At this moment, Dr. Kurha was beginning to believe Veer's words. After all, the truth was right before her eyes. And from Veer's earlier words, she could tell he truly had medical knowledge. So, was this really just a treatment method? Seeing Chopper completely unharmed, Luffy, who had been standing still, suddenly jumped up and ran over to check Chopper's head. There was no hole. He was perfectly fine. It was only now that Luffy realized he had completely misunderstood Veer. That really was a treatment method. Veer was doing his best to save Nami, yet Luffy had doubted him. How embarrassing. Just then, the noisy commotion caused Nami to groggily open her eyes. She could vaguely make out a figure standing before her. She hadn't yet figured out what was happening. I'm sorry. Luffy's attitude shifted in an instant. He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize to Veer. I'm sorry for doubting you. Please continue treating Nami. Luffy? Who was Luffy talking to? Was it the person in front of her? Was he asking this person to save her? And, what was that in his hand? Why did it look so weird? Then, as Nami's vision cleared, she finally saw the object in his hands. That was a mining pickaxe? What was he trying to do? Nami's mind raced. Veer looked at the now conscious Nami and didn't hesitate. He swung his arm in a wide arc and brought the pickaxe down on her head. This time, the swing was much more forceful than when he hit Chopper. It looked as if he was going to smash her into pieces. Even Luffy, who had just asked for his help, tensed up and clenched his butt cheeks. His face was filled with extreme anxiety. As for Nami, her eyes widened in horror, her powerless body trembling as she let out a terrified scream. What are you doing? Nu. The pickaxe struck her head with a loud thud. This was a real, up-close pickaxe. Nami gasped for breath. Her eyes were filled with utter terror. Her heart rate skyrocketed to 180. Her body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 400 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 350 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 250 negative points. The system notifications in Veer's mind were coming in rapid succession. Veer's face was practically glowing with joy. This is perfect. His gaze toward Nami became almost maniacal. Negative points? Give me more negative points. Without stopping, Veer raised the pickaxe again and brought it down once more. And it was clear that this time, he swung it with even more force. Nami, unable to move, dodge, or escape, could only watch as the pickaxe came down on her body again and again. Each strike was accompanied by a scream. Everyone's hearts clenched with each blow, and each time, the system would chime in, adding a little sweetness to Veer's exhausting task. Chapter 99, My master is amazing, right? How is it, Nami? Feeling better now? 5 minutes later, Luffy's voice rang out, but the only response he got was Nami's terrified screams. Veer was drenched in sweat, but he didn't have time to wipe it off. His hands moved mechanically, the pickaxe striking Nami's body repeatedly. Nami's feverish, flushed face began to return to normal. No, not normal. It quickly turned pale. Her ear-piercing screams, which sounded horrifying to others, were music to Veer's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 negative points. Though the points dropped quickly, even down to 20, Veer was already swimming in a sea of gains. He was thrilled. To Nami, these 5 minutes had been nothing short of a nightmare. All she could see was the pickaxe swinging down toward her, again and again. Even though her strength was slowly returning, it felt like her soul had already left her body. Finally, her vision went black, and she passed out. Veer, who had been swinging the pickaxe non-stop for 5 minutes, finally stopped. With an exhausted sigh, he dropped onto the ground, his arms feeling sore and numb. That had taken a lot out of him. An ordinary person swinging a pickaxe non-stop for 49 strikes would be nearly dead, and Veer was no exception. But looking at the system notifications, he was quite satisfied. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully curing Nami and acquiring the skill, Financial Management LV Max. Financial Management? Useless. But at least he had farmed a ton of negative points, more than enough to last him for a while. Nami, are you okay? Say something. Luffy grabbed Nami's face and repeatedly patted her cheeks with a loud palm, trying to wake her up. Sanji's face darkened. With a loud bang, Luffy was kicked out the door. Are you trying to slap Nami-san to death? Once she wakes up, I'm reporting this crime to her. Sanji shouted, then turned to Nami with a worried look. Veer, what's going on? What happened to Nami-san? Why did she pass out again? Sanji looked at Veer anxiously. They had all seen Nami's condition improving with their own eyes, but just when they thought she was going to make a full recovery, she lost consciousness again. This was hard to accept. Could it be that it still wasn't enough? Damn it! If only I had taken better care of Nami-san and prevented her from getting bitten, none of this would have happened. Sanji clenched his fists in self-blame. Veer, finally catching his breath, answered calmly. She just got scared too much. Give her a few minutes, and she'll be fine. He spoke while taking deep breaths. Hearing this, Sanji's eyes lit up. So she just fainted from fear? That's a relief. Nami-san is safe. Thank goodness. Dr. Kurha glanced at Veer with newfound respect. This kid. He's got real skills. She no longer found him as annoying as before. That brutal-looking treatment method actually contained an incredible amount of skill and effort. At first glance, it seemed like Veer was just blindly smashing away, not even looking as he swung. But that was impossible. It only meant one thing: his skill level was absurdly high. He must have performed this kind of treatment countless times before. He must have mastered a specific strength and technique, allowing him to strike without causing harm. A hard-working, highly skilled doctor. That was exactly the kind of Dr. Kurha admired. Her opinion of Veer had completely changed. Maybe, this guy isn't so bad after all. She hated arrogant people who boasted about their medical skills but were all talk. Earlier, Veer had triggered every one of her pet peeves, so it was no wonder she had lashed out at him. She glanced over at Chopper, who was staring at Veer with eyes full of admiration. His gaze burned with longing. Kurha found this surprising. Chopper had always been afraid of humans. He had suffered too much pain from both reindeer and people alike. Yet now, he was looking at a man he had just met with such trust and admiration. This child had been through so much. If that guy treats him well, maybe following him wouldn't be such a bad thing. Chopper noticed her gaze and looked up at her. With a proud expression, he declared, Doctorina, my master is amazing, isn't he? Kurha chuckled. Chopper tilted his head in confusion. Amazing, absolutely amazing. She sighed with a hint of emotion. Just as Chopper was about to respond, Nami finally woke up. The first thing she saw was Sanji's concerned face. But then, her eyes shot wide open. With a whoosh, she shot upright. Her eyes darted around in panic. Then suddenly, she froze. Her gaze locked onto Veer, who was still sitting on the ground catching his breath. And beside him the pickaxe. Her eyes started trembling violently. Her face twisted with horror. Her entire body began to shake uncontrollably. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 80 negative points. Oh, another profit. Earning another 80 points put Veer in an even better mood. Looking at Nami sitting on the sofa, he casually asked, do you still feel unwell anywhere? As he spoke, he stood up and took a step forward. That was the final straw for Nami. No, stay away from me. Screaming, she threw herself onto Sanji, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to him for dear life. Sanji was left completely dazed by this sudden turn of events. This happiness came so suddenly. His face bloomed with a love-struck smile. His eyes turned into heart shapes. He even gave Veer a thumbs up as a sign of gratitude. Such a polite guy. Nami, you're awake. Luffy finally emerged from the snow pile outside. Seeing Nami up and about, he was overjoyed. Nami, that guy saved you? He cured you in just 5 minutes? He's incredible. Luffy, oblivious as ever, even found Veer pretty interesting. After all, what kind of doctor treats people like that? Nami froze. She turned to Veer, who was smiling at her. A doctor? He saved me? For real? Wasn't he trying to kill me? How did he suddenly become my savior? She looked completely baffled. That's right, Nami-san. This guy really did save you. Sanji confirmed. So it really was him? Nami started to believe it. Sanji would never lie to her. But the terrifying memories of those 5 minutes still haunted her. She couldn't shake the fear that Veer would suddenly raise that pickaxe again. All right, time to settle the medical bill. That'll be 50 million berries. Veer said it so casually. Afraid of me? No worries, I have plenty of ways to change that. I know this little cat burglar inside out. As expected, the moment she heard those words, Nami exploded. What? 50 million berries? Are you robbing us? It's just a fever. How can you charge so much? This is a scam. Nami glared at Veer, her face filled with fury. There was no way their crew had that much money right now, and even if they did, she absolutely would not pay it. This was way beyond the normal cost of medical treatment. But Veer, hearing her outburst, remained completely unfazed. I got you up and running in just 5 minutes. Do you think my medicine is cheap? Veer said this with a calm expression. Nami was stunned for a moment. Huh, that actually kind of makes sense. Getting someone fully recovered so quickly, maybe it would be expensive. But what medicine? Didn't you just whack me over the head with a pickaxe? That counts as medicine. As if he could see the disbelief on Nami's face, Veer spoke again. That pickaxe is a family heirloom. It's about to break, and each use reduces its lifespan. Charging 50 million per use is perfectly reasonable. After hearing this, Nami was completely speechless. But they really didn't have 50 million. Handsome, could you maybe Sure, it's free. Before Nami could even finish her sentence, Veer cut in decisively. Was she about to ask for a discount? Forget that, I'll just make it free. That should win her over, right? Haha. For a moment, Nami couldn't even process what had just happened. This was the first time in her life she had been out-haggled. She hadn't even finished bargaining, and he had already made it free? Wait, seriously? Just like that? Is this guy loaded or something? Nami, love generous men? After a brief moment of disbelief, Nami quickly seized the opportunity. She was genuinely afraid this guy might change his mind. Really? Thank you so much. You're so kind and generous. Meeting you is our lucky day. After she finished speaking, she even pulled the other two guys along to properly thank Veer. Watching Nami's reaction, Veer finally nodded to himself in satisfaction. Alright. Now she's not scared anymore. The biggest obstacle to joining the Straw Hats was gone. The chances had increased significantly. Chapter 10:10, Bleg. But just at that moment, a loud boom echoed through the air. It sounded like the firing of a cannon. Immediately after, an explosive crash erupted from the entrance. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. The front gate had already been blasted to pieces. Through the gaping hole, they could see a massive figure standing outside, a rotund man with striking purple hair. It was none other than the former king of this land, Wapol. After their encounter at sea with Luffy and the others, suffering a humiliating loss, Wapol had chased them all the way back to Drum Island. Muhahaha, get out here, or I'll reduce this place to rubble. Wapol's arrogant voice bellowed from outside. Veer watched as Wapol ranted and raved beyond the broken doorway, his brows furrowing slightly. How did this guy get here so fast? That didn't make sense. Luffy's injuries hadn't been treated yet, and Sanji was in pretty bad shape too. Chopper alone wasn't strong enough to take on Wapol. This was a serious problem. Originally, Veer had planned to heal both Luffy and Sanji, allowing them to fight at full strength. But before he could even start treating them, the enemy had already arrived at their doorstep. He had intended to rely on his medical knowledge to patch them up gradually, but now time was of the essence. He had no choice but to turn to the systems shop. Veer remembered seeing a bruise ointment in the store while browsing earlier. It should be useful for treating Sanji's back injury. But even if Sanji recovered, he still wouldn't be strong enough to take on Wapol alone. Despite Wapol being trash, he still had some combat ability. And Veer couldn't find a suitable remedy to heal Luffy's injuries. That meant his best bet was to fix Sanji up first and see if he could acquire his black leg techniques. With Chopper's leg enhancement ability already in his arsenal, combining it with Sanji's kicking techniques would make his strength skyrocket. Taking down Wapol shouldn't be a problem then. For now, Chopper would have to stall him. Luffy was in no condition to fight, his arms and legs were too severely injured. As Veer was strategizing, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer. That guy is so annoying. He smashed the doctor's door. I'm gonna send him flying. With that, Luffy took a big stride toward the exit. Wham! Nami's fist crashed onto his head. Luffy instantly clutched his head in pain. Ow! Why'd you hit me? Are you an idiot? Look at your hands and feet. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Nami roared at him. Only after hearing that did Luffy finally notice the severe pain radiating from his swollen, exposed bones. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why didn't I notice before? Dr. Veer, help me, I'm dying. Luffy whined while hobbling toward Veer, hoping to get treated so he could go punch that obnoxious guy outside. Asterisk crunch, crunch, asterisk. A gnawing sound came from the entrance. Wapol's massive head had already appeared in the doorway, his mouth chomping away. Before long, he had eaten through the entire wall. Seeing this, Luffy launched a Gomu Gomu no pistol directly at Wapol. How dare you eat the doctor's wall? His fist struck Wapol's gut straight on. But immediately, an intense pain shot through his hand. The searing agony made him cry out, and he withdrew his already swollen fist, now even more engorged. Keep pushing it, and you'll cripple your hand. Veer finally spoke up. This guy, Luffy, was being reckless as usual. With such severe injuries, he still had the nerve to throw a punch. What? Then what do we do? He's eating your house, Doc. Meanwhile, Wapol was still gnawing away, chomping and chomping like some ravenous beast that hadn't eaten in centuries. Chopper, stall him for a bit. I'll be there soon. As soon as Veer gave the order, Chopper transformed into his walk point form and charged at Wapol without hesitation. Veer didn't waste any more time either. He took out the bottle of bruise ointment. Bruise ointment. Price, 500. Effect, heals all blunt force injuries. Side effect, makes the user hideously ugly for 1 full day. 500 points? That was 500 points? Veer felt his heart ache at the cost, but given the situation, he had no choice. The medicine for Luffy's injuries was even more expensive. He couldn't afford it. Without hesitation, Veer grabbed his medical kit and kicked Sanji, who was just standing there watching the show, knocking him to the ground. Stay still, I'm treating your back injury. As he opened the medical kit, Sanji, though momentarily annoyed, quickly realized the urgency of the situation. From his perspective, if Veer had chosen to heal him first, it meant he was their only hope right now. Without another word, Sanji lifted his shirt, revealing a massive, dark purple bruise on his lower back. Veer uncapped the bottle of bruise ointment. The moment he did, Sanji's expression changed dramatically. His eyes filled with sheer terror, because what Veer had just taken out looked like a bottle of spoiled vegetable soup. Inside, a few wilted leaves floated ominously in a murky, foul-smelling liquid. The moment the bottle was opened, an indescribable stench filled the air. As a chef, Sanji had seen and smelled a lot of things. But this? Bleg, gag, cough cough, bleg. The stench was worse than a decade-old pile of unwashed socks and underwear. He dry-heaved on the spot, unable to contain himself. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have earned 200 negative points. Huh? What happened? Was Sanji afraid of medicine? Or was he just scared of the pain? Veer was confused, but he didn't slow down. Time was running out. Chopper was already fighting Wapol. Without hesitation, he poured the entire bottle of bruise ointment onto Sanji's back. Then, he began massaging the area to help the medicine absorb. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have earned 500 negative points. What? He already made back his money? What was going on? Veer was stunned. Meanwhile, Sanji, watching Veer rub that foul-smelling liquid all over his back, seeing the strange, floating vegetable bits shifting under his touch. He lost it. He gagged violently, unable to hold it in any longer. But from Veer's perspective, Sanji's massive bruise was healing rapidly. At this rate, he would be fully recovered in no time. However, Veer's expression turned increasingly strange. Because at that moment, Sanji's face was starting to morph into an indescribable shape. Chapter 11:11, here we go. Meanwhile, on Chopper's side, he initially managed to put up a strong fight using his rumble ball, shifting through various forms to catch Wapol off guard. At one moment, he used guard point to tank attacks, then switched to arm point to unleash overwhelming strength, followed by horn point for a fierce charge. Chopper had Wapol in a miserable state, but the enemy quickly adapted to his attack patterns. After swallowing a massive amount of snow, Wapol fully recovered as if nothing had happened. Now, the tables had turned. Boom! Chopper, unable to dodge in time, took a direct hit to the head from one of Wapol's cannon shots. He was blasted away, crashing hard against the wall near the entrance. Inside, Veer grew anxious at the sight. Chopper was about to reach his limit. At this moment, Sanji's treatment was nearly complete. The bruises on his back had faded, and his internal injuries had mostly healed. But his face, to be honest, Veer didn't dare to look. All done. He gave Sanji a firm slap on the back, signaling that the treatment was finished. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability, Physical Enhancement. What? Just physical enhancement? This steel was weak. Veer wanted Sanji's kicking techniques. Having raw physical fitness was useless if he didn't know how to utilize it. Right now, he already had Chopper's leg enhancements. His plan was to combine them with Sanji's kick techniques to dominate the battlefield. But now, all he got was physical enhancement. No way, this won't do. Chopper was already on the brink of defeat, and Sanji alone wasn't enough to take down Wapol. He needed to give Sanji one more mental breakdown. Maybe he'd get another reward. This was his only shot. With this thought, Veer began looking around for something. Meanwhile, Sanji, already green in the face from vomiting, was suffering from a severe case of psychological damage. He had already thrown up everything in his stomach and now looked incredibly weak. But he knew this wasn't the time to rest. He reached for his back and found that it didn't hurt at all. Sanji immediately got up, ready to assist Chopper. But just then, Veer pulled out a mirror and held it up to Sanji's face. Silence. Utter silence. Sanji stood frozen in place, staring at his reflection in sheer disbelief. And then, Sanji let out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone turned to look at him. And the moment they did, their expressions twisted in sheer horror. That face. One eye was larger than the other, and they were misaligned. His nose was sticking out at an unnatural angle, nostrils flaring forward. His mouth was so wide that every single tooth was visible, more exaggerated than even Wapol's buck teeth. His jaw was absurdly large and square-shaped, giving his entire face an unsettlingly grotesque appearance. If he stepped outside looking like this, he'd disgust Wapol so much that the villain might not even be able to speak. But as Sanji took in this monstrous visage, his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. His already twisted facial features contorted even further in anguish. He could easily make children cry just by looking at them. At that moment, one thought dominated his mind: it's over. His future as a ladies' man? Gone. Nami-san's expression said it all. His days of flirting were finished. His very reason for living had been crushed. Even his cooking, no one would ever want to eat food made by someone with a face like this. Looking at his reflection, even he lost his appetite, let alone anyone else. I don't want to live anymore. Just let me die. Sanji collapsed to his knees, as if he had just been hit by Perona's negative ghost, drowning in complete despair. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 1000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the black leg style. The system's voice chimed in. Yes, the kicking techniques were finally his. Veer's efforts to completely crush Sanji's mental state had paid off. If he could push someone into despair twice, he could actually steal 2 abilities from them. And luckily, he had just scored Sanji's legendary kicking skills. As the knowledge and mastery of the black leg style flooded his mind, Veer could feel his power skyrocketing. Wapol? That clown is nothing now. Sanji, get up, Chopper's about to be killed. Luffy shouted anxiously. He wanted to rush in himself, but he couldn't move. All he could do was keep calling out to Sanji. Chopper truly couldn't hold on anymore. The little reindeer lay on the ground, gasping for air, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Veer couldn't hesitate any longer. His little apprentice had held out long enough. Without wasting a second, he charged forward. But seeing this, Luffy and the others were completely stunned. A doctor running into the battlefield? Shouldn't he be focused on waking Sanji up instead? Hey, Doc. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? If that's the case, just let me do it instead. Luffy shouted in frustration. Nami chimed in, yeah, you'll just get in the way, don't go over there. Sanji's almost ready. Even Dr. Kurha looked worried. This guy was being reckless. Rushing in like this wasn't a rescue. It was suicide. But despite her thoughts, she still felt a bit touched. Veer's actions showed just how much he cared about Chopper. And in her eyes, that was proof of a true mentor. But Veer ignored all their protests. He had to move. Because Chopper was about to be crushed. Wapol was towering over him, holding a massive hammer made from the castle walls. He had just devoured part of the structure and used his Baku Baku no Mi to transform it into a colossal weapon. It was 3 times the size of a standard kitchen stove. And he was swinging it down with full force, intending to end Chopper in one blow. Muhahaha, you freak of nature. Die. Wapol leaped into the air and brought the Thunder Crescent smash crashing down. Chopper, now back in his smallest brain point form, squeezed his eyes shut. He couldn't dodge. Master, I haven't even finished learning from you yet. Am I really going to die here? At the brink of death, that was the only thought that crossed his mind. But the pain never came. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes. A tall figure stood in front of him. That enormous hammer had been stopped midair, held back by a single foot. Against the sheer size of the weapon, Veer's silhouette looked small. But no matter how hard Wapol pressed down, the hammer refused to move an inch. Luffy, Nami, and Kurha, all of them were wide-eyed in complete shock. What the hell is happening? Nami screamed in disbelief. He's just a doctor? How does he have that much strength? That hammer is huge. Even Luffy, who rarely got surprised, was utterly stunned. He had always thought Veer was just some frail doctor. But now, Veer's power had shattered that perception. Even Kurha couldn't believe what she was seeing. Was this guy really that strong? Hands in his pockets, using only his leg, Veer turned slightly to face Chopper. Watch closely, Chopper. A doctor who only knows how to heal isn't a real doctor. Some diseases can only be cured with fists and kicks. Chapter 12:12. Am I this fierce? After speaking, Veer spun around, redirecting Wapol's massive hammer to the side. Due to inertia, Wapol stumbled to Veer's side, completely off balance. At that moment, Veer's spinning kick was already aimed straight at Wapol's face. Leg reinforcement. Veer muttered under his breath. Just before his kick connected, his right leg visibly swelled, muscles expanding in an instant. Wapol felt an unstoppable force crashing onto him. His face twisted in absolute horror. His entire face distorted severely. The impact was so strong that his mouth was nearly kicked up to his forehead. With a loud bang, Wapol's entire body vanished from sight, sent flying. At that moment, Luffy and his crew's mouths all formed an O shape. What just happened? What just happened? What just happened? For a moment, they all felt like they were channeling Frankie's dramatic reactions, wanting to shout out loud, what the hell? Veer, who didn't look the least bit muscular, who even seemed a bit scholarly, had just sent Wapol flying hundreds of meters with a single kick. Luffy's jaw literally hit the ground with a thunk. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This doctor seems a little off, doesn't he? Nami's lips twitched slightly, her voice trembling. The sheer force of Veer's kick had shattered the snow around him, revealing the brown earth underneath. Yeah, he's definitely different. Dr. Kurha also nodded in agreement. Behind Veer, Chopper's tiny eyes widened to their limits. He knew it. His master was the greatest. At this moment, Chopper's admiration for Veer skyrocketed once again, elevating him to a godlike status. Sanji, who had been drowning in despair, was momentarily snapped out of it after witnessing Veer's attack. His expression turned complex. Kick techniques? He actually knows kick techniques? And he's even stronger than me? But why do his kicks look so similar to mine? Even Veer himself was shocked by what he had just done. Am I really this strong? I only gained 3 combat abilities so far, and I'm already this powerful. Chopper, watch closely and learn well. This is your first lesson from me. After saying that, Veer charged towards Wapol once more. Chopper was left behind, staring at Veer's retreating figure, his eyes twinkling like stars. Big bro treats me so well, I have to learn properly. Wapol, after being sent flying for hundreds of meters, finally came to a stop. His face was racked with pain, and before he could even recover, he saw a spinning figure rapidly descending from the sky towards him. Stop! Stop right there! Wapol screamed in terror, but it was completely useless. In the blink of an eye, Veer, spinning midair, descended with a devastating axe kick, smashing straight onto Wapol's head. The overwhelming force compressed Wapol's body rapidly. He became flatter and flatter. His vision blurred, his teeth shattered, and a massive gush of blood spewed from his mouth. Under the sheer impact of the attack, a deep dent caved into the middle of his skull. His eyes rolled back, and in moments, he completely lost consciousness. Seeing Wapol collapse, unable to move, everyone was dumbfounded. 2 moves? Chopper found it utterly unbelievable. That guy had just given him a brutal beating earlier. Yet to Veer, it was as if Wapol was merely an itch to be scratched. And now, in just 2 kicks, Wapol was completely out of commission. This is ridiculous. At this moment, Chopper truly realized the vast difference between himself and Veer. Veer landed next to Wapol's unconscious body, his interest fading. 2 moves, and he's already down. I wanted to test my strength a little more. Guess I'll have to wait for another chance. Looking at Wapol, who was out cold, Veer casually launched another kick, sending him soaring through the air. Whoosh! Wapol arced through the sky before plummeting off the mountain, vanishing from sight. Clapping his hands, Veer turned towards Chopper. Look at this kid. Injured again. Guess I'll have to treat him. Honestly, it's perfect. Veer grinned widely. As a legendary doctor, saving lives is my mission? However, as Veer approached, beaming, Chopper's look of admiration quickly turned into one of fear. Crap. I got hurt again. Chopper's heart sank in despair. Who knew what kind of treatment his master would use this time? Though getting treated was terrifying, at least he could experience his master's techniques firsthand. That's not a bad deal. Chopper tried to comfort himself. Veer walked over and grabbed Chopper by his tiny antlers, lifting him up effortlessly. Come on, let's get you checked out. Veer's tone was lighthearted. Oh okay, big bro. Chopper's face was filled with reluctance, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Back inside the hut, everyone looked at Veer differently now. Luffy, who had been somewhat normal earlier, now had a devout expression, as if worshipping a deity. He found this pickaxe-wielding doctor utterly fascinating. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Veer first turned to look at Sanji. Right now, he only had one thing on his mind. Sanji? Your kick techniques are amazing, they're incredibly useful. If Sanji knew what he was thinking, he would probably respond. Useful? Huh. I traded my lifelong self-esteem for those, damn it. Veer patted the collapsed Sanji on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, looks are just an outer shell. The soul is what truly attracts people, Sanji. Hearing this, Sanji, who had been lying motionless, finally reacted. Slowly, he lifted his head to look at Veer. However, as soon as Veer saw Sanji's face, he quickly turned his head away. His gaze became evasive. He didn't dare look for too long, he might actually vomit. Sanji, noticing this, was instantly enraged. Didn't you just say appearances don't matter? Look at me, you coward. Sanji shouted in frustration, trying to awaken whatever sense of morality Veer had. But morality? Veer never had any to begin with. Seeing Sanji's despair, Veer decided to reveal the truth. Actually, the effects of that potion only last for a day. You will be back to normal by tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji, who had been drowning in despair, suddenly changed. His dead eyes regained their sparkle, his defeated expression turned into a beaming smile, and his life regained meaning. Sanji only had one thought. Ladies, your prince is back. Really? Sanji asked excitedly. Nah, I was just messing with you. Sanji's joy shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Veer heard a familiar sound in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 negative points. Nice. Profit secured. No, I'm serious this time. Look at the bottle, it says it right there. Seeing Sanji's foot about to launch at him, Veer quickly clarified. Sanji grabbed the bottle and, sure enough, it said lasts for 1 day. His expression cleared up instantly. Gripping the bottle tightly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just wait. Tomorrow, the world's most handsome man will return. Chapter 13:13, What if I'm an animal too? Sanji immediately regained his usual high-spirited demeanor. As long as this wasn't a permanent change to his face, then there was still hope in life. Everyone was happy again. Veer was happy. Sanji was happy. Saving people was all about enjoyment. If you're happy, I'm happy, simple as that. Veer was practically blooming with joy. The amount of negative points he had harvested from Sanji had already exceeded what he had collected from everyone else combined. Looks like as long as the right pressure is applied, negative points flood in like crazy. For Sanji's future sustainable development, Veer once again exchanged for a pack of cigarettes from the shop and tossed it to him. Here, take it. This is my treasured good stuff. Sanji caught the pack in one swift motion. Opening it up, he lit one with some hesitation. But the moment he took a drag, his horrified expression instantly shifted to wide-eyed astonishment. What was this sensation? So smooth, so silky, there was actually a cigarette this good in the world? Everything he had smoked before absolute garbage? At this moment, Sanji's appreciation for fine tobacco ascended to a whole new level. He had never tasted such quality before, and now that he had, it completely blew his mind. Even his previous frustrations vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. His face now bore an expression of pure bliss. The cigarettes in the One Piece world always seemed strong and harsh. Good stuff? This is really good stuff. Sanji couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the full pack in his hand, he treated it like a precious treasure, carefully tucking it away. The way he looked at Veer had also changed, no longer carrying any grudges. He felt as if he had found a true kindred spirit. If Veer weren't busy, Sanji would have already wrapped an arm around his shoulder and called him brother. At this moment, Veer turned his gaze toward Chopper and placed him on the couch where Nami had been lying just moments before. All right, Chopper, tell me where it hurts. Let your master take a look. As he spoke, he opened his medical kit. The sight sent a shudder down Chopper's spine. Be big bro, I'm fine. Just some warm water, and I'll be good. Chopper's voice trembled, his face full of fear. Veer took one look at Chopper's bruised and battered face, the gash on his forehead, and the clearly broken arm. He shook his head helplessly. Forget it. I'll just do a quick fix this time. The rest, you can handle on your own. Hearing this, Chopper instantly perked up. Got it? Thanks, big bro. I'll take care of my own bandages and everything. Chopper was all smiles, his expression shifting at lightning speed. A quick bandage job from big bro, and then I'll handle the rest myself. Easy? Perfect? No need to experience that giant syringe again. Just a simple bandage, how easy could it be? But then he saw Veer pull out a bottle of disinfectant teeming with bacteria and some bandages that looked like they had been used on hundreds of people before. Chopper's expression instantly turned to sheer terror. Every hair on his body stood on end. His body instinctively began to retreat. Here we go, just a quick disinfection, and then I'll wrap it up with these bandages. Veer spoke casually, grabbing Chopper's head to start the procedure. Poor Chopper, there was nothing he could do except continuously generate negative points for Veer. His face was filled with despair, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. He never expected that even for something as simple as a bandage, his big bro could make it this terrifying. Big bro, I have bandages. I have disinfectant. Can we use mine instead? Please. Chopper pleaded desperately, struggling against Veer's grip. Nope, mine is more effective. Veer's medical supplies were practically designed to maximize psychological trauma. He didn't know why, but they worked. No way he was switching to Chopper's clean supplies now, and so, he got to work. In no time at all, after some quick and efficient handiwork, Chopper's battle-damaged version was ready. The bandages wrapped around him were tattered and full of stories. Chopper had now become a reindeer with a tale to tell. He sat silently in a corner, quietly wiping away tears. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've received 200 negative points. Nice. Just for wrapping some bandages, he got 200 points? That was a solid haul. Even Dr. Kurha, upon seeing Chopper wrapped up like this, didn't say a word against it. Maybe this was some kind of advanced medical technique she had never seen before. Perhaps old bandages improved recovery somehow? Veer was in a fantastic mood, watching Chopper squat in the corner, utterly dejected. Seeing his disciple like this did make him feel a little guilty, though. Fine, he should at least do something to cheer him up. Veer pulled something out and handed it over. Don't say your master is too strict. Here, this is for you. Eat up. Chopper had been miserably drawing circles in the dirt, feeling extremely down over the weird bandages covering him. He really wanted to rip them off but was afraid his big bro would scold him, so he endured. Then suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted over. Chopper unconsciously closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Sniff, sniff. His eyes lit up. Is that? Don't say your master. Before Veer could even finish speaking, Chopper had already turned around and saw him holding out something. Hearing Veer's words and seeing the offering, Chopper was deeply moved. Big bro. He's actually such a nice guy. Chopper grabbed it and started licking it enthusiastically. His pitiful expression vanished instantly, replaced by the happy grin of an adorable reindeer. Huh? What's with those bandages? They're practically falling apart. How can they be used for treatment? Luffy, who had been watching for a while, finally spoke up in confusion. Hearing someone doubt his incredibly gentle master, Chopper momentarily stopped eating and immediately defended Veer. My master's supplies are top-notch. I'm feeling great right now. Chopper stood with his hooves on his hips, looking serious. Master had just given him something good to eat, so there was no way he was going to sit back and let others question him. But instead of arguing, Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? So if I get wrapped in those bandages, nothing bad will happen? Whoa ho ho, that's amazing. Doctor, wrap me up too. I wanna see what it feels like. Luffy was thrilled he couldn't wait to try it himself. Nami, standing nearby, immediately bonked him on the head with a loud smack. Are you insane? What if it only works for animals? Luffy clutched his head in pain, looking wronged. But what if I'm an animal too? Veer, this situation might be getting out of hand. Chapter 14:14. No way. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Veer felt a headache coming on. This guy, he really doesn't fear anything, huh? How was he supposed to get negative points from him? How was he supposed to leave a psychological scar? If things went on like this, wouldn't he be at a huge loss? This was worse than winning 1,000,000 berries in the lottery, only to have the wind blow it away. The things in his worn-out medical kit actually had no effect on Luffy? This. No way, he had to test it. Just one try, and he'd know for sure. Let's see if this guy is really as fearless as he claims. That's not just for animals. Of course, humans can use it too. Come, I'll help you bandage your hands and feet. Saying that, Veer pulled Luffy onto the couch. Nami and Sanji both tensed up at the scene. Their captain wasn't about to get treated to death, was he? That medical kit looked terrifying. Even the disinfectant had small bugs wriggling inside it. Would this really be okay? Their hearts were already in their throats. But Luffy, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. In fact, he even had an amused smile on his face. Hurry up, Doc. I wanna be like that reindeer too. When I get back, Zoro and the others are gonna be so shocked. Ha 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 ha. He clapped his hands excitedly while stretching out all four limbs. Veer, seeing this, finally confirmed this guy was truly fearless. With a sigh, he rubbed his forehead. It looked like getting through to Luffy would be a long journey. Even as he thought about it, his hands didn't stop moving. He disinfected each of Luffy's fingers and toes, even as tiny bugs crawled over the cleaned wounds. Luffy, instead of freaking out, looked amazed. Doctor, are these bugs helping to heal my wounds? That's awesome. Ha 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 ha. Veer didn't bother responding. He had already given up. He just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. 1 bandage, 2 bandages. Soon enough, all of Luffy's wounds were wrapped up. Not that he was really injured to begin with, he had just climbed a ridiculously high mountain while carrying 2 people with his bare hands. Now that his hands and feet were bandaged, he'd recover soon enough. Given how absurdly strong his core was, he'd be fine in a few days. Veer wasn't about to waste his negative points buying medicine for this guy. All done. Veer stood up after finishing. Luffy, looking at his neatly wrapped hands and feet, jumped up excitedly. His face lit up with joy. Oi, it really doesn't hurt. Chopper, look, I have them too. Ha 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 ha. He grabbed Chopper's hoof and shook it, grinning ear to ear. But just then, mid-jump, he suddenly froze. Something crossed his mind. He turned to look at Veer, who was packing up his tools. Doc. All 3 of us got treated by you. So, how much does the medical bill come to? Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up. Paying for medical treatment was only natural, after all. She loved money, but that didn't mean she was stingy about necessary expenses. What surprised her was that her block-headed captain actually thought about paying. Unbelievable. His brain was finally working for once. But Veer, without even glancing at them, casually finished packing and waved a hand. Money? Forget it, we're all buddies here. Huh? Nami's eyes lit up even more. A doctor? Handsome? And doesn't charge for treatment. Apart from his slightly brutal methods, he was practically her ideal type. Really? Luffy's jaw dropped, stunned by Veer's generosity. In his mind, fixing up so many injuries so quickly should have cost a lot. But Veer said it was free. Luffy found this guy even more interesting now. He liked him more and more. Their crew needed a doctor, didn't they? If they had a doctor, they wouldn't have had to waste time coming all the way to this island. Luffy had already made up his mind about inviting Veer to join them. Meanwhile, Chopper remained unnoticed. Just as Luffy was about to extend the invitation, a loud explosion rang out from outside. The noise immediately drew everyone's attention. Who? Someone else is here. Luffy rolled up his sleeves and headed for the door. But the moment he stepped outside and saw who it was, his anger vanished. His face instantly broke into a huge grin. Whoa, Zoro, Usopp, Vivi. Shouting excitedly, he sprinted over. Hearing Luffy's call, Veer also looked outside. A large group of people stood there. At the front was Dalton, the Ushi no Mi model, bison user. He looked weak, his injuries still visible. Those wounds had been inflicted by Wapol's men. But fortunately, he had been treated by the 20 Drum Island doctors. It seemed those 20 had finally had a change of heart and saved him when he was on the brink of death. After waking up, Dalton had immediately set out for Drum Castle because Wapol was here. He had to drive that tyrant away. On the way, he encountered the Straw Hats, and they all took the cable car up together. Dalton glanced at Luffy, then at the slightly damaged castle gate. But Wapol was nowhere to be seen. Was the battle already over? His face showed a hint of confusion. The citizens behind him wore the same bewildered expression. Where was Wapol? At that moment, the rest of the group inside the castle stepped outside. Zoro's eyes landed on Nami, who looked completely fine, and his face filled with shock. Oi, how is it that you look totally recovered? Weren't you on the verge of death just a while ago? The mosshead was utterly confused. Usopp also found it unbelievable. Did you take some kind of miracle medicine? How are you already back to full health? Vivi, too, was baffled. As a princess, she had seen many doctors, but she had never heard of a fever being cured this fast. That's right, Vivi was still with them, heading toward Alabasta as their next destination. Seeing their shocked expressions, Luffy grinned from ear to ear. He, awesome, right? Even I think it's amazing. It's all thanks to that doctor. Then, in a lower voice, he added, I'm thinking of inviting him onto our ship. Hearing this, the group's eyes instantly shifted to Veer. The first thing they noticed. Handsome. Veer had flowing hair, a lean but strong build, and wore a long white coat. On his feet, a pair of universally recognized, top-tier flip-flops. Right now, he stood with one hand in his pocket, casually looking their way. In his other hand, a somewhat battered medical kit that looked unsettling. Then, Luffy excitedly recounted how Veer had treated Nami. Expressions on the crew's faces began to shift. Their gazes toward Veer started to change. This calm, good-looking doctor had treated people in such a brutal way. Just as they were still processing this, Sanji's face appeared in their view. For a moment, the air fell completely silent. Chapter 15:15. Are you crazy? Pfft. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Zoro was the first to lose it, bursting into a loud, mocking laugh. That laugh made Sanji's fists clench tighter and tighter. Ha 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 ha, curly-browed pervert cook, what the hell happened to you? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying here. Zoro was laughing so hard he could barely stand straight, slapping his thigh repeatedly. Hearing his reaction, the others finally snapped out of their confusion. That person was Sanji. They hadn't recognized him at all. Only Zoro had managed to tell at a glance that it was Sanji. Just a moment ago, they had assumed it was some hideous freak wearing Sanji's clothes. Mosshead, laugh one more time, I dare you. Sanji couldn't take it anymore. He launched himself forward in a slide, closing the distance instantly. His right leg shot out in a kick aimed straight at Zoro's face. Zoro wasn't about to back down either. He drew his swords, clashing with Sanji midair. All the while, he kept making comments about Sanji's face. Sanji's expression darkened further and further. Luffy, seeing things escalate, decided to step in. Oi, oi, Zoro, Sanji's face looks like that because of the side effects of the doctor's treatment. Quit making fun of him. Hearing that, Zoro immediately jumped back, his expression turning into one of shock. He turned to look at Veer, who had one hand casually stuffed into his pocket. Side effects? A doctor's treatment had side effects like this? Zoro suddenly thought of something and his expression became serious. Usopp's reaction mirrored his face also became grim. Oi, Luffy, did you just say you were thinking about making him our ship's doctor? Zoro glanced at Sanji's face again. A chill ran down his spine. This kind of doctor. Has Luffy lost his mind? Yeah, he's really interesting. Look, he even patched up my wounds. Did a great job too. Zoro looked at Luffy's arms and legs, which were wrapped in several layers of bandages. Something inside the bandages seemed to be wriggling. Zoro's eyes widened instantly. Usopp outright screamed and quickly backed away from Luffy. Oi, Luffy, something is moving inside your bandages. Luffy remained completely unfazed, even going so far as to explain it to them. Oh, you mean this? There are little bugs inside. They help with healing. As he spoke, Luffy casually unwrapped one of the bandages to show them what was inside. The moment she saw it, Vivi immediately vomited on the spot, her eyes filled with horror. Ugh. The other two were also visibly terrified, their stomachs churning. But they barely managed to hold it in. Now that I unwrapped it, I can't put it back on. I'll have to ask the doctor to bandage it again later. What a hassle. Luffy casually mused about having Veer redo the bandages. Zoro's eyes were practically burning with rage at this point. Oi, are you insane, Luffy? Look at what's inside those bandages. You might die any second. And you actually want this guy on our crew? Are you trying to shorten our lifespans? If the enemies don't kill us, we'll end up dying by his hands sooner or later. Zoro shouted in frustration, but Luffy remained unfazed. He continued trying to convince them about Veer's abilities. It might seem a little weird, but my wounds really did heal fast. Zoro, you get injured all the time. If we have him, you won't have to worry about that anymore. Look at Sanji and Nami, they've completely recovered. He's an amazing doctor. I'm definitely making him join us. Luffy was completely ignoring Zoro's protests. Only he knew just how incredible Veer was. And he's really strong too. He's the one who took down that king just now. Huh? Zoro and Usopp turned to look at Veer in disbelief. That scrawny guy defeated Wapol? Isn't he just a doctor? Since when do doctors fight? The two of them were clearly skeptical. But behind them, Dalton and his group immediately surrounded them. What did you just say? Who defeated Wapol? Dalton's face was filled with urgency. Wapol was someone he had to get rid of no matter what. As long as Wapol remained, this country would never know peace. That was why Dalton had rushed over despite his injuries. Now, hearing that someone had taken down Wapol, of course he was desperate to know who. Oh, the doctor did? The one in the white coat? Just now, he took down that so-called king in only 2 moves. He's super strong, ha ha ha. Upon hearing that, everyone froze in place. 2 moves? Someone actually took down Wapol. And did it in just 2 moves? Just how strong was this guy? Everyone turned to look at Veer in unison. The young man in the white coat, standing there lost in thought. Even Zoro found it hard to believe. That bizarre doctor was actually that strong? Even he couldn't pull something like that off. Zoro was confident that he could defeat Wapol, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. Yet that guy had crushed him in just 2 moves? For real? He was skeptical, but this was Luffy saying it. And Luffy wouldn't lie. That guy really only needed 2 moves. Oi, Zoro, could you pull that off? Usopp, still in shock, turned to ask. Zoro didn't answer, but his deeply furrowed brows said it all. No, he couldn't. Hiss. Usopp sucked in a sharp breath. To him, Zoro and Luffy were about the same in strength. If Zoro couldn't do it, then Luffy probably couldn't either. If Luffy really recruited him, wouldn't that make Veer the strongest one on the ship? As they were each lost in thought, Dalton suddenly walked up to Veer. His expression was filled with emotion. Standing before Veer, the doctor tilted his head in confusion. What was this guy up to? Why did he look so moved? Just as he was about to ask. With a loud thud, Dalton suddenly dropped to his knees before Veer. The sight startled Veer. And it shocked everyone present. Dude, you're just gonna kneel like that? However, Dr. Kurha didn't seem surprised at all. She had likely expected this outcome. This man had dedicated everything to his country. Now that someone had rid him of a problem he couldn't solve on his own, showing gratitude in this way wasn't surprising. Thank you, for what you've done for this country. As he spoke, Dalton, still gravely injured, lowered his head and bowed deeply to Veer. Veer finally registered what was happening but still felt like this was a bit much. All he did was get rid of Wapol. Wasn't this reaction overkill? What he didn't realize was just how much suffering Wapol had inflicted upon this country. Chapter 16:16, Don't call me doctor, call me Veer. The citizens in the back all widened their eyes in shock. Captain Dalton. They shouted in disbelief, some feeling that this had gone a little too far. A few even considered stepping forward to stop Dalton, but he silenced them all with just a look. Dalton ignored the crowd and instead raised his head to look at Veer, his expression filled with gratitude. That bastard Walpole has inflicted an immeasurable wound upon this country. Yet as the captain of the guards, I was powerless to stop him. But now, you have defeated him. We cannot thank you enough. You are the hero of this entire nation. Dalton's words came straight from the heart, expressing both his helplessness and his immense gratitude toward Veer. Hearing this, Veer couldn't help but find the man rather decent. He patted Dalton on the shoulder and pulled him up. Seeing Dalton's emotional expression, Veer responded, it was just a casual move. No need to be so formal. Dalton, assuming Veer didn't realize the gravity of his actions, was about to explain further when Veer raised a hand to cut him off. All right, I get it. No need to keep talking about it. That so-called king isn't dead yet. I just kicked him down the mountain. If you search now, you might still find him. With that, Veer directly pushed Dalton toward the ropeway. Dalton had intended to express his gratitude a bit more, but Veer simply didn't give him the chance. Two grown men getting all sentimental? Just thinking about it made Veer uncomfortable. Dalton, seeing Veer's attitude, understood that he didn't like being fussed over. Though he was full of gratitude, he could only keep it to himself. With no other choice, Dalton signaled to his men, and the group quickly set off. They had to find Walpole. If that guy escaped, their country would never truly be at peace. Just as they had arrived in force, they now left in force. Before departing, Dalton cast a deep gaze at Veer. Though it was clearly a look of gratitude, it made Veer uneasy. Just now, this big guy had knelt before him in front of so many people. That was so awkward, he almost wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in a 3-room apartment. This kind of thing was just unbearable. He had already decided that if this happened again, he'd let Chopper handle it. Let Chopper take the embarrassment while he just watched from the sidelines. This kind of thing was top-tier torture. Only after Dalton disappeared from sight did Veer finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Luffy and the others walked over. Dr. Kurha didn't let everyone keep standing in the cold wind. She waved them inside. Come on, don't just stand out there. With that, she led the way into the house. Everyone followed closely behind. Once in the living room and seated, Luffy wasted no time and got straight to the point. Doctor, do you want to join my crew? Our ship needs a doctor. Hearing Luffy's words, only Usopp and Zoro showed a reaction. Sanji and Nami, having already benefited from Veer, had no objections to him joining. Though his treatment was painful. Still, considering the things Veer had provided afterward, the pain was somewhat bearable. As for Zoro, there was nothing to say. Though he resisted at first, though he had his doubts, he wouldn't argue with the captain's decision. A captain's choice was not something he would oppose. That left only Usopp, who had no say in the matter. He could only tremble and hope that Veer would reject Luffy's outrageous invitation. Veer's lips curled slightly at Luffy's words, but inside, he was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, here it comes. I knew it. Luffy loves recruiting all kinds of weird and wonderful people onto his ship. Joining the Straw Hat Pirates? Easy as pie. Everything is under control. Though he was thrilled inside, Veer remained outwardly calm, even pretending to be startled by Luffy's words. Huh? You want me to be a pirate with you? What's so great about being a pirate? Veer looked reluctant as he spoke. Seeing his reaction, Luffy panicked. It was clear he really wanted Veer to join. Being a pirate is awesome. Pirates get to go on adventures. Pirates get to eat and sleep. Luffy racked his brain trying to convince Veer, but he just couldn't come up with another reason why being a pirate was appealing. The thrill of being chased? The rush of surviving a storm? The excitement of unexpected encounters? Luffy genuinely couldn't think of something that would attract a normal person. Convincing someone to join his crew was proving difficult. How about this? Luffy said, reaching into his pants and pulling out a massive piece of meat he had swiped from Kurha's house. I'll give you this meat. If you join my crew, I'll make sure you always have good food. Luffy looked like he was making the ultimate sacrifice, as if this piece of meat was his very life. The others, hearing this, had the same deadpan expression. You? Give up meat? You're offering him food? Look at the pained expression on your face. If you're already like this over one piece of stolen meat, once he's actually on the ship, you probably wouldn't even let him have a bone to chew on. Just when everyone thought Veer would refuse, Veer spoke up. Eating a piece of meat you just pulled out of your pants? No thanks, not interested. But if you just need a doctor, I suppose joining your crew wouldn't be too much trouble. He hadn't expected Luffy to be so desperate that he'd pull out his last bit of food stash. This guy really went all in. If this dragged on any longer, Veer was afraid he might pull out something even more questionable. Or worse. Well, let's not go there. Agreeing now made sense. Their next stop was Alabasta, a place that could provide him with an immense power boost. Not to mention the many useful devil fruits that could be obtained. If he could snag one or two, it'd be a huge win. Hearing Veer's response, Zoro, who had been about to stand, sat back down. He glanced at Veer with a hint of approval. Regardless of what kind of person this doctor was, at least he had the sense to reject Luffy's offer of a vice-captain position. That alone earned Zoro's respect. The others all looked relieved as well. Luffy, upon hearing Veer's agreement, immediately cheered. So that means you're joining? Ha ha ha, we have a doctor now? No more worrying about getting sick or injured. Luffy clapped his hands excitedly, his face beaming with joy. His infectious laughter lifted everyone's spirits, making them all smile. Don't call me doctor. Just call me Veer. Chapter 1717, say that again, and I'll rip your mouth off. Veer, you're officially the doctor on our ship now. When we get back, we have to throw a grand feast to celebrate. Ah ha ha ha. Luffy had finally corrected how he addressed Veer and was already planning a welcome party for him. However, Veer didn't respond to Luffy. Instead, he turned to his little apprentice. Chopper, your master is heading out to sea for adventure. As soon as Veer spoke those words, Chopper's eyes trembled, and tears began welling up. Big brother, Big bro is leaving. Am I going to be abandoned again? Chopper looked heartbroken, overwhelmed by a feeling he couldn't put into words. All he wanted at that moment was to find a corner, hide, and cry his heart out. Oh okay, master, safe travels. Even though Chopper wanted to cry, he forced himself to hold back his tears and responded to Veer. After speaking, he trotted away with his tiny legs, pretending to be carefree, heading back to his room. His small back, however, carried a deep loneliness. Where are you going? How are you going to learn medicine if you don't follow me? Chopper's tiny legs halted mid-step. He didn't turn around, but his shoulders trembled. It was obvious he was crying. Finally, Chopper spun around and ran toward Veer, throwing himself into his arms. I thought you were abandoning me? Why Chopper bawled his eyes out, snot and tears smearing all over Veer's clothes. Veer's eyes widened as he watched Chopper rub his face all over him. He had half a mind to smack him, but seeing how sad Chopper was, he held back. Fine. I'll just make sure he washes my clothes later. With that thought, Veer patted Chopper's back gently. I would never abandon you. Once a big brother, always a father. Rest assured, I see you as my own. Hearing those words, Chopper cried even harder. No one had ever treated him this well before. His tiny world had always been shrouded in darkness. Every time he found a bit of light, it was quickly snuffed out. Dr. Kurha watched the two embrace and smiled in satisfaction. This kid. He's someone worth entrusting Chopper to. The others also picked up on the pain in Chopper's voice and couldn't help but look at him with sympathy. What kind of hardships had this little guy gone through to be so terrified of being abandoned? Veer, still holding Chopper, looked toward Luffy and wiped his hands on his coat. Bringing my little apprentice aboard shouldn't be a problem, right? You can see for yourself he's still young and needs to stay with me. Chopper momentarily stopped crying and peeked out from Veer's embrace, nervously watching Luffy. He looked uneasy, afraid that Luffy might refuse. But Luffy had no objections. In fact, he enthusiastically raised both hands and feet in agreement. Of course, this talking reindeer is super interesting. We just got 2 new crewmates at once. This is awesome. Ha 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 ha. Chopper finally smiled. The weight in his heart lifted. He could continue learning medicine from his master. But then, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Dr. Kurha. Right. He hadn't asked for her permission yet. If she didn't allow it, he wouldn't be able to go. His eyes hesitated. He wanted to ask but was scared she would refuse. Seeing his expression, how could Dr. Kurha not know what was on his mind? However, instead of giving a heartfelt speech about being reluctant to part with him, she simply put on a stern face and glared at Chopper. Then, out of nowhere, she shouted, "What are you looking at? You think I care about you? All you ever do is cause trouble. You nearly got yourself killed just trying to gather some herbs? You're not just stupid, you've got a bleeding heart, too. Even when I ask you to help mix medicine, you keep messing it up. The only thing you do here is eat my food? Get out of here already." She then stood up angrily and stumped off toward the back room. Everyone was stunned by the sudden outburst. What's with this doctor? Why is she suddenly so mad? They all exchanged bewildered glances, unable to understand why Dr. Kurha was suddenly raging. Chopper, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. He stood frozen, staring blankly in the direction she had disappeared. He didn't realize she had such a low opinion of him. So, I really am useless? Before he could process it, Dr. Kurha came storming back, dragging a bag from his room. All of you, get out of my house. Now. Everyone was thrown into confusion again, but seeing how furious she was, none of them dared to argue. One by one, they shuffled toward the exit. Dr. Kurha then turned to Chopper and kept shouting, "Hurry up and leave. Take your stupid bag with you. Don't ever come back. A useless brat like you would only make a mess if you stayed." She then hurled a medical kit straight at Veer. Veer instinctively raised Chopper up to catch it, but Chopper was still in shock and got smacked in the face by the kit. Seeing it fall, Veer quickly caught it before it hit the ground. He didn't dare linger. Holding Chopper tightly, he ran for the door. Because Dr. Kurha had already started hurling axes at them from the walls, Veer was absolutely stunned. A 140-year-old granny was chucking axes at a bunch of 20-year-olds with terrifying accuracy. "Chopper, stop standing there. Get the sled moving. If you don't, you're gonna end up in my infirmary." Veer shouted at Chopper, who had been wallowing in sadness. The moment Chopper heard the last part, his eyes widened. He immediately leaped off Veer and transformed into his reindeer form, sprinting toward the nearby sled. Veer jumped onto it first. Chopper quickly caught up to Luffy and the others, picking them all up onto the sled. Seeing how fast Chopper was running, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had made it to the ropes leading down the mountain. Chopper moved across them effortlessly. But just as they thought they were safe, a sharp axe came hurtling through the air and embedded itself into the front of the sled with a loud thunk. Veer felt a chill run down his spine as the axe barely missed his ear. Luffy, on the other hand, found it hilarious. Ah ha ha ha, this old lady is amazing, she's so strong, I kinda wanna invite her onto the ship. Ha 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 ha. But just as he finished speaking, another axe smacked him right on the head. Thankfully, it hit the back and only left a giant lump. Luffy clutched his head in pain. From above, a faint voice could still be heard. I am a youthful 139-year-old maiden? Call me an old lady again, and I'll rip your mouth off. Chapter 18:18, You're actually eating it? Just like that, the group quickly disappeared into the vast, snowy landscape. Standing alone in the snow, a fair youthful maiden silently shed tears. Chopper, you shouldn't be bound here. Set sail for the ocean. The sea can wash away all your pain. With that, she turned around with a hint of sorrow and walked back into the wide, empty living room. At that moment, she noticed something on the table. It was a case of Fishin Mutai liquor left behind by Veer. That brat? At least he has a conscience. But why does this feel like I'm sending off a daughter for marriage? Let's buy some supplies first. Didn't we say we're having a feast? The ship's provisions are running low. Sanji, with his unusually ugly face, thanks to his current predicament, was finally feeling a little better. He pointed out the issue of food shortages on the ship. All right, we'll buy some on our way back? Ha 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 ha, feast, feast. Luffy had already forgotten what had just happened and was back to looking like a starving ghost. Hearing this, Chopper immediately changed direction and dashed towards the food stalls. Meanwhile, Veer sat alone at the rear, deep in thought. Actually, he was checking how many negative points he had left. Negative points balance, 3,570. Over 3,000. Just from this one trip, he had earned more than 3,000 points. It turns out that earning these points is closely tied to strength. Luffy and the others weren't that strong yet, and he had already racked up this many points. Just Sanji and Nami alone had contributed over 3,000 negative points. Once they grow stronger, wouldn't this mean that earning tens of thousands at a time would be the norm? By then, the shop will be mine to raid. That wouldn't just be an empty boast? Plus, he had gained Sanji's physical abilities and kicking techniques, combined with Chopper's leg enhancements and Nami's financial expertise. That's a total of 4 new abilities. This time, he only saved his teammates. He completely forgot about Wapol. If he had saved that guy too, he could have squeezed even more benefits out of this. The next destination, Alabasta. He had to go all out there. Mr. 2, Bone Clay, Mr. 3, Crocodile, and Robin. All of them were potential targets for extraction. Of course, Robin wouldn't be an enemy for long. If he could steal even one of their abilities, it would be an epic level power boost. Even if he couldn't, just obtaining some of their combat strength would be a huge improvement. And then there were his teammates. They were bound to get injured, right? He could save them again? Hiss. Veer couldn't even imagine how strong he would become after this whole ordeal. Even though the abilities he acquired were random, there was no way his luck would be so bad that he wouldn't get any combat-related skills, right? Besides, if he remembered correctly, Ace would also be there. Ace was a major character with immense strength. If he could heal Ace, that would be a massive, skyrocketing boost. Not just in terms of negative points, but also in terms of the abilities he could acquire from Ace. It would be pure bliss. But Ace was so powerful, getting him injured wouldn't be easy. If he didn't get hurt, Veer wouldn't have a reason to intervene. He had to figure out a way. But how do you make someone as overwhelmingly strong as Ace take damage? In Alabasta, there was practically no one capable of doing that. Ace was practically untouchable. Veer racked his brain for a long time but still couldn't come up with an answer. This was ridiculously difficult. He was like a level 10 minion trying to figure out how to get a level 70 or 80 boss to take damage. This was completely beyond his capabilities. Veer eventually gave up thinking about it. Feeling the cold wind against his face, he instinctively pulled his coat tighter around him. Gurgle. A loud stomach growl drew everyone's attention. If it had been Luffy, no one would have noticed, but this time, the sound came from Veer. Veer awkwardly rubbed his stomach. After all this running around, he was actually getting hungry. It was already late afternoon, and he hadn't had lunch yet. After being busy for so long, his stomach was finally protesting. Are you hungry, Veer? But we don't have any food right now. We'll have to wait until we're back on the ship. I'm telling you, Sanji's cooking is amazing. Just thinking about it is making me drool. Luffy, the bottomless pit, was actually starving too, but since there was no food available, he had to endure it. But at that moment, Veer suddenly remembered that he had put 2 sandwiches Chopper made into his medical box earlier. Oh, right. I have 2 sandwiches. Chopper made them for me. Do you want one? Luffy's eyes instantly lit up. He stared at Veer with a face full of excitement. Really? Haha, awesome. Let's split them. Veer grabbed his medical box, opened it, and pulled out the 2 sandwiches. But the moment he lifted the box, the expressions of everyone around him changed slightly. Just slightly. But when he actually took out the sandwiches, their faces underwent a drastic change. Sanji and Zoro, who were closest to him, instinctively took a step forward. What Veer pulled out was simply horrifying. First, both sandwiches were covered in thick mold. The layers of fungus made it nearly impossible to recognize the original bread underneath. Then there were the fillings inside. One of them contained a delicate, pale hand lying still within the sandwich. A few slender fingers drooped out from the side. The nails were painted bright red, and there were even traces of blood in the crevices, as if the hand had been desperately scratching at something. The other sandwich was slightly better. Inside, there was only a single frog leg. That leg twitched occasionally. Hearing that Chopper had supposedly made these, everyone turned their wide, disbelieving eyes toward the reindeer at the front of the cart. When Chopper turned around and saw the scene, his face instantly turned pale with panic. "No, that wasn't me. I swear I didn't make those. I didn't put those things in there." But no one believed him. The way they looked at Chopper suddenly became strange. Almost as if they were looking at some kind of lunatic. Veer, noticing their reactions, realized something was off. Did they see the food differently than he did? Without thinking too much, Veer picked up the frog leg sandwich and took a big bite. The tomato inside burst with juice. It actually tasted pretty good. But in front of him, Nami and Usopp were staring in horror at the bubbling, unknown liquid that had just splattered onto them. After a brief moment of silence, they erupted in deafening screams. Ignoring their horrified looks, Veer handed the other sandwich to Luffy. To his surprise, Luffy wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he looked even more excited, as if eating something like this made him a badass. Seeing Luffy's eager expression, Veer knew this wouldn't be a problem for the food-obsessed captain. After confirming it was edible, Luffy took the sandwich and chowed down under everyone's terrified gazes. As he ate, he even praised it. "Tasty, tasty? Sanji, you should try it too." "Sanji, thanks, but no thanks." Wait. Watching this unfold, a sharp glint flashed in Veer's eyes. Food? He might have just figured out how to get Ace injured. Chapter 1919, Cotton Candy. Although he didn't know what his sandwich looked like to the others, it was probably nothing good. But even so, Luffy was devouring it like it was the most delicious thing in the world. If that guy could eat it, then as his older brother and a fellow foodie, why couldn't Ace do the same? Just imagine it, he and Luffy, arms around each other's shoulders, carrying a medical kit. They'd pull out one extremely dangerous-looking food item after another and eat them with enthusiasm. And after finishing, they'd both praise how delicious it was. Knowing Ace, with a brain functioning on a similar wavelength as Luffy's, how could he possibly resist trying it out? He might even think, just like Luffy, that eating something this crazy would be the coolest thing ever. As long as he took the bait. Nyahahaha. Veer could guarantee that Ace would be down for the count after eating it, and in the end, it could all be blamed on Ace's weak stomach. "See, Luffy and I ate it, and we're totally fine. But you're like this now. That's not my fault, right? It must be your problem, not mine." And as a doctor, it would only be reasonable for him to help treat Ace afterward, wouldn't it? Even if Ace thought he was unreliable and refused treatment, well, there was always Luffy. If Luffy explained it, Ace wouldn't possibly doubt his own brother, right? As long as he got the chance to make his move? Nyahahaha. Veer wouldn't let him off the hook, and once he stole Ace's ability, he'd be unstoppable. Whether it was his devil fruit, haki, or raw combat skills. No matter what, he'd be invincible. He could just coast through the first half of the Grand Line without lifting a finger. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Veer found himself tearing up involuntarily, the drops mixing with the tomato sauce on his face, creating a rather peculiar sight. Aside from the group in front of him, who were now looking at him with a mix of confusion and fear. Meanwhile, Chopper was leading everyone on a mad dash through the snowy landscape. After running for what felt like forever, they finally reached a populated town. A hectic round of shopping later, the sky had already darkened. With their supplies in tow, the crew set off on the return journey to the Going Merry. Unlike before, however, the small sleigh they used was now quite cramped. On the way back, thanks to Zoro's stellar sense of direction, Chopper almost led everyone off a cliff. Nami, naturally, responded by kicking him to the back of the group near Veer before climbing onto Chopper's back herself to personally guide the way home. Ahahaha, Zoro, you're such an idiot. I told you we were going in circles. Luffy laughed loudly, rubbing salt in the wound. Exactly, letting this guy lead the way means we'll end up nowhere but hell. Sanji added, smirking. Zoro had simply shrugged at Luffy's teasing, but the moment Sanji spoke, he couldn't take it anymore. What did you say, dem dartboard brow? Huh? You wanna go, you moss-headed Marimo? The two clashed heads right in front of Veer, practically putting on a wrestling match. Watching the scene unfold, Veer couldn't help but laugh. This was the Straw Hat crew, all right. How interesting. Before long, they arrived at the harbor where Luffy had once knelt in the snow. There, a white-colored pirate ship was quietly docked, its sheep-headed figurehead standing out prominently. Everything looked just as it did in the original story. We're here, Veer. This is our ship. Luffy shouted excitedly, stretching his arms to grab the railing and flinging himself aboard. 1 minute later, on the deck of the Going Merry, everyone was silently watching below. There, standing alone, was a figure in a straw hat, working tirelessly. You never help with the heavy lifting? This time, you're carrying everything up yourself. Nami yelled down at Luffy, her hands on her hips. Oh, Luffy groaned, looking utterly dejected as he continued hauling the goods, his face covered in fresh bruises. At that moment, Veer gained a new understanding. On this ship, Nami's word was law. That was no exaggeration. Veer, you and Chopper should pick a room. There are 3 empty ones left, Nami said, turning to him with a bright smile. To her, Veer was clearly a wealthy guy, Naturally, she wouldn't treat him the same way as the rest of these broke idiots. Veer nodded and, together with Chopper, started exploring the ship, intent on getting a proper tour. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves with various tasks. Except for Luffy, who was still suffering alone, carrying supplies up, trip after trip. Veer eventually made his way to the kitchen, where Sanji was already hard at work. Ingredients danced through the air in his hands, one dish after another being plated with dazzling skill. Watching you cook is seriously satisfying, Sanji, Veer remarked. Sanji smirked at the compliment, but the next thing Veer said wiped that smile right off his face. If I don't look at your face, that is. The kitchen instantly exploded with an enraged shout. Get out. After getting kicked out of the kitchen, Veer wandered onto the deck, spotting Zoro training with his weights. Looking at his perfectly sculpted muscles, Veer couldn't help but salivate. When will I get the chance to steal those? Eventually, after picking the largest available room, Veer plopped onto a chair. Although there were 2 of them, the space was plenty big enough. If it got too hot, Chopper could sleep on the floor. If it got too cold, Chopper could be a makeshift pillow. Ultimate flexibility. Chopper, meanwhile, was already busy unpacking. Back in town, he had used his allowance to buy a ton of daily necessities. Of course, he got enough for 2. Blankets, mats, pillows, decorations. Before long, the once empty room had transformed into a cozy and inviting space. Seeing Chopper's hard work, Veer nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Well done. The moment he said that, Chopper immediately went into his usual embarrassed routine. Ah, shucks, it's not that great, I'm not that amazing. Watching him act like that, Veer felt speechless. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the shop menu in his system. He needed something strong. Ace wasn't just some random nobody. It wouldn't be easy to make him sick. The poison had to be potent. So potent that even I'd hesitate to use it. Just as he was searching, loud voices erupted outside. Among them was Luffy's excited yell. Chopper, hurry, come see. Before Chopper could even respond, Luffy had already appeared at the door, grabbed him, and dragged him outside. There, in the direction of Drum Island's magnetic drum mountain, a breathtaking sight was unfolding. A massive pink glow spread across the mountain peak. From a distance, it looked just like an enormous, radiant cherry blossom tree. At that very moment, its petals were in full bloom, shining brilliantly against the night sky. Inside his room, Veer didn't need to look to know what was happening. As expected, moments later, Chopper's sobs filled the air. His cries were so heartfelt that they could move anyone to tears. Even Veer felt a slight pang of emotion. But he quickly resumed his search, casually exchanging a few items from the system store. Then, he suddenly came across something that made his eyes light up. Shenbeo, Kidney Tonic. Chapter 2020, I'm just a ship doctor. Shenbeo. Price, 1000 points. Function, rumored to have kidney tonifying properties. Review, if a man wants strong kidneys, he should drink Shenbeo. 1 bottle sharpens the mind, 2 bottles keep you tireless, 3 bottles grant eternal youth. Oh yeah, if Veer remembered correctly, this was a certified product. As for its effectiveness, uncertain. But with a price tag of 1000 points and such an extravagant review, Veer felt reassured. Even so, he thought it wasn't enough. He needed to mix it with something else. Adjust the formula. This time, failure was not an option. After a bout of noisy commotion, the outside gradually quieted down. But soon after, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The brief silence was immediately broken. The ship quickly became lively again. Before long, Chopper's small head peeked through the door. He stretched his body forward, revealing just his head, looking at Veer with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Maybe he was feeling shy after crying so loudly earlier. Big bro, they asked me to call you for dinner. Chopper spoke hesitantly. Hearing this, Veer stood up from the table. Let's go. Hearing this, Veer stood up, grabbing the bottle on the table. Let's go, he said, handing the bottle to Chopper before scooping the little reindeer up in his arms and heading toward the crew. By now, the deck was already filled with singing and dancing. Brightly lit, the crew was gathered in a circle, surrounding the feast Sanji had just prepared. As soon as Veer and Chopper sat down, Luffy immediately announced, "Let's eat." Veer was starving. Without hesitation, he grabbed a large chunk of meat and started eating. Compared to the others, who ate more gracefully, Luffy's eating habits were downright terrifying. His rubber mouth stretched wide, seemingly capable of swallowing 2 whole pigs in one bite. Only after taking 2 swift punches from Nami did he finally slow down a little. Chopper, watching this, was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Luffy's monstrous eating style, he truly feared that one day, if he wasn't careful, he might end up as Luffy's midnight snack. With that thought, he instinctively scooted closer to Veer. Even though they were having a feast, the ship had already started moving. They were steadily making their way toward Alabasta. Oh, right, Veer? I haven't told you yet, we're heading to a place called Alabasta next. That's Vivi's home country. Her country is on the brink of war, so we have to get her back as soon as possible. Luffy, still stuffing food into his mouth, suddenly remembered to inform Veer. Pausing for a brief moment, he looked at Veer as he spoke. Hearing this, Vivi nervously glanced at Veer. After all, he was currently the strongest person on the ship. Even though he had only recently joined, if he objected, she wasn't sure what Luffy would decide. At that moment, Veer, while munching on his food and pouring Chopper a glass of juice, swallowed his bite and casually replied, "I'm just the ship's doctor. My job is to take care of the crew's health. Where the ship goes, isn't that the captain's decision? No need to tell me about it. If you're feeling unwell, you can come to me. Veer spoke nonchalantly. The moment he finished, Vivi visibly sighed in relief. As for Luffy, he suddenly seemed to remember that he was the captain. With a look of enlightenment, he exclaimed, "Oh yeah, I'm the captain? Nami? That means I get to decide where we go from now on." Predictably, after another 2 hits from Nami, Luffy quickly quieted down again. I'm sorry, I was too loud." Amidst the laughter and chatter, the banquet unknowingly came to an end. By now, it was deep into the night, and everyone headed off to rest. Watching Zoro walk without the slightest hint of being drunk, Veer found it fascinating. That guy was truly a monster. Veer had personally witnessed him down several bottles of rum just moments ago. Meanwhile, after just a couple of drinks, Veer was already feeling dizzy. Leaning on Chopper for support, he slowly made his way to their room. Originally, he had wanted to mix some strong medicine before sleeping, but it seemed like that would have to wait until tomorrow. Pushing open the door, he reached his bed. Chopper casually tossed Veer onto it before collapsing beside him, exhausted. In no time, both were fast asleep. The next day, just before noon, Veer was finally woken up by the noisy commotion outside. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he reached for the glass of water on his bedside table and drank it down. It was probably left there by Chopper. After drinking, he felt his mind clear up a bit. This won't do. My alcohol tolerance is way too low. If I don't figure something out, I'll just end up being laughed at every time we drink. Mumbling to himself, Veer got up and walked to the door. Outside, he saw Chopper, Luffy, and Usopp holding fishing rods, staring blankly at a figure on the deck. Huh? What's going on? We were fishing, but we caught a person. Looks like they're drowning. Should we get a doctor? Where's the doctor? Luffy asked in confusion. Doctor? Doctor. Hearing this, Chopper panicked and started shouting. But right after, he suddenly remembered. Oh, I'm the doctor. With that, he grabbed his medical kit and prepared to treat the unconscious person. But just as he was about to take action, a voice suddenly shouted. Stop! Don't touch him! The doctor is here. Let the professional handle it. Veer ran down with a look of eager excitement. He had recognized the unconscious person at a glance. Dressed in a swan outfit, with an unmistakably flamboyant demeanor. Who else could it be but Bone Clay? No way was Veer going to let Chopper steal this patient. Bone Clay's ability was something he had been envious of for a long time. This was like a pie falling straight from the sky, and the guy had even delivered himself right into their hands. Moreover, he seemed to be suffering from nothing more than a simple case of drowning. Veer had to act fast. Without hesitation, he rushed over, while the rest of the crew watched nervously. He's just drowning? Chopper? Quick! Get me the toilet plunger from our room? Hurry! It had to be quick, otherwise, the patient might recover on his own. Hearing this, Chopper dashed off and soon returned with the very plunger they had used yesterday. Without another word, Veer pressed it straight onto Bone Clay's mouth. At that moment, Bone Clay woke up, only to find a plunger still with some questionable residue being shoved into his face. His eyes widened in sheer horror. MMM. He let out muffled protests. But it was useless. He struggled fiercely. Yet Veer pinned him down with overwhelming strength, leaving Bone Clay completely unable to resist. Veer's hands kept working. The scene left the spectators utterly stunned. Their bodies leaned back involuntarily, brows furrowed in disbelief. Was this really how you treated drowning victims? Luffy and Chopper shuddered. This was just too terrifying. Chapter 21:21, Disguise. Veer still felt that this wasn't enough. This level of effort probably wouldn't be sufficient to get what he truly desired. That main no me, imitation fruit, was way too useful. He had to obtain it. With that thought in mind, Veer immediately opened his medical kit. He grabbed the toilet plunger, which only had a few minor stains, and gave it a quick rinse. Then, without hesitation, he thrust it towards Bone Clay's mouth. Poor Bonechan had barely caught his breath when he saw that thing, now damp and dripping, heading straight for him. The sheer horror of the moment made him open his mouth wide in a scream, which was the perfect opportunity for Veer to shove the plunger in. The torment continued. At this point, even Bone Clay's legs started twitching involuntarily. The only sound left on the ship was the rhythmic thud-thud of Bonechan's head slamming against the deck. The entire crew was dead silent. Tears unknowingly streamed down Bone Clay's face. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 800 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability, Mimic. The system's voice finally rang out. Only then did Veer stop his actions. He was genuinely surprised at Bone Clay's mental resilience. This guy actually endured for quite a while. And the payout was quite generous. Must have been because the flavor of that thing was simply unbearable. Veer gave the plunger one last yank, tidied up his clothes, and looked at Bone Clay with concern. You okay? You were drowning just now and almost died. How are you feeling? Hearing that, a hint of life returned to Bone Clay's eyes. He turned his head to stare at the devil who had just tormented him. You did a great job. Next time, just let me die. With that, his eyes rolled back, and he was about to pass out. Veer's face brightened at the sight. Another patient? More work to do. He reached for the plunger again. But as soon as Bone Clay saw that expression, he shot up like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he did several squats, followed by a few push-ups, and then finished with a series of high jumps. Finally, he exhaled deeply and said with a bright smile, "I'm fine? Thank you, doctor. Really, I'm very grateful, so very grateful." His voice was overflowing with joy, so much joy that he was practically floating. "Body, I can't go on anymore. Brain, no, you must." Seeing this, Veer didn't bother with him anymore. After all, he had already obtained the ability he wanted. Besides, he was starting to notice an odd smell whenever Bone Clay spoke. That toilet plunger wasn't originally from his kit, after all. He took the plunger back from Chopper and hurried off to his room, eager to test his new ability. Bone Clay watched him leave and let out a deep sigh of relief. The defensive stance he had unconsciously maintained finally relaxed. Even the swan behind him drooped slightly. "Oi, that swan isn't real, is it?" Back in his room, Veer wasted no time rushing to the mirror. He placed his right hand on his face. In the reflection, his handsome features suddenly shifted. A deer's head appeared in the mirror. It worked, no doubt about it. With the mimic ability, he could imitate anyone at will, whether it was for infiltration or psychological warfare. This power was incredibly practical. Not to mention, he was no longer confined to just being a pirate. He could even create an alternate identity. That way, he'd have two different personas to handle things. If the Marines had injured personnel, he could assume his new identity and offer medical assistance. His alter ego would be a kind-hearted healer, a benevolent, marine-friendly traveling doctor. It was the perfect plan. Now, he just needed to pick a face for this alternate identity. Once he did, he could begin building rapport with the Marines. Instant success. He knew that in a little while, there would be plenty of opportunities to test this out. Smoker, for example, soon, he'd have a chance to treat him. Though aside from his Moku Moku no Mi, smoke fruit, Smoker didn't have much else to offer. Still, something was better than nothing. If nothing else, it'd be a good way to gain favor with the Marines. The downside of the main no Mi was that he had to physically touch someone to copy their appearance. So, there was no rush. He didn't have many options to imitate just yet. But eventually, he'd be able to mimic anyone. Wait a minute. Veer suddenly had a realization. He had touched Bone Clay earlier, and Bone Clay had many different faces. Which meant, without hesitation, Veer began experimenting. He pressed his hand to his face repeatedly, and his features kept shifting. Faces he had never seen before started appearing. King Cobra, Nami, Robin, Sanji. He could transform into all of them? His guess was right. It actually worked. He had found a loophole in the ability. Veer's face lit up with excitement. With this, his upcoming journey was about to get very interesting. After thoroughly testing the ability, he changed his face back to his own handsome features. Satisfied, he nodded and walked out of the room. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Bone Clay and his crew huddled together, performing some kind of synchronized dance. Bone Chan still had some strange liquid dripping from his mouth, yet no one seemed to mind. It had only been a few minutes, and they had already bonded this much? Was this, their revolutionary camaraderie? Formed so quickly, yet seemingly unbreakable? Veer didn't understand it, but he was deeply impressed. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the cheerful atmosphere. "Nami, what's wrong?" From the ship's bow, Nami was holding up a spyglass, her face serious. "A ship is approaching. It looks like it's heading straight for us. It's shaped like a swan." Everyone instantly tensed up. Vivi hurried over, took one look, and immediately recognized it. That's Mr. Two's ship. She only knew the ship, not the person, but her words put everyone on high alert. Back on Little Garden, they had nearly been wiped out by Mr. 3, which meant that Mr. 2 would likely be an even tougher opponent. Prepare for battle. Sanji, now back to his normal face, lit a cigarette and took a battle-ready stance. Veer turned his gaze toward Bone Clay. Was this guy really just going to stay here? Bone Chan, who had been enjoying himself, turned around only to meet Veer's questioning look. A shiver ran down his spine. This man was not only medically gifted, he was terrifyingly powerful. That kick earlier had pinned him down completely, rendering him helpless. The power gap was clear as day. No way was he sticking around. Before anyone could react, Bone Clay leapt onto the ship's railing, facing the tense Straw Hats. With his signature dramatic flair, he grinned and called out, "It's time to part ways, my friends. I hope we meet again someday, only you guys, though." He shot a wary glance at Veer. Then, before anyone could stop him, he launched himself into the air. With perfect grace, he landed on the approaching swan ship. And just like that, they sailed away, leaving the Straw Hats in utter confusion. Wait. He was Mr. 2. After a long silence, Luffy's question broke the tension on the ship. Chapter 22, The Mark of a Crewmate. His tone was filled with doubt. Still seems like it. He really is. Finally, Nami couldn't hold back any longer and directly revealed the truth. He's Mr. 2. The entire crew finally confirmed that their 2 brain cells hadn't deceived them. That guy was indeed a Baroque Works agent. After the initial shock, everyone calmed down. That said, Mr. 2 was actually a pretty decent guy. In this short time, Luffy and his crew had grown quite fond of Bone-chan. Now, they all felt that he must have been forced to join Baroque Works for some unknown reason. Their imaginations ran wild. But Vivi's next words made everyone tense up. "Among the faces he just showed you, was my father's. This means Baroque Works is likely planning another major move." Vivi's face was filled with worry. Her country was already in turmoil, and now the enemy had the ability to impersonate its king. This was definitely not good news. The possibilities were endless. Nami could see the distress in Vivi's heart. She stepped forward and took her hand. Don't worry, everything will be fine. We're all here to help you. We'll make sure to fix this. Then she turned to look at the rest of the crew. Right, everyone. Her sharp gaze sent shivers down their spines. They all nodded frantically in agreement. Even Veer, who had only recently joined the crew, gave a nod of approval. Seeing this, Vivi felt slightly more at ease. Right? That guy was nice and all, but he is still Mr. 2? He can transform into any of us. We need to take precautions. Usopp voiced his concern, pointing out the immediate issue they needed to solve. That's easy. Luffy quickly grabbed Chopper's medical kit and pulled out a roll of bandages. He wrapped a bandage around everyone's left wrist. There. Now we don't have to worry about him sneaking in. Just as the crew was about to praise Luffy for actually having a good idea, he clapped his hands again. No, that's not enough. We need a secret mark under the bandage. That way, no one will know what it is except us. Let's make an X. This X will be the mark of our bond. As he spoke, Luffy had already drawn an X on his own hand. He raised it proudly for everyone to see. The crew had no words. For once, their captain was actually using his brain. They had nothing to say. Luffy then went around and marked everyone's wrist with an X. Veer watched as Luffy personally drew the mark on his wrist and nodded in satisfaction. Sometimes, this guy could really be reliable. His brain was surprisingly functional at times. Before long, the ship was back to full speed toward Alabasta. At this rate, they would reach their destination soon. Everyone resumed their usual tasks on board. Luffy's group went fishing, Nami took the helm, Zoro trained, and Sanji cooked. Seeing everyone back in their routine, Veer waved over Chopper, who was happily fishing. What's up, big bro? Chopper was still admiring the new design on his arm, absolutely delighted. This was a mark of their bond? And he had one too. Veer looked at him and shook his head helplessly. This silly kid could find joy in the simplest things. Weren't they already crewmates? Come with me. I'm going to teach you how to make a powerful remedy that cures all ailments. This time, I won't interfere, you'll handle everything yourself. Opportunities like this don't come often, so make the most of it. With that, Veer turned with a mysterious air and walked toward his room upstairs. Hearing this, Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. A remedy that cures all ailments. Could such a miraculous thing really exist? His master was amazing. I have to learn this well? With that thought, Chopper quickly followed behind. Seeing his enthusiasm, Veer nodded in satisfaction. Whether it actually cured anything was another matter. After all, if the person wasn't around anymore, neither was the illness. Technically, that still counted as a cure. Inside the room, one side was set up as a workstation. Various tools for mixing medicines were neatly arranged on the table, and a refrigerator nearby held herbs that Chopper and Veer had gathered. They were usually stored in there to keep fresh. Veer pulled up a chair and sat beside the workstation. He gestured toward another stool, and Chopper quickly hopped onto it, nodding seriously to show he was ready. All right, first step, heating. As soon as Veer spoke, Chopper got to work, his face full of focus. His hands moved quickly, finishing the preparation in no time. Mixing itself wasn't difficult, the real challenge lay in researching and testing the formulas. Seeing that Chopper was done, Veer spoke again. Now, I'll give you the formula. Take notes. Chopper immediately pulled out his notebook, waiting attentively. Got it, big bro. 1 tail of scale mushroom, half a gin of bloating grass, 2 yellow grain flowers, 3 tails of fathead tree fungus. As Veer listed the ingredients, Chopper diligently wrote them down, but his expression grew increasingly strange. If he remembered correctly, scale mushroom's scent alone could knock out an average person. And they were using a whole tail. Bloating grass, if consumed, caused unbearable stomach swelling. Half a gin was already a lethal dose? That was about the size of a pregnant woman's belly? Yellow grain flour was even worse, 1 whiff could make an elephant collapse. And they were using 2 of them. What exactly was Master trying to make? Could this really cure all ailments? Wouldn't it just outright kill people? You done writing? Then hurry up and get the ingredients? Why are you just standing there? Veer's voice snapped Chopper out of his thoughts. Be big bro. This doesn't seem right. Chopper stammered hesitantly. What's not right? These are just the secondary ingredients. I'll give you the main one later. Just get these ready first. Stop wasting time. Veer scolded, making Chopper scramble to fetch the ingredients. Of course, Veer knew exactly what these ingredients did. A potent remedy needed to be, well, potent. And these were just the side ingredients. The real game changer was yet to come. 1,000 negative effect points worth of kidney tonic. Ace was going to be in for a surprise. A real shock, in fact. Guaranteed that the moment he drank it, he'd start convulsing on the spot. Chapter 23:23. Today is a good day. It's impossible to kill someone outright, but causing trouble? That's a given. Chopper, drenched in sweat from handling these medicinal ingredients, still followed Veer's instructions precisely. Various containers on the preparation table soon began bubbling and frothing. With smooth and skillful movements, Chopper quickly finished the concoction, pouring everything into a bottle before looking up at Veer, curious about the so-called main ingredient. Veer didn't keep him in suspense. Without hesitation, he pulled out a small bottle of shenbeo and tossed it to Chopper. Chopper fumbled to catch it, staring at the bottle in confusion. This looks normal? After uncorking it and taking a sniff, Chopper became even more convinced. This stuff is completely normal? Apart from some unreadable text on the label, it was just an ordinary supplement. Having practiced medicine for years, Chopper had no trouble making this judgment. But then, what's the catch? Chopper looked at Veer, still puzzled. Try it. This is some really good stuff. You should be able to tell, right? Just one sip, and you'll feel instantly refreshed. Veer grinned mischievously. Seeing that smirk, Chopper felt a little defiant. There's nothing suspicious about this. Just like Veer said, it's got a stimulating effect. But why was he smiling like that? I don't believe it. I don't believe anything's wrong with it. I'll take a sip. Determined, Chopper brought the bottle to his lips and took a small sip. A very small sip. Watching this unfold, Veer could only think, and you, my dear Chopper, you are the real hero. If Marvel doesn't include you, I'm not watching. Sure enough, not even 2 seconds after swallowing, the effect kicked in. Chopper, who had been looking as innocent and carefree as ever, suddenly furrowed his brows. His face contorted with sheer agony, his body involuntarily curling up. Cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead. Pain and regret were written all over his tiny face. I'm doomed? I'm going to die. That was Chopper's first thought. His second instinct was, of course, to call for help. Veer, save me. But the moment he said it, he regretted it. Now he had 2 paths to death, one at the hands of his mentor, and the other from the excruciating pain. Which one should he choose? Veer, seeing this unfold, burst into laughter. Ah, how wonderful. What a good disciple. Always thinking of his master. Barely any time had passed, and here he was, already eager to give his teacher another gift. Truly filial. Veer then stood up, took the now open bottle of Shenbeo from Chopper's trembling hands, and set it aside on the table. Watching Chopper writhing in pain, Veer nodded in satisfaction. Confirmed. This won't kill anyone, but it's definitely enough to ruin someone's day. Chopper had only taken a sip, and he was already like this. If someone were to down the whole bottle, Veer couldn't even imagine it. Come, Chopper. Let's head to my VIP operating room. I'll fix you up. With that, Veer grabbed Chopper by the antlers and lifted him up, carrying him toward a small room. Chopper, tears streaming down his face, had no choice but to accept his fate. Why am I like this? From now on, I'll never eat anything my mentor gives me again. Even though he was unwilling, the searing pain in his stomach left him no room for resistance. As a doctor, he should have been able to diagnose himself, but he couldn't even figure out what was happening. The pain came out of nowhere. Soon, Chopper was dragged inside. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. What followed was an unrelenting stream of gut-wrenching screams from the so-called operating room. The agonized cries lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually dying down. With a creak, the door opened once more. Veer emerged with a satisfied expression. His face practically radiated joy. That felt great. Another easy 500 points. And I even gained the ability to communicate with animals. Not bad at all. Today is a good day. Humming a cheerful tune, Veer returned to the preparation table and finished what Chopper had left incomplete. After inspecting the finished product, he nodded in satisfaction and poured it into a small bowl before storing it in his medical kit. Yes, everything was set. Shenbeo Deluxe. Effect: no one in this world is immune to its effects. At most, they can endure a little longer. If the patient survives after drinking, they gain immunity to all poisons. Oh, this potion actually grants a benefit? And such a simple requirement. Survive. Reading the description, Veer felt even more reassured. This was foolproof. With this, Ace won't die. It's practically a freebie granting him complete poison immunity. Yep, I'm such a good person. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Chopper lay sprawled on the table, tongue hanging out, eyes filled with tears. He looked like a cat that had just been neutered. I will never eat anything randomly again. This is cruelty to reindeer. Under Nami's navigation, the ship sailed smoothly for an entire day without encountering any major storms or obstacles. The journey had been relatively peaceful. It was now early morning, just as the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon. Everyone was already up, gathered on the deck. In the distance, the land of Alabasta finally came into view. A vast golden expanse stretched before them. Ah, we're here? We're here? I'm starving? I need food? I need food. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, was practically bouncing with hunger. The ship's food supplies had long been devoured by him. This guy had been starving for 3 whole hours. His eyes gleamed with desperation. Food. Food. F.O. Bam! With a loud thud, Luffy was sent flying with a kick. You still dare complain? There was barely any food left, and I had already rationed it. Yet you went and stole all of it. Sanji, fuming, grabbed Luffy's ear and yelled at him. Veer lazily leaned on the second-floor railing, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He yawned, looking like he hadn't gotten a good night's rest. What's wrong, Veer? Didn't sleep well last night? Chopper, ever the loyal follower, noticed Veer's tired state and asked. Not much, just someone kept kicking me in the back all night. I only got kicked off the bed 12 times. Slept just fine. Veer shot Chopper a sharp look. Chopper, feeling guilty, scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, even Veer had started suspecting that Chopper had been awake last night. Those revenge kicks were too precise. He had checked multiple times to see if Chopper was truly asleep. But unfortunately, the reindeer was out cold. The ship soon docked at a small town called Nanohana. The crew planned to restock their supplies before heading to Yuba, where the rebel army was stationed. Vivi intended to persuade their leader. Coincidentally, the leader was also her childhood friend. Back on the ship, noticing Vivi hesitating to ask for help, Nami reassured her with a smile. Of course we'll help you. If your country gets destroyed, where will I go to collect my money? We had a deal. Hearing this, Vivi understood Nami's true intentions, feeling deeply moved. She softly expressed her gratitude and explained their battle plan. Finally stepping onto solid ground, free from the rocking of the ship, Veer felt much better. Although he wasn't seasick, nothing beat the comfort of dry land. We're off to buy supplies. With that, Veer hopped onto Chopper's back and rode off. At the port, he had spotted Mr. 3's ship. The crew decided to disguise themselves before taking action. If they were recognized, a chase would surely follow. After all, Vivi was a princess, and Baroque works wouldn't simply let her roam free. Chapter 24:24, You Can Talk? Once they were recognized, it would bring a lot of trouble. Since no one knew Veer and Chopper, they didn't need to disguise themselves. So, the task of buying clothes fell to Sanji, who had never seen Mr. 3 before. The rest of the group stayed put, waiting. Alright, we'll just wait for Sanji to come back, Nami said with a smile, but soon realized that their group was already missing someone. Her smile gradually disappeared. Her expression turned twisted with anger. Where did Luffy run off to this time? HAA. Veer let out a huge yawn. He was truly exhausted. There wasn't much left to do, buy supplies, wait to run into Ace, and that would be it. If they didn't bump into him by chance, then they'd just have to track him down. Ace was a crucial part of the plan. Veer's ultimate goal in Alabasta was to squeeze some benefits out of Crocodile. Sure, Crocodile would lose to Luffy, but that didn't mean he was weak. The guy was just too obsessed with ancient weapons, which had caused his strength to deteriorate. Though, to be fair, it had deteriorated quite a lot. But Crocodile was still capable. In his younger years, he even went toe-to-toe with Bullet in a one-on-one battle. Back then, Bullet probably had the strength of an admiral. Whatever Veer could take from Crocodile was bound to be top tier, maybe even better than Ace's abilities. The issue was that if Veer healed Crocodile, he might not be able to take him down afterward. That's where Ace came in. If Veer didn't deal with Ace first, he wouldn't be able to handle Crocodile. Taking care of Ace was easy. Later, when Ace and their group crossed the desert, Luffy was bound to lose their supplies just as expected. With the blazing sun and the scorching heat, who wouldn't want a cold drink? Even a fire fist wouldn't be able to resist. As long as Veer handled Luffy first, Ace would naturally follow. Then, if Veer slipped him a little something, wouldn't Ace just go full power? Drowsy, Veer couldn't hold on any longer. He leaned on Chopper's back, and before long, he was out like a light. Wake me up when we get there. Those were his last words before drifting off. Chopper, meanwhile, was nearly boiling in the heat. Even so, he kept adjusting Veer's position to prevent him from falling off. Not far ahead, the market was already in sight. Just a little more to go. Once they reached that place, everything would be over. Dripping with sweat, Chopper was nearly done for. As a reindeer from Drum Island, this kind of weather was unbearable. The distance didn't seem far, but right now, it felt endless. After struggling a little longer, Chopper finally couldn't take it anymore. Staggering into a shaded area, he collapsed, taking a break. He could feel himself nearing heat stroke, but logic told him if he passed out, he'd just get beaten up again. That was absolutely not an option. But just as he lay down, a voice called out, "No parking here." Chopper looked up in confusion. A freckled man was smiling at him. Chopper was stunned. Who was this guy? Before he could speak, the man continued, "Ha ha ha, just messing with you? Have you seen this person?" He held up a wanted poster. Luffy's face was printed on it. Chopper was even more confused now. Why was this guy looking for Luffy? And why was he talking to him? Wasn't it obvious he was a reindeer? Why would someone ask a reindeer for information? This guy seemed kind of dumb. Before Chopper could figure it out, the man spoke again. "Haha, that's my little brother. He's got a pretty high bounty at such a young age. If he keeps going like this, he might actually become the Pirate King." He casually slung an arm around Chopper's neck, looking proud. Hearing that, Chopper was now mostly sure this guy wasn't an enemy. After all, he just casually mentioned Luffy's dream. Maybe he really was Luffy's brother. At the very least, he didn't seem hostile. Thinking this, Chopper finally responded, "That's my captain." As soon as he said it, Ace froze. His face was filled with disbelief. What the hell? What was going on? This reindeer talked? Ace, now in shock, smacked himself in the face twice just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Huh? A random reindeer on the side of the road could talk. That was already insane, but the craziest part was this reindeer was actually Luffy's crewmate. Was this some kind of joke? How could the timing be this perfect? You can talk. And you're Luffy's crewmate. Chopper looked at him, speechless. So he knew reindeer weren't supposed to talk, huh? Yeah, I'm the apprentice doctor on the crew. And this guy on my back? That's my master? He's the greatest doctor in the world? He can even make medicine that nullifies devil fruit abilities. Chopper lifted Veer up proudly, puffing out his chest as he bragged. It seemed like the heat didn't even bother him anymore. Ace was stunned for a while before he snapped out of his shock. Now, he looked at Veer. This guy was Luffy's ship doctor? And he was sleeping this deeply? From what the little reindeer said, this guy's medical skills were incredible. Luffy really lucked out getting someone like him. Ace had no reason to doubt Chopper's words. If this guy could create medicine that nullified devil fruit powers, then his skills must be god tier. After all, Ace had traveled the world and never heard of such a thing. If he could do that, his medical abilities must be off the charts. Then suddenly, a thought struck Ace. Wait a minute, if he was really that skilled, could he help Whitebeard? Whitebeard's health was getting worse by the day. If it kept going like this, he wouldn't last for many more years. Once this guy woke up, Ace had to ask him. Originally, Ace had just been heading to a restaurant when he spotted a fluffy reindeer in the desert and found it interesting. So, he came over to chat. But now, he had completely changed his mind. Food could wait, but he absolutely could not let this guy slip away. He had to stay close. If they weren't really Luffy's crewmates, he might never find them again. This was about Whitebeard's health. He could not take this lightly. Your master is really that incredible? Ace asked Chopper again. Of course. The greatest doctor in the world, guaranteed. Chopper bragged even harder, hyping Veer up to the heavens. Then I have a sick family member. Once he wakes up, I'll ask if he can help. No problem, but my master just fell asleep. He told me to wake him once we got there. Where are you headed? I'll come with you. Not long after, with Ace sponsoring an unlimited supply of ice water, Chopper was fully revived. He dashed toward the market with newfound energy, while Ace followed behind leisurely. Meanwhile, Veer continued sleeping soundly. The market was getting closer and closer. 3 minutes later, they finally arrived at the bustling town square. Chopper navigated the crowd easily without bumping into anyone. At this moment, he turned to look at Veer on his back and softly called out, Big bro, we're here. After a few calls, Veer finally woke up. He groggily opened his eyes, surveyed the area, nodded in satisfaction, and patted Chopper's head. Nice work. Then, he yawned widely and stretched his body. After a few shakes, he finally rebooted himself. Let's go buy water and food. Over there. He glanced around and pointed Chopper in a direction. But Chopper didn't move. Just as Veer was about to ask why, Chopper spoke up. Big bro, someone's looking for you to treat their family. Huh? What? Someone was looking for him? Word of my medical skills has already spread. Someone's specifically looking for me. Before Chopper could respond, Veer heard a familiar voice from behind him. Dr. Veer, right? I'm the one looking for you. As he spoke, the man stepped in front of Veer. Slowly, he took off his hat. Introducing himself, he said, My name is Ace. Chapter 2525, We've got a client. Veer was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he quickly regained his senses and shot Chopper a meaningful smile. Good job. He never expected that the client Chopper mentioned would turn out to be Ace. This was just perfect. A prime target, delivered right to his doorstep. He had been fretting over how to find him, and now Ace had come knocking of his own accord. Wait, hold on. Chopper just said it was a family member who needed treatment. So the person Ace wanted to be treated. Could it be Whitebeard? Hello, I'm Veer, the doctor of the Straw Hat crew. Who in your family needs treatment? Veer didn't hesitate to ask what was on his mind. And Ace's answer was exactly what he expected. Oh, it's my old man, Whitebeard. After saying that, Ace looked at Veer with anticipation. There wasn't a soul in the world who didn't know the name of Whitebeard. The fact that Whitebeard was plagued by illness was no secret either. Ace wanted to see how Veer would react. But before Veer could respond, Chopper's voice rang out first. Whitebeard? The Yonko Whitebeard. Chopper stared at Ace in utter disbelief. Before he could ask any further questions, Veer suddenly smacked himself across the face hard. A crisp paw echoed in the air. This sudden action startled Chopper. Has my mentor gone crazy? Why does everyone like slapping themselves these days? Ace just did it earlier, and now his mentor was doing it too. Even Ace was taken aback. Was his old man's name really that intimidating? Did it scare people senseless? But as Veer felt the burning pain on his cheek, he was finally certain. This wasn't a dream. A golden opportunity had landed right in his lap. And not just any opportunity, this was massive. If he played his cards right, he could soar to new heights. Whitebeard's abilities, he could choose anyone he wanted. Even if he couldn't get the Gura Gura no Mi, any other power he obtained would be enough to push his bounty past 1 billion berries. Just think about it. Just think about it. That was basically emperor level right there. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a leap to the top. After a brief moment of excitement, Veer quickly calmed himself down. Ace wasn't a fool. He wouldn't just take Veer's word for it without proof of his abilities. He needed an opportunity to showcase his skills. And that opportunity was just around the corner. As long as Ace believed in his abilities, at the very least, he'd get to meet Whitebeard. And as for treating Whitebeard, Veer had already thought about it. With his system, who wouldn't have considered how to cure Whitebeard? Divine Medical Arts. Price, 30,000 points. Effect, instantly elevates medical expertise to the highest level, capable of curing all known diseases in this world. Evaluation, even a dog could become a divine healer with this. Veer had his eye on this for a long time, but he had never been able to afford it. Now, with a few thousand points saved up, treating Ace could push him over 10,000. After all, Ace was both an important figure and incredibly powerful. If he could also take down Crocodile, there was a real chance he could reach the goal. Once he exchanged for this ability, he wouldn't need to keep buying medical supplies from the system. That would save him a fortune. And curing Whitebeard? That would be an absolute win-win-win scenario. With that in mind, Veer spoke up. So, Whitebeard, huh? His condition certainly isn't simple. Even though I haven't examined him yet, I can already tell how tricky it is. Hearing this, Ace's face immediately fell. But tricky doesn't mean impossible. Veer's confident tone brought a smile back to Ace's face. Grabbing Veer's arm excitedly, Ace asked, really? Seeing Veer nod firmly, Ace became even more thrilled. He immediately pulled out his den mushi, ready to call Whitebeard. But just as he took it out, he hesitated. Wait, what if this guy was a fraud? Wouldn't that just give the old man false hope? You don't have to rush. You can assess my skills first, Veer said, his voice calm. I have a patient to treat soon. You can observe and decide afterward. Hearing this, Ace nodded repeatedly. He realized Veer had a point. He had been too hasty. And since Veer mentioned a patient arriving soon, it wouldn't take much time. What he didn't know was that the patient was himself. Alright, I'll stick with you guys for now. Don't worry, if you can really pull this off, you will be the savior of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Ace's voice was filled with sincerity. Veer simply nodded. Rest assured, if I can save him, I will. With his system, even Whitebeard's condition could be tackled. Soon, the trio set off again to purchase food and water. Ace watched in amazement as Veer stored all the supplies inside his medical box. From what Ace had seen, at least dozens of tons of provisions had been packed away. What was up with this box? Had it eaten a devil fruit? But how would a box eat a devil fruit? Or could it be another one of Veer's special potions? After all, if Veer could strip abilities, maybe he could grant them too. The thought made Ace trust Veer even more. Half an hour later, their shopping trip was finally over. As they made their way back, Chopper was carrying a bag of food on his back. He stubbornly refused to let Veer put it in the medical box. After all, anything that came out of that box usually didn't look very appetizing. He definitely wasn't eating that stuff. Meanwhile, Veer's thoughts were already drifting. By now, Luffy should be running into Smoker, right? Even without Ace around, those two were bound to clash. Veer mused. Since they only came to this town to restock supplies, they'd soon set sail for a place called Yuba. A perfect spot Veer had picked for Ace's heartbreak. Now, they just had to wait for Luffy to show up, then make a quick escape. This place was scorching hot, not somewhere he wanted to stay a second longer. Just as he was thinking this, a loud crash erupted ahead. A restaurant door was sent flying, and along with it a figure wearing a straw hat. Oh, wish granted? That figure was none other than Luffy. Just as Luffy hit the ground, before he could even get up, a thick cloud of smoke engulfed him. The choking fumes made Luffy cough uncontrollably. Ace, having recognized Luffy immediately, vanished from Veer's sight in a flash. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Luffy. The approaching smoke abruptly halted. Ace, Luffy, battered and bruised, looked at the familiar figure in shock and delight. Before he could say anything else, a breeze swept past, and he found himself grabbed by Veer and thrown onto Chopper's back. Eastport. Wait for us. Shouting this to Ace, Veer took off without looking back, dragging Luffy along. Veer? Chopper? You're here too? How do you know Ace? He came to me for treatment, Veer replied nonchalantly. Ace is sick. Luffy looked completely confused. We'll talk later. First, we need to warn Sanji and the others to retreat. Luffy nodded. That made sense. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew, freshly changed into clean clothes, were still waiting for them, bored. They're taking forever, Nami muttered, enjoying Sanji's fan service. But just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted nearby. She turned to look and her eyes widened in shock. Veer and the others were sprinting towards them. With a horde of marines hot on their heels? No need for Veer to say anything, everyone ran for their lives. Nami watched as Veer blew past her and immediately took back her earlier complaint. Too fast? Slow down? Take me with you. Chapter 26, just a treatment. Huff, ha, huff huff. Heavy breathing echoed across the ship. The whole crew was exhausted, but at least they had managed to shake off their pursuers. Otherwise, they would have had to put in the effort to deal with them. Come on, are you guys serious? You're already this tired after just running a little, Luffy said, only to immediately get a few lumps on his head. You didn't even run. What are you showing off for? Nami roared in frustration. Chopper was lying next to Veer, completely spent. Seeing this, Veer handed him a bottle of cooling medicine to help him recover from the heat. Chopper immediately felt better, and the sweat on his forehead began to fade. By now, the ship had already put a fair distance between them and the shore. They were sailing across the vast open sea. Veer walked to the ship's railing, lifting his gaze toward the horizon. This slow. Just as he was thinking that, he noticed 5 massive ships approaching in the distance. They were the same 5 Baroque Works ships that Ace had obliterated in the original story. Come check this out. We're about to witness some fireworks. Veer called out to the others. The crew turned to him with confused expressions. Fireworks? In broad daylight? Those are Baroque Works ships. Vivi had recognized them as well. Her face filled with anxiety. 5 massive ships, each several times the size of the Going Merry. Not to mention, they were packed with enemies. If a battle broke out, everyone wore grim expressions. The situation wasn't looking good. Here he comes. The moment Veer spoke, a figure appeared in their line of sight, using small jet-like bursts to propel himself through the air. Ace? It's Ace. Luffy, despite his head still covered in lumps, shouted excitedly. Ace? The others found the name somewhat familiar. Even though they didn't know who Ace was, Luffy's excitement made it clear that he was someone important to him. Ace executed a series of impossibly cool flips before landing beside the enemy fleet. And then, Fire Fist. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, a colossal inferno erupted from Ace's arm. The blazing firestorm completely obliterated the closest ship with ease. The remaining 4 ships met the same fate in an instant. The 5 massive ships that loomed threateningly just moments ago vanished in the blink of an eye. The entire crew aboard the Mary was frozen in shock. What the hell just happened? That single punch felt like it brought the peak of summer with it. If that attack had hit the Going Mary, they would have been wiped out on the spot. Who could possibly withstand that? Meanwhile, Ace casually adjusted his hat using his still flaming fingers before soaring toward the Mary. With a smooth landing on the ship's railing, he flashed a friendly smile at the crew, their expressions still filled with awe. I'm Ace, Luffy's older brother. You guys are his crewmates, right? Brother. Luffy had a brother? Everyone's expressions turned to disbelief. Not only was this brother incredibly strong, but he was also polite. He didn't seem anything like the idiot Luffy. Ace turned to Luffy, finally getting a good look at him. Luffy, how long has it been since we last met? And you've already gotten yourself beaten up like this? There's no way you're becoming the Pirate King at this rate. Ha ha ha, you're way too weak. Looking at Luffy's bruised and swollen head, Ace couldn't help but tease him. Nami, feeling slightly guilty, scratched the back of her head awkwardly. After Luffy introduced everyone, the atmosphere quickly grew lively. Upon learning that the crew was also heading to Yuba, Ace was delighted it was right on his way. He and Luffy hit it off immediately, deciding to travel together. Yuba wasn't too far, just about an hour's journey. After finalizing their plans, Ace sneakily approached Veer with a mischievous glint in his eyes. When's that patient of yours gonna show up? Just from his expression, Veer could tell he was getting impatient. Well, of course. Chasing Blackbeard was a race against time, one misstep and he'd fall behind. Soon. He's in Yuba. You'll see him in a bit. Veer's grin turned sly as he looked at Ace with an increasingly peculiar gaze. Ace remained completely unaware. Really? That's perfect. He was actually pleased with the news. What are you guys talking about? Luffy suddenly popped up beside them, eyes full of curiosity. He scanned their faces, looking like he had just caught 2 people up to something sneaky. Nothing much, just getting someone treated. Ace responded casually. Oh, treating someone, huh? For a second, I thought you were the one who was sick, Ace. Veer is really skilled. You found the right guy. He can cure anything? Though, his treatment methods are kinda questionable. But I think they're fine. Luffy rambled on, trying to reassure Ace, but his words only made Ace's anticipation grow. If even Luffy vouched for him, then Veer must be the real deal. As for questionable treatment methods? Come on, how bad could it be? A little rougher than normal? Maybe some strong medicine with side effects? It's just medical treatment, how bad could it possibly get? Besides, if Luffy could handle it, then of course he could too. What, was he supposed to be scared of a doctor? Ace scoffed. He had seen all kinds of crazy things in his life, what could possibly faze him now? It's fine. A bit of pain is normal for treatment. Ace brushed it off. At that moment, everyone on the ship gave him a peculiar look. Ace shifted uncomfortably. Just as he was about to ask what was up, he saw everyone nodding seriously, as if saying, respect. You're a real man. Ace felt even more confused. Don't worry, don't listen to their nonsense. When I treated them, I just used a bit more force, or maybe the medicine had some minor side effects. That's completely normal. Right, Chopper? Veer patted Chopper's furry head. Chopper frantically nodded, completely ignoring his conscience. Seeing this, Ace relaxed again. Oh, so they were just afraid of a little pain? Seriously? They scared him for a second there. He almost thought the treatment was actually something horrifying. Yeah, that's all normal. No problem, I can handle it. As Ace finished speaking, the crew silently gave him another thumbs up in their hearts. Legendary. The ship soon docked. The cool sea breeze vanished, replaced by the scorching heat of the desert. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to face it. The crew disembarked, trudging across the endless sand. Chopper's supply pack had now been transferred to Luffy's back. He had won rock paper scissors. His rule, the winner carries the supplies. After half an hour of walking, it's so hot, so tiring, so thirsty, so hungry, so sunny. Luffy whined with every step, never repeating himself. Seeing him like this, Vivi hesitated but eventually said, there's a rock formation up ahead. We can rest there for a bit. Luffy instantly revived, bolting toward the rocks in a series of exaggerated leaps. Veer watched, a knowing smile forming on his face. They had finally arrived. Up ahead, a flock of dimwit birds was about to scam Luffy out of all their food and water. And then, only his medical supplies would be left. Glancing at Ace, who was also parched, Veer's smirk deepened. He didn't know if a fire user would feel hot, but Ace clearly needed food and water. Once he tricked Ace into drinking that medicine soup, everything would be over. Chapter 27. I've got plenty here. No food, no water, and after walking for a while, their energy was completely drained. The blazing sun made their hearts uneasy. No need to rush. Let them walk for a bit longer. Once everyone reaches their limit, that's when he'll bring it out. Not many people would be able to hold back, right? At the very least, Ace definitely wouldn't. When the group arrived at the pile of rocks, they only saw Luffy standing there with a bewildered expression. His face seemed to be saying, huh. Everyone looked at Luffy, puzzled, but before they could speak, a flock of large birds suddenly appeared behind them. On their backs were large bundles of luggage, and those bags looked very familiar. Nami's face immediately darkened. Word by word, she asked, Luffy, can you explain what's going on with those bags? Luffy still looked confused. Huh? I don't know, but those birds are carrying our luggage? Wait, yeah, where's our stuff? It finally clicked for him. He searched around frantically but found nothing. He was now certain that the luggage the birds carried was what he had just been holding. Without hesitation, he took off running. You damn birds! Give us back our stuff. Meanwhile, Vivi looked at the retreating figure of Luffy with guilt all over her face. It's all my fault. I forgot to tell him. Those are trickster birds, they specialize in stealing luggage. What do we do now? Without our supplies, how are we supposed to cross the desert? Seeing Vivi's distress, Nami quickly comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. We all have some water with us. If we ration it, we should be able to hold out. Sanji chimed in as well, making Vivi feel slightly better. Honestly, it wasn't her fault. It was just that Luffy was too stupid. Even birds could play him. Ace also looked helpless. His little brother really was. After waiting a few minutes, a panting Luffy finally returned. Seeing his empty hands, there was no need to ask. He had failed. Nami wanted to punch him but held back after Vivi's persuasion. Let's go, we need to move quickly. Time is already tight, and you, idiot, no rest for you. After yelling at Luffy, Nami pulled Vivi along and started walking. The others followed as well. She was right, time was life right now. Every moment wasted meant more innocent citizens might die because of the war. Luffy wore a pitiful expression, knowing full well that losing the supplies meant everyone had to endure the hardship. He didn't complain and simply trailed behind the group obediently. They walked for another hour, and by then, everyone was panting, tongues hanging out. The air shimmered with heat waves, and their water was nearly gone. Luffy, who had been leading the way earlier, had now fallen to the back. Just moments ago, he was charging ahead, but now, every step looked like it could be his last. Ace wasn't as dramatic, but it was clear that he was suffering as well. Seeing this, Veer thought to himself. It's about time. I can give Luffy something to quench his thirst first. Ace probably won't last much longer either. Just as he was about to speak, Luffy broke first. Looking at Veer, who was riding on Chopper's back, Luffy was full of envy. Why does the captain have to walk while you get to ride? I want a mount too. By the way, Chopper, aren't you hot? Hearing this, Chopper turned his head. As a Winter Island reindeer, one would expect him to struggle in this heat. But surprisingly, he seemed completely unfazed. At the corner of his mouth hung a transparent straw, with liquid visibly flowing through it. But the water looked murky, no, filthy. Following the straw, they saw that the other end was connected to Veer's medical kit. Chopper, unable to see the straw's source, only felt the liquid was refreshing, sweet, and soothing. Trusting his mentor completely, he never questioned what he was drinking. Luffy, eyes wide in shock, couldn't believe Chopper dared to drink that water. Then, an idea struck him. Wait, Veer has drinks in his box. Earlier, he saw Veer pull out several ice-cold beverages to drink, though they looked dirty, rotten, and stinky. But after the sandwich incident, Luffy no longer cared about appearances. It only looked bad. The taste was actually pretty good. Without hesitation, he jumped onto Chopper's back, sitting right in front of Veer, face to face. Veer, you must have drinks in your box, right? Give me some, I'm dying of thirst. Luffy panted heavily, tongue hanging out, looking weak like he had just finished using Gear 5. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at Veer's medical kit. Their gazes burned with anticipation. Even the sound of swallowing saliva was loud and clear. They were really thirsty. They had long run out of water. In the desert, the body's moisture evaporated rapidly. Water was consumed at an alarming rate. Now, with no supplies left, hearing Luffy's plea made everyone's attention snap to Veer. Even Ace was no exception. He had seen Veer buy a lot of water and stash it away. Though his body was strong and he could last a bit longer, the thirst was unbearable. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Veer smiled slightly. Ha, they walked right into my trap. I didn't even have to bait them. As long as Luffy gulps it down, Ace will definitely fall for it too. He opened his small kit and pulled out a bowl of chilled watermelon juice. He handed it directly to Luffy. Here, ice-cold watermelon juice. Want some? The moment everyone saw it, they all silently averted their gazes, each of them desperately comforting themselves. I can hold on. I'm not thirsty. That's not watermelon juice. That murky liquid, it looks exactly like the water used to mop a public restroom. There were even a few dead cockroaches floating in it, and a couple of flies buzzing around the bowl. You call this ice-cold watermelon juice? Bro, quit playing. We still want to live. Ace's face was filled with disbelief. He looked at Veer like he was an absolute idiot. Was this guy drunk? Unfortunately, Veer was completely sober. Before Ace could even react, Luffy snatched the bowl and downed it in one gulp. It happened so fast, even Ace didn't have time to stop him. His hand was still frozen midair, as if he had been about to stop Luffy. His face was blank with shock. His mind was in turmoil. Is my little brother insane? Even Ace couldn't comprehend Luffy's actions. Are you really that thirsty? You'd drink that? If worst comes to worst, just pee in your hands and drink that instead. But what shook Ace the most was the rest of the Straw Hats. They all watched the scene unfold with complete indifference, as if they had seen this countless times before, so often that they had grown used to it. Could it be that Luffy has been living like this all these years? Ace was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Luffy's satisfied expression, mouth opening and closing but unable to produce a sound. After a long silence, he finally forced out a sentence. Luffy, all these years, you've really had it rough. Chapter 28. No way I'm in trouble, right? Delicious? Another bowl? Another bowl. Luffy gulped down several bowls in a row, each one looking different from the last. But without exception, they were all downright horrifying. At this moment, he heard Ace speaking and looked at him in confusion. Ace, do you want to try? It's really good. Ace stared at the bowl in Luffy's hands, still bubbling ominously, his brain struggling to process what he was seeing. He even reached out and touched Luffy's forehead to check if he had a fever or something. Come on, Ace, you still don't believe me? I'm not sick. It's really delicious, I swear. Veer's stuff just looks scary, but it actually tastes great. Luffy swatted Ace's hand away and spoke with absolute certainty. Then, without hesitation, he downed the entire bowl of lemonade. After finishing, he even licked his lips. So refreshing, sweet and sour. This is the best. Ahahaha. But Ace's expression at this moment was beyond words, yet easy to read. You little traitor, trying to poison your big brother. Seeing Ace's look of pure disbelief, Luffy was instantly displeased. His own brother actually doubted him? I'm serious? Why don't you believe me? Look. Luffy then scooped out a leftover fly from the bowl and popped it into his mouth. Yet he showed no sign of disgust, only a scrunched up face from the sourness. TSS so sour. Ace was now even more confused. What the hell? Why is it sour now? Could this stuff actually be edible? Doubt began creeping into his mind. Meanwhile, Veer had an attitude of unlimited supply, constantly refilling Luffy's bowl. This was really shaking Ace's confidence. Could it be that it only looks terrifying, but actually tastes good? Watching Luffy guzzle it down like a madman, Ace hesitated. The thirst spreading through his body pushed him toward taking a sip. Veer, noticing Ace's wavering resolve, grinned inwardly. This guy was already tempted? Just one final push and success was guaranteed. With that in mind, Veer lifted a bowl himself, brought it to his lips, and gulped it down. In no time, the cold liquid was gone, and Veer let out a satisfied sigh. Turning to Ace, Veer smiled warmly and asked, "Want a bowl?" His face bore an innocent, harmless expression like a shady vendor trying to lure kids into a trap. At the same time, he extended a rather unappetizing-looking bowl toward Ace. But at this moment, Chopper, who had been watching, suddenly shuddered violently. His eyes were filled with horror. That was the potion he helped make with Veer. There was no need to explain how potent this thing was. What was Veer trying to do? Was he planning to kill Ace? That was Luffy's brother. Chopper instinctively wanted to stop him, but suddenly, he felt a chilling aura surround him. Looking up, he met Veer's smiling eyes. You'd better keep quiet. That gaze said it all. Chopper swallowed his words. After weighing the risks, he ultimately lowered his head in resignation. Fine, better him than me. Veer probably didn't really want to kill him. At most, he'd just suffer a bit. Yeah, better him than me. On the other side, seeing Veer himself drink it, Ace finally gave in. Luffy drank so much and is totally fine. I'm way stronger than him, there's no way this will do anything to me. Besides, Veer drank it too, so it must be fine. With that thought, Ace took the bowl from Veer's hands. Veer's face remained unchanged, but inside, he was already celebrating. Time to sit back and enjoy the show. As expected, Ace didn't disappoint. He first took a small sip. A tiny bit of the ice-cold liquid slid down his throat, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Ace's eyes lit up. So they weren't lying. It really did just look terrifying but actually tasted pretty good. Lifting the bowl, he stopped hesitating and downed it in one go. After a series of gulps, the full bowl of potent medicine was completely consumed. Veer showed no reaction, he simply continued sipping his own water. On the surface, nothing seemed unusual. But inside, he was laughing like crazy. See? Easy. The monkey family is just too gullible. Yet Ace didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, he felt full of energy. Even his mind seemed clearer. A rush of excitement filled his entire body. Meanwhile, a fully revived Luffy was already bouncing around excitedly. Following his lead, the crew continued on their journey. Ace simply followed along. Seeing him completely fine, both Veer and Chopper were dumbfounded. The two of them locked eyes in utter disbelief. They glanced at each other, then back at Ace. What the hell? Why was he completely fine? Was the medicine not strong enough? Did they mix up the potion? Veer double-checked and was absolutely sure he gave Ace the right one. What Ace drank was the exact potent formula Chopper had concocted with added stamina boosters. So what was happening? Was his body that ridiculously strong? No worries. Even if he was absurdly tough, it would only delay the inevitable. The chapter isn't over yet, just keep reading. Just wait, he'd be feeling it soon enough. Yet, 30 minutes passed. Ace was still perfectly fine. Now Veer was starting to doubt himself. Could it really have no effect on him? Well, it was too late to second guess now. The only thing to do was keep observing. Another half hour passed, and the group reached a rocky terrain. The large shaded area was perfect for a break, so everyone decided to rest. They had been walking for an hour. It was exhausting. Ace and Luffy sat together, chatting happily with no signs of anything unusual. Veer and Chopper sat across from them, staring intently at Ace without blinking. It had been an hour. What the hell was going on? Was the potency of the stamina booster overrated? Impossible. Chopper had personally tested it 100% effective. So why was this happening? Just as Veer was at a loss, a loud growl echoed from the front. Grrrrrrrrr. The sound was so loud that everyone turned toward the source. Seeing all eyes on him, Ace's face turned slightly red. This was so embarrassing. Damn stomach. Why did it have to growl so loudly? Ace, are you hungry? Your stomach sounded like an explosion. It scared me. Luffy laughed, teasing him. Ace scratched his head in embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed. His entire expression twisted in agony, his tanned face turning bright red from exertion. His hands clutched his stomach as his body slowly curled up. Before long, Ace was hunched over in pain, groaning. This scared the hell out of Luffy. Something was definitely wrong. Ace? Ace, what's wrong? Doctor? No, wait. Veer? Ace is sick. Help him. Luffy finally realized what was happening and shouted toward Veer. Seeing this unfold, Veer was overjoyed. He could barely contain his grin. Luffy reached out to grab Veer, only to find he had missed. Before he could react, he suddenly felt like he had been hit by a truck and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Veer crouched beside Ace, rubbing his hands together. He could not wait to make Ace immune to all poisons. No other intentions at all, really. Chapter 29. Ace, just endure it for now. At this moment, Luffy was once again pulling himself back by grabbing onto the rocks. Veer had been too fast earlier. Luffy hadn't even had time to react before he was sent flying. Veer, what's wrong with Ace? He's not going to die, is he? He's still so young. Luffy asked with a worried expression, only to receive a heavy blow to the head. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't know how to talk properly, just shut up. The hot-tempered Nami immediately punched Luffy. Veer glanced at Ace and had already figured out the situation. Not that he really needed to check. He was the one who did this, after all. Of course, he knew what was going on. But appearances had to be kept up. It's fine, everyone, don't panic. Ace is just suffering from food poisoning. His body is strong, so he won't die, but if we leave him like this, he'll go through a period of weakness before he recovers. As he spoke, Veer pulled out his medical kit and started rummaging through it. Luffy, hearing Veer's words, immediately panicked. Ace had just told him that he was on a mission, and his opponent seemed to be pretty strong. If he ended up in a weakened state, wouldn't that be incredibly dangerous? Veer, you have to help Ace. He has a mission to complete. If he's weak, he'll be in danger. Luffy pleaded anxiously. Ace was also aware of the seriousness of the situation. Although he had no idea why this was happening to him so suddenly, there was no way he was giving up on chasing Blackbeard. Even if he had to endure the period of weakness Veer mentioned, he would still go. Ace was just that stubborn. He believed Thatch had died because of him, so no matter what, he couldn't stop now. Despite the intense pain rendering him immobile, he still forced himself to look at Veer. But suddenly, both his and Luffy's faces underwent a strange change. Their mouths and eyes widened more and more. Their expressions turned to sheer horror. Luffy even let out a shocked cry, and their reaction was shared by everyone present. Every single person at the scene looked at Veer in absolute terror, because he had just pulled a blood-stained chainsaw out of his medical kit. Holding the chainsaw in his hand, Veer yanked the starter cord hard. Vrrrrrrrrrrr. A deafening noise filled the air as the chainsaw roared to life. Ace was so shocked that, for a moment, he forgot about his pain. Before he could even scream, Veer set the chainsaw aside. Ace let out a huge sigh of relief. Just now, he had seriously thought Veer was going to operate on him with that thing. But then, Veer pulled out another unsettling tool from his bag. It was just a tube, really. A flexible rubber tube that wasn't too thick. And another strange object. It looked like the kind of wooden bite stick people in ancient times would use when enduring great suffering. Except this one was made of metal, looking incredibly sturdy. It had a round hole in the middle, just large enough for the tube to pass through. Without hesitation, Veer shoved the metal piece into Ace's mouth. Ace, utterly confused, looked at Veer in bewilderment. Veer didn't explain. Instead, he turned to Luffy and said, "Here, Luffy, grab both ends of this thing and make sure Ace doesn't spit it out." As soon as Veer finished speaking, Luffy kicked Ace to the ground. He stepped on Ace's back, firmly gripping both ends of the strange device and pulling upward with all his might. "Ace, you're really my brother, huh?" Being yanked like this didn't do much damage, but his teeth hurt like hell. Luffy didn't hold back at all. He was pulling with everything he had. Meanwhile, Veer approached Ace with the tube in hand. Ace finally realized what was happening. That tube. It wasn't going where he thought it was it? Seeing the nearly 2-meter-long tube, Ace truly panicked. And his fears were proven right. Veer was preparing to pump his stomach. There were definitely remnants left in his gut. He had to clear them out first. And the device he was about to use? It was originally meant for washing out cow stomachs. But in a world where people were built as tough as monsters, what was a little veterinary treatment? No problem at all. Compared to the animals of the Blue Planet, people in the One Piece world were way more durable. Without hesitation, Veer inserted the tube through the hole in the metal bite stick. Ace's eyes widened in horror. You're actually doing this. He couldn't take it anymore and started struggling frantically. But the pain in his stomach made him weak all over. His good little brother was using all his strength to pin him down, rendering him completely immobile. Ace, I swear, Luffy, I'm going to beat the crap out of you when this is over. The metal bite stick had already been slightly flattened by his desperate clenching, but it was still usable. The tube advanced rapidly, and in Ace's despairing gaze, it successfully reached his stomach. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've earned 5,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've earned 2,000 negative points. And they hadn't even started yet. 7,000 points already? What fantastic news! As long as nothing unexpected happened, this was going to be a jackpot of negative points. Just as he thought that, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, your balance has reached the threshold. Unlocking new ability, painful but not in vain. Huh? What? This ability. Turns out, those who suffer under his treatment gain varying degrees of power UPS. Damn, this system is actually pretty considerate. It even provides benefits to the victims. Respect. Total respect. Ace, you should be grateful to have a doctor like me. Thinking this, Veer pulled out a funnel and attached it to the exposed end of the tube. Chopper, bring the water. Hearing this, Chopper immediately transformed into his larger form, rushed over, and took the bucket of dirty water Veer handed him. Ace was completely shattered. His stomach ache was probably caused by drinking that stuff earlier. He didn't know why the others could drink it while he couldn't, but it was very clear that he shouldn't drink any more of it. What was this bastard up to now? This was bad. Really bad. Luffy was still pinning him down, making escape impossible. Ace, it's okay. Just close your eyes and endure it. It'll be over soon. Luffy, for once, spoke like an understanding big brother, trying to console Ace. Ace had finally reached his breaking point. He swore to himself, as soon as I recover, I'm beating this idiot to a pulp. And so, the first bucket of water went down. The bizarre sensation provided Veer with another 2,500 negative points on the spot. And where there was one, there were more. After several buckets, Ace's stomach visibly swelled. Veer grabbed the tube and began forcefully pumping. Soon, a flood of unknown liquids and an influx of negative points came pouring out. Ace was completely numb. Was this really how stomach pumping worked? Your poisoning was too severe. Standard procedures wouldn't be fast enough. Veer explained casually as he poured in more water. And to Ace's surprise, his pain really was subsiding. And even more shocking, his physical strength had actually improved slightly. What was going on? If this was the case, maybe this suffering wasn't entirely unbearable. It was just the price of getting stronger. Fine. I'll endure it. Just a little more. But as Veer pumped again, Ace's eyes watered. This isn't something a human should have to endure? Chapter 30. I'll have you back on your feet in no time. Veer's face was practically twisted with glee. The negative points were coming in faster than a female driver mistaking the gas pedal for the brake. Compared to before, it was like they were pouring in by the truckload. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 negative points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 negative points. Ding. In just a short stomach pumping session, he had already racked up over 10,000 points. And this was just Ace. He could hardly imagine how intense it would be if it were Whitebeard. As the last bit of mysterious liquid finally left his system, Ace felt his stomachache subside at last. But he was still completely drained of energy. This stomach pumping was too brutal, it had wrung him out completely. Veer finally stopped. The procedure was officially done. All right, Luffy, you can let go now. Veer looked at Luffy, whose muscles were bulging from exertion, veins popping as he held Ace down with all his might. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. This guy was definitely going to get a dose of Fist of Love, Ace Edition later. It might not be as profound as Garp's, but it would definitely be a lot more violent. Hopefully, Luffy could withstand it. Luffy's job was done, but Veer's wasn't. Ace had stopped hurting because there were no more toxins in his stomach. But it had already been an hour, he had definitely absorbed quite a bit of it. Ace, how do you feel now? Anywhere still uncomfortable? Veer decided to ask before proceeding with an examination. Lying on the ground, barely conscious, Ace first and foremost felt one thing: weakness. Extreme weakness. He mentally scanned his own body, searching for the source of the problem. It seemed to be coming from his lower back. Though puzzled, he reported it truthfully. Veer's expression turned odd at the revelation. Wait, did that supposed tonic not actually replenish stamina? Instead, it drained it even more. And we're not talking about an ordinary person here. This was Fire Fist Ace, a haki-wielding powerhouse with a 550 million bounty. If even his kidneys couldn't handle it, then what about regular people? Veer suddenly recalled that advertisement where the old master had downed an entire bottle. Damn, that guy must have been built different. All Veer could do was admire him. Now that he knew the cause, treatment was simple. He picked up a chainsaw lying nearby. Originally, he had prepared it in case the stomach pumping wasn't effective, so he could just cut Ace open and manually clean him out. Turned out, the stomach pumping had been plenty thorough. He thought the chainsaw wouldn't be needed anymore. Guess not. Ace needed immediate replenishment. There was no time for slow recovery. So, Veer turned to his system's store. He was filthy rich in points now, so he might as well spend some. He navigated to the search bar and typed, kidney supplement. The top result instantly caught his eye. Super Kidney Boost Pills. Function, restores kidney function. Extreme recovery. Price, 3,000 points. Review, fatigue sometimes comes from overwork, making you feel completely drained. Revitalize and reinforce your foundation with Super Kidney Boost Pills. Now this was the real deal. Not like that so-called tonic, which had rumored properties. After purchasing the pills, Veer had no intention of letting Ace take them directly. Orally ingested medicine was too slow. Crush these pills, mix them with some goji berry water, and turn them into an injectable solution. Each dose should contain 10 pills. Make 2 doses total. Veer handed the materials over to Chopper. Chopper didn't hesitate and immediately got to work, carefully blending the ingredients to maximize potency. Meanwhile, Veer wasn't idle either. He wanted to test if this chainsaw was really necessary. With a powerful yank, the chainsaw roared to life with an ear-splitting buzz. Ace's sense of foreboding skyrocketed as he watched the spinning blade. The others, however, looked completely unfazed. As spectators, they found it entertaining. But if they were in Ace's position, it would be a different story. And, just as Ace feared, Veer stepped forward, planting his foot firmly on Ace's lower back. Then, he swung the chainsaw down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, what the hell? Ace was genuinely panicking now. Bro, if I knew this was your idea of treatment, I'd rather die outside. Now he finally understood why Nami and the others had praised his courage earlier on the ship. If he could go back in time, he would stay as far away from Veer as possible. This guy was insane. Ace struggled as best he could. But in his weakened state, he was powerless. The chainsaw came down. Why use a chainsaw? 1. It was great for racking up negative points. 2. A regular scalpel might not even cut Ace's ridiculously tough body. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8,000 negative points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 negative points. Ding. Negative points were flooding in like crazy. But Veer ignored them. He was fully focused on Ace's kidneys. His initial medical skills weren't top tier, so he needed to concentrate. Concentrate on surgically removing Ace's kidneys. Chainsaw kidney surgery, this was a first for him, too, so he was a bit inexperienced. But judging by the system's constant chimes, he knew the chainsaw was the right choice. The Super Kidney Boost pills had potent effects, but they might not be enough on their own. To ensure total recovery, he had to remove the kidneys first, inject them directly, and then put them back in. Soon, 2 organs, vaguely shaped like ears, were extracted. Ace stared in shock. Did this madman just chainsaw his kidneys out? Before he could process it, he noticed something even weirder. His kidneys. They looked completely shriveled. Practically dried up husks. What the hell? Hadn't he always taken good care of himself? Why did his kidneys look so damn weak? Ace was dumbfounded. He was still a virgin, damn it. How the hell were his kidneys in this state? Ace, you need to take better care of yourself. I mean, we all get it, but... Veer coughed lightly. You really should practice some restraint. As soon as Veer finished speaking, Ace's face turned red with embarrassment. Damn it. No matter what he said now, no one would believe him. This lunatic had literally taken his kidneys out. How was he supposed to argue his case? As he felt the judgmental stares of those around him, Ace burned with shame. Humiliation. Utter humiliation? This was beyond embarrassing? Chapter 31. Huh? That's not right. At this moment, Chopper had finally finished preparing. The 2 syringes, usually used for injections, were now filled to the brim with a special solution. Veer took them from Chopper's hands and directly injected one into the shriveled kidney he was holding. The entire dose of the medicine was smoothly administered. As the drug took effect, the kidney visibly began to swell, rapidly regaining its fullness. The once wrinkled surface became smooth and glossy, its dull, lifeless grayish-black hue transforming into a vibrant crimson red. Before Ace could react, Sanji let out a startled cry. This is a miracle drug? Veer? Big bro Veer? How about giving me a shot as well? I promise I'll behave. Sanji was utterly ecstatic. Seeing the revitalized kidney in Veer's hand, he was genuinely envious. If he could get his hands on such a drug, wouldn't that mean? But before his fantasy could run wild, a sharp pain struck the top of his head, yanking him back to reality. Can't you see Veer is saving someone? Stop messing around. Nami's furious shout followed immediately after. Sanji chuckled sheepishly and dared not say another word. Though slightly speechless at the scene, Veer didn't stop his actions. The second syringe was swiftly plunged into the other kidney. Moments later, 2 fully revitalized kidneys were now fresh and ready. Ace, witnessing Veer's methods, was completely dumbfounded. Restoring kidneys can be this fast. What kind of insane medicine is this? Before he could fully process everything, Veer had already moved on to the next step, stitching him up. When Ace turned to look, the first thing he saw was a needle that had snapped in half due to rust. As for the thread, no matter how he looked at it, it suspiciously resembled a long strand of enoki mushrooms. What the hell? Hey, Veer? What are you doing? Are you really stitching me up like that? Ace felt like he was about to lose his mind. His eyes widened in shock, staring at Veer in pure horror. Why does this guy not resemble a normal doctor in the slightest? Since when did doctors have such bizarre methods? Almost done. With that, Veer's expression twisted into a sinister grin, his hands applying even more force. The intense pain, combined with the sheer psychological discomfort, made Ace cry out in agony. This guy, he's brutal? In reality, it wasn't Veer's fault. Despite using the best equipment he had from the medical kit, Ace's absurdly tough skin made it almost impossible to stitch him up without using some serious strength. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 1000 negative points. TCH. No doubt about it, Ace was a goldmine for negative emotions. Just a little effort, and the rewards were leagues beyond what anyone else could provide. After 5 minutes, Veer had finally finished. The kidneys were seamlessly reattached. Ace, despite gritting his teeth in pain, exhaled a deep breath of relief. It was over. He should have collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, yet, strangely enough, he felt the complete opposite. Instead, he was brimming with energy. As he stood up and stretched his body, the sensation became even more apparent. From his lower back, an endless surge of power radiated throughout his body. He suddenly felt terrifyingly strong. Even his physical strength seemed to have increased. Curious about this newfound sensation, he immediately decided to test it out. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly snapped them open. His right arm shot up towards the sky. Heiken, Fire Fist. An enormous burst of flames erupted instantaneously, soaring into the sky. The scorching heat forced everyone nearby to instinctively step back. The towering inferno shot up at least 1,000 meters, growing larger and more intense the higher it climbed. From a distance, it resembled a massive flaming tornado. The pile of rocks around him instantly melted under the immense heat, and within half a second, they had completely vaporized, vanishing without a trace. The entire process lasted only 2 seconds. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the pillar of fire dissipated into the air. What the? The entire Straw Hat crew stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. What just happened? Had Ace been holding back before? This punch felt several times stronger than before. Luffy's jaw nearly hit the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Ace, you're this strong? No, I know you're strong. But I swear I'll catch up to you. While the crew chattered in astonishment, Ace remained completely silent. Because, out of everyone present, he was the most shocked of all. Staring at his own fist, his expression was one of utter disbelief. What just happened? That fire fist attack, its temperature, range, and sheer destructive power had far exceeded his usual level. In fact, it was nearly twice as strong as normal. And all of this was a direct result of what just happened. His body had undergone a transformation, at least a 10% improvement compared to before. If he had to train for such a boost on his own, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, half an hour? Not even? And if it were just a 10% boost to his physical strength, it wouldn't have been enough to unleash a fire fist of that caliber. The true source of that explosive power came from his lower back. His newly restored kidneys had actually amplified his attacks. Even though he could tell that a significant portion of that energy had already been expended after that one move, it didn't change the fact that Veer's ability was absolutely ridiculous. Finally, Ace turned to face Veer. At this moment, any doubts Ace had about Veer's medical skills had completely vanished. This man was a miracle doctor. Not only had he restored him to peak condition, but he had even made him stronger. What else could this be if not a miracle? Old man still has hope. Ace decided right then and there he needed to call Whitebeard immediately and tell him to send people to pick up Veer. The sooner, the better. If not for his current mission, he would have outright kidnapped Veer himself. No one would be able to stop him. Veer, you're a miracle doctor. Ace finally snapped out of his shock, his face filled with excitement as he shouted at Veer. But truth be told, Veer wasn't faring any better. Watching Ace's test run of that punch, Veer himself was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Sure, he had heard that healing a patient could make them stronger, but this kind of power boost was way too broken. If he healed Ace a few more times, wouldn't that turn him into the Pirate King? Or better yet, with such an overpowered ability, why bother healing others? Why not just heal himself instead? Just as he was thinking this, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Each individual can only receive one power-up from the host per year. Note, the host himself cannot receive enhancements. TCH? Well, if that's the case, then I guess this ability isn't as overpowered as I thought. Still, it's better than nothing. At that moment, the system finally announced the reward from this treatment session. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability, Armament Haki, intermediate level, about to break through to advanced level. Advanced Armament Haki will automatically unlock the Ryuo technique. Chapter 32 Armament Haki. Armament Haki? Veer felt an inexplicable power awakening within him. This newly awakened power should have felt completely foreign to him. Yet, the current situation was the exact opposite. It felt as natural as moving his own limbs. Those were the only words that could describe it. This sudden surge of power felt as if it had been with him all along. So familiar, so instinctive, like all he had to do was think, and the power would instantly flow to where it needed to be. So this is Armament Haki? Veer took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After carefully sensing the changes in his body, he opened his eyes again, and with a mere thought. In an instant, his right hand turned pitch black, an abyss-like darkness coating it, radiating a dangerous aura. With Armament Haki, dealing with Crocodile would be much easier now. And not just any Armament Haki, this was some seriously advanced stuff. Looks like Ace wasn't just focusing on developing his Devil Fruit abilities. With Haki this strong, both offense and defense would receive a massive boost. That said, given Veer's current physical condition, his usage would be quite limited. But for now, it was more than enough. The crew watched him in confusion, eyes fixed on the blackened substance covering his hand. They didn't know what it was, but one thing was clear: it was dangerous. Dangerous enough that their instincts screamed at them to keep their distance. Since when did Veer have something this powerful? That was the question on everyone's mind. Meanwhile, Ace, standing in front of Veer, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't help but blurt out in astonishment. Armament Haki. The crew exchanged confused glances. Armament Haki. They had never heard of such a thing and naturally had no idea what Ace was talking about. Ace, however, was once again completely blown away by Veer. He stared blankly at Veer, who was calmly examining his right hand. At the very beginning of the Grand Line, he had actually encountered a rookie pirate who had already awakened Armament Haki. Technically speaking, it wasn't impossible. What shocked him was the strength of this Haki, that deep, dark hue and the aura it exuded. It all screamed extraordinary. How is this even fair? He was certain Veer had just awakened it because before this, he hadn't sensed even the slightest trace of Armament Haki from him. And yet he's already at this level? Are you kidding me? In the future, this guy would definitely become a powerhouse beyond imagination. Luffy really hit the jackpot with this one. Hearing Ace's shout, Veer turned to look at him. Seeing Ace's expression, Veer couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Oh, this? I kinda just awakened it by accident. Ace's face darkened immediately. By accident. Alright. Fine, you win. You really know how to talk, huh? Noticing the crew's confusion, Ace figured they had never heard of Armament Haki before. He had been the same when he first set out to sea. After explaining it to them, everyone's perception of Veer shifted dramatically. According to Ace, the practical applications of Armament Haki were absolutely insane. All the top-tier fighters possessed it, and they had all mastered it to an advanced level. There were even warriors who specialized solely in Armament Haki, relying on it alone to dominate the battlefield. Its importance couldn't be overstated. Ace explained that Armament Haki was awakened through rigorous training. Once a person's strength reached a certain threshold, with enough practice, they would eventually awaken it. However, boosting its strength was an entirely different story. None of them had shown any signs of awakening it yet. As Ace bluntly put it, your bodies are too weak, so you can't awaken it. But Veer? Not only did he awaken it effortlessly, his starting point was already at an insanely high level. The gap was clear as day. This isn't that hard, really. You guys will learn it eventually, Veer reassured them. The crew knew this wasn't something they could force. Their bodies were still too weak. Even Luffy wasn't pestering Ace to teach him yet. How are you feeling, my patient? Veer turned his attention back to Ace. Ace snapped out of his thoughts, realizing he had been too focused on Veer's Haki. I feel way stronger now. How did you do it, Veer? This is insane. Ace had traveled far and wide but had never seen a method of power-up this fast and effortless. Well, maybe not effortless, but definitely fast. Hearing this, everyone turned to Veer, all equally stunned. Wait, what? Getting treated by Veer boosts your strength? No way, right? Sanji and Nami, both of whom had been treated by Veer before, were skeptical. But judging by that punch Ace just threw, the power-up was very real. Then why didn't we get stronger? Are we just too weak? Luffy and Zoro, on the other hand, had a completely different reaction. Their eyes were practically glowing. A way to get stronger. To Zoro, Veer no longer seemed so terrifying. He even looked a little adorable. As a swordsman obsessed with growth, enduring some torture during treatment was a small price to pay. As for Luffy, seeing Ace suddenly pull ahead in strength again felt unfair. If Ace got a cheat, then he wanted a cheat too. Pfft, this is just basic stuff. You think I'd make you suffer for nothing? If you're feeling better, let's get moving. Speaking of which, your stomach's really something else, huh? Can't even handle clean food? Tisk tisk tisk. Veer eyed Ace up and down before shaking his head in mock disappointment. Ace was speechless. Basic stuff? If this was basic, then reality was completely broken. Veer's medical skills were unfathomable. As for his stomach, even Ace didn't understand why he, the strongest among them, was the only one who got food poisoning. I'm fine now. I feel great. Let's go. Not wanting to continue the topic, Ace quickly changed the subject. With that, the crew set off again. After all, they had wasted enough time here because of him. Luffy, now fully hydrated, was bouncing around at the front, his boundless energy making others tired just watching him. Big bro, can reindeers learn Armament Haki too? Chopper, looking uncertain, glanced up at Veer, his voice carrying a hint of worry. Veer saw his concern, patted his pink hat, and grinned. Of course reindeers can. Then he leaned in and whispered, with my personal guidance, you'll be the second to awaken it. Chopper froze mid-step, his brain short-circuiting. Wait, weren't we just saying it wasn't something you could teach? Before he could ask, Veer continued, and that rumble ball of yours? It's garbage. Too many side effects. Once we're back on the ship, I'll help you fix it. Chopper's eyes widened in shock, then filled with emotion. Master, not only is he giving me special treatment, but he's also going to improve my rumble ball. Why is he so good to me? Chopper's lips quivered, and his eyes began to water. This was the third human who had genuinely cared for him, though he had already known. Veer smiled faintly. Just kidding. Teaching them Armament Haki would be exhausting. Let them figure it out on their own. But a disciple is different. A disciple deserves to be spoiled. Since I'm your master, of course I'll give you some special treatment. As for the rumble ball, I've been planning to improve it ever since I saw you use it at your home. The side effects were too severe, but I didn't have the ability to do so back then. Stop daydreaming? You're falling behind. Veer smacked Chopper's antlers, causing his head to tilt to the side. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chopper realized he had indeed fallen behind the group. He quickly responded and hurried to catch up. Thank you, Master. Chopper murmured softly, so quietly that even he could barely hear it. But Veer, sitting on his back, smiled knowingly. Chapter 33:33, The Whitebeard Pirates are shocked. New World. Aboard the Moby Dick. Oi, what's wrong, Ace? Did something happen? Marco looked at the Den Mushi in his hand, which was transmitting Ace's face, and asked with some concern. Not long ago, red-haired Shanks had come by, warning them that Ace's current pursuit might be dangerous. Now that Ace was calling, Marco couldn't help but worry that he had run into trouble. Oi, Marco, what's with that tone? You think I'm that weak? That bastard Teach just runs fast, that's all. As long as I catch up to him, I'll definitely take him down. Ace spoke viciously, showing no sign of taking Blackbeard seriously. But enough about him. Marco, I've got good news. It's about Pops. Hearing this, even Marco started getting anxious. Ace was far too careless. He definitely needed to talk some sense into him. But when Ace mentioned good news about Pops, Marco's curiosity was piqued. What news? Ace cleared his throat and said slowly, I've found a doctor who can treat Pop's old injuries. What? The moment Ace finished speaking, a loud exclamation rang out. Even someone as composed as Marco was momentarily at a loss for words. His rough voice practically echoed throughout the entire Moby Dick. Hearing Marco shout like that, the rest of the crew quickly gathered around. If Marco reacted like this, it had to be something big. Yozu, with his broad and imposing figure, was the first to approach. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Marco urgently spoke into the Den Mushi. Ace, you better not be joking. You should know that Pop's injuries aren't something just anyone can heal. The gathered crew immediately understood why Marco had lost his composure. Ace had found a doctor capable of treating Pop's injuries? Could he have been deceived? That was everyone's first thought. Even Marco couldn't help but think the same. No one knew Pop's condition better than him. But Ace's next words made them waver. His treatment can also enhance a person's strength. Ace didn't say much, just that one sentence. Yet, those simple words made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Healing and strength enhancement? What did that mean? Individually, the words were easy to understand, but together, they didn't make much sense. This was unheard of. It only made them more convinced that Ace had been tricked. Surely, Ace didn't actually believe something this ridiculous? But before they could ask further, Ace continued. The person whose strength was enhanced is me, and my power increased by at least 10%. What? This time, the uproar was even louder. The commotion was so great that even Whitebeard, who had been dozing nearby, turned to look. What are these brats up to now? Whitebeard shook his head with a helpless smile. Meanwhile, the gathered crew found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the one claiming his strength had increased was Ace himself. There was no way he would lie about something like this. Wait, how much did he just say? 10%? Gasp. Everyone involuntarily sucked in a breath. That wasn't a small amount? A 10% increase. If Ace's strength had truly increased by that much, then the doctor's abilities were beyond question. This was simply unbelievable. A doctor this powerful actually existed in the world? For the first time, they realized that medical skills could be used to enhance a person's strength. They had truly been ignorant. How could they have doubted such an amazing doctor? If what Ace said was true, then this doctor might actually be able to heal Pops. At that thought, the expressions on everyone's faces began to change. From initial disbelief to overwhelming excitement, this was about their beloved Pops, who had suffered from his injuries for so many years. Ace? You lucky bastard. If Pops really gets healed, you'll be the biggest hero? Ha ha ha. Marco, now filled with excitement, shouted into the Den Mushi. On the other end, Ace grinned proudly. Piece of cake, ha ha ha. Oh yeah? You guys need to send someone to pick him up. I can't leave right now. Even though Ace was thrilled, he hadn't forgotten why he made the call in the first place. Got it? Don't worry, there'll be a fight over who gets to do it. After Marco responded, Ace gave him the details about Veer, instructing them to find the Straw Hat Pirates. After giving his final instructions, Ace hung up. The moment the call ended, the entire Moby Dick erupted into excitement as the crew rushed toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard watched them approach, utterly confused. Yozu was the first to reach him, nearly pressing his face against Whitebeard's. If Marco hadn't pulled him back, he probably would have kissed him. Pops. Pops? We've got great news. Ace found a miracle doctor. The entire crew shouted excitedly, their faces lit with joy. Marco took the lead in explaining. Pops, Ace met a doctor with incredible skills. He says this doctor can heal your injuries. We're sending a division commander to pick him up. We'll bring him here as fast as possible. After Marco finished, Whitebeard simply shook his head again. Resting his hand on his forehead, he looked a little troubled. He knew his own condition best. He didn't have much time left. He wanted to tell them not to waste their efforts, but seeing their hopeful eyes and expectant expressions, he couldn't bring himself to say it. These children of his, they had grown up. If they wanted to try, he wouldn't stop them. Gururera, go quickly and come back soon? This old man doesn't have many days left. Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed, full of his usual carefree boldness. Woo! A loud cheer erupted across the ship. It wasn't because Pops had a few days left they knew he was joking. They had been worried he might refuse, given his nature, but now that he had agreed, it was time to move. Don't worry, Pops. It won't be long before he's standing right in front of you, Marco declared as the crew began arguing over who would be sent. The usually laid-back and brotherly atmosphere instantly turned into a heated competition. At first, it was all polite words, then tensions rose, and soon enough, fists started flying. You think your scrawny self can protect anyone? Step aside. And what about you, fatty? Don't get in my way. I'm obviously the best choice. Move it. After a chaotic scuffle, Whitebeard finally put a stop to it. Yozo will go. He should be able to protect a newcomer just fine. With that, the battle ended. Ahaha, you brats thought you could compete with your Uncle Yozo? Not a chance. Yozo gloated, looking down on the rest. 5 minutes later, a smaller ship sailed away from the Moby Dick. On board, a tall figure lay unconscious, bruised and battered. It seemed he had been knocked out cold. Chapter 34. This kid is not bad. Veer, Pops will be sending someone over soon. When they arrive, I'll need you to come along. Ace turned to Veer with a smile as he spoke. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he threw an arm around Luffy's neck. Luffy, you wouldn't mind lending me Veer to help save someone important, would you? Ace had initially planned to rough Luffy up a little, but whether that would still happen depended entirely on what Luffy said next. If Veer is willing, then of course not. After all, it's someone important to you. Luffy's face was squished from Ace's grip, making his words come out a little unclear. Hearing this, Ace let go of him with a disappointed look. He had been hoping Luffy would refuse, just so he could beat him up before taking Veer along. But now that wasn't an option. If Luffy had disagreed, Ace would have made him agree. Ace turned his gaze back to Veer. Of course, I have no problem with it. Saving lives and treating injuries is a doctor's duty. Veer spoke with such conviction that Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. My master really is the greatest doctor in the world? Ace tipped his hat slightly and grinned brightly. I really owe you one, Veer. Veer waved him off casually. Come on, man, we're brothers. No need for formalities. It's what friends do. If you ever need help again, just find me. I won't charge. Ace was genuinely moved. This guy, despite his rough ways, was a true brother. Ace nodded firmly. At this moment, he felt that Veer was truly a great guy. At the very least, he was someone easy to be around. Puro. Just then, Ace's den mushy rang. Click. Hello. Ace answered as he walked off. Meanwhile, Veer started thinking about the upcoming events. Now that he had armament haki and was even close to mastering its advanced level, taking down Crocodile would be a piece of cake. Crocodile's strength probably took a nosedive after his mental breakdown. This fight shouldn't be too hard. Ace wouldn't be around much longer. Soon, only the Straw Hats and Veer would continue toward Yuba to find the rebel army. But the rebels had already left long ago. Going there would be a complete waste of time. A few hours lost in the desert wasn't ideal. The sooner they reached Rain Base, the better. He needed to think of a way to convince them. Once they got to Rain Base, everything should unfold as expected. Crocodile would move early, heading toward Aluberna. Luffy would fight him halfway, nearly die, and then Veer would step in to save him. After that, Veer would take Luffy to Aluberna. Luffy would fight Crocodile again while Veer collected Devil Fruit abilities from the defeated Baroque Works agents. By that time, Zoro and the others would have finished their battles. Veer would sweep through, collecting abilities without wasting a second. Just as he'd finish, Crocodile would be defeated, and everything would wrap up neatly. Veer smirked to himself. I'm a time management genius. Once everything was settled, he'd have even more strength than he could currently imagine. Luffy. Ace hung up his call and called out to Luffy, who had run ahead again. Luffy turned back. Huh? What's up? The others also stopped, looking toward Ace. I have to go now. The person I'm looking for has already left. I can't keep traveling with you guys. Ace's voice carried a hint of reluctance. After all, it had been years since he last saw his little brother. Veer also looked over. Ace was leaving already? That meant it was time to figure out how to get the Straw Hats to Rain Base directly. You're leaving? Oh well. Luffy looked disappointed. He hadn't expected Ace to leave so soon. Before leaving, Ace rummaged through his bag and pulled out a small piece of white paper. He tore a part off and handed one piece to Veer before giving another to Luffy. Luffy, puzzled, examined the paper in his hands. Ace grinned and explained, this is a Weaver card. The sea is vast, but this will always point you to me. Luffy watched in amazement as the paper moved slightly in Ace's direction. Whoa, that's awesome. Ace then turned toward the Straw Hat crew, bowing slightly. My idiot brother has probably caused you a lot of trouble. I'll have to count on you guys to look after him. Nah, it's fine. He's not that dumb. You're too polite. Too polite. The crew felt a little flustered. Who would have thought Luffy had such a well-mannered older brother? It was honestly surprising. Oh, right, Luffy. According to my intel, the rebels already left Yuba. Going there would be a waste of time. Ace's information came from Marco, who had just called him. Marco had a friend in the intelligence business and helped Ace out as a favor. Veer's eyes lit up. He had been wondering how to convince them, but Ace had just taken care of it for him. Nice? He really is a bro. Veer, the old man has already sent someone, but it'll take at least a month for them to get here. Don't worry, though. He'll find you when he arrives. Just stay on Luffy's ship for now. Ace spoke with sincere gratitude toward Veer. Got it. Don't worry, that's just a minor injury for me. You'll hear good news soon. Hearing this, Ace felt a lot more at ease. He now had even greater confidence in Veer's medical skills. It seemed like there was no injury or illness in the world that could stump him. After saying his goodbyes, Ace set off on his journey. Watching his retreating figure, Veer couldn't help but call out, Ace. Never underestimate anyone. But Ace didn't turn around. He simply raised a hand and waved. Veer sighed with a hint of helplessness. Can't be helped. That's just the kind of guy he is. Though they hadn't spent much time together, Veer genuinely liked Ace. And definitely not just because Ace had gifted him 24,000 negative points and insanely strong armament haki. No, it was just because he thought Ace was a genuinely good guy. Chapter 35 Arrival. Let's go, straight to Rain Base. Take down that so-called Mr. Zero, and this country's crisis will be over. Veer looked at Luffy, who was still staring longingly at Ace's departing figure. His gaze shifted between Ace and the Viver card in his hand. Hearing Veer's words, Luffy snapped back to reality. Oh, that's right. We should have done that from the start. Just beat that guy up and be done with it. Luffy found the idea excellent. The rest of the crew had no objections either. After all, Ace's intel was reliable enough. Since that was the case, heading straight for the enemy's stronghold was the best move. Vivi was a bit worried, but when she thought about Veer's terrifying strength, Mr. Zero didn't seem that scary anymore. With no further objections, the group moved swiftly. After confirming the direction on the map, they resumed their journey. Veer sat on Chopper's back, taking the rear of the group. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, he felt relieved. He began explaining haki, specifically armament haki, to Chopper in detail, describing its nature within the body and the conditions required for awakening it. Chopper listened intently, looking extremely serious. If he had hands free, he would have pulled out his little notebook to take notes. Whenever he didn't understand something, he asked, and Veer answered patiently. Advancing in armament haki wasn't just about gaining power, it was also about knowledge. As they traveled, Veer sat cross-legged, leisurely explaining everything. He even coated Chopper's antlers with a layer of armament haki so he could feel it firsthand. Chopper kept thinking deeply about it, occasionally zoning out, and if not for Veer's reminders, he would have already bumped his head multiple times. With this, the monotonous journey didn't seem so boring anymore. Mr. 2, you failed your mission, didn't you? Inside Rainbow's largest casino. At a round table, several people were seated. At the head of the table sat a man with a cigar in his mouth, his expression dark as he glared at the thin figure beside him. Bone Clay, Mr. 2, was visibly nervous. After all, he really hadn't completed his mission. He hadn't been able to find Mr. 3. According to the Baroque Works rules, failure meant death. He glanced at Mr. 1, the man who could turn his body into steel blades. If a fight broke out, that guy would kill him. His mind raced. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse, Crocodile's grim face suddenly broke into a smile. That smile was chilling. I'll let you off this time. Do your job well, and don't let it happen again. Crocodile, half smiling, wasn't being merciful. He just had other uses for Bone Clay for now. Otherwise, Mr. 1 would have already made his move. Bone Clay was overjoyed and immediately burst into grateful tears. When he first learned that his boss was a warlord of the sea, he had been shocked. Now that this warlord wasn't punishing him, he was already lucky. The reason everyone was gathered today was simple. It was time to act. After dealing with Bone Clay's matter, Crocodile wasted no time and began assigning tasks. Everyone listened carefully, afraid of missing anything. Robin stood behind Crocodile, watching indifferently, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Soon, Crocodile finished giving out orders. He then slammed the table and stood up. For our Utopia plan. Everyone, do your part. His voice rang out, and the subordinates responded in unison. Seeing this, Crocodile nodded in satisfaction. He waved them off to carry out their assignments, and soon, only 2 people remained in the hall. There had been a small interlude during the meeting. Mr. 3 had somehow come back to throw his life away. Now, he was inside a giant crocodile stomach. Crocodile had no sympathy for useless subordinates. Trash should be disposed of. The princess has arrived. Those fools probably won't be able to handle her. Go and bring her to me, he instructed Robin. Crocodile was well aware of Vivi and Koza's relationship. If those two met, the war would likely be prevented. Robin had no reason to refuse. Crocodile was her boss, after all. Understood. Soon, the grand hall was empty, leaving Crocodile alone. Sitting in silence, he seemed deep in thought, or perhaps, he was simply waiting. That's all for the theory. The rest is up to you. Yeah, don't worry, big bro, I'll do my best. I won't let you down. Chopper turned around with a determined look, nodding at Veer. Veer, seeing this, was satisfied. This kid had strong determination. He looked ahead to check how much farther they had to go, and then, his eyes widened. They were close to Rain Base. But what shocked him was, the others were gone. Where was everyone? Where did they go? No way, just a minute ago, he had seen all of them still there. Wait. Veer suddenly had a realization. These idiots must have spotted the town and rushed in to buy water? That had to be it? And they didn't even call us? We're still out here. Unbelievable. Hurry, Chopper. Let's see if we can catch up to them. He shouted at Chopper, who immediately picked up speed. Soon, they reached the town. But with such a big place, it wasn't going to be easy finding those fools. Forget it, the casino was the best bet. They were bound to end up there. Seriously, these guys were a handful. In the original story, Sanji had saved them. But this time, Sanji was with them. If he didn't hurry, they might actually drown in the Seastone prison. Vivi might even get fed to one of those giant crocodiles. After asking someone for directions, Chopper bolted toward the casino. Smoker was probably there too, also about to get flooded. Although in the original, he didn't really struggle much with the water. This time, though, Veer would let him stay in there a bit longer before saving him. Rescuing drowning people was something he was pretty experienced with. A toilet plunger works wonders. One pull, and you get a lot of points. It doesn't take much time either. Might as well make the most of it. Also, Mr. 3, who was inside the giant crocodile. That kidney boost pills he gave Ace earlier still had some left. Might as well use it to patch him up quickly. That'll be some negative points for sure. Crocodile will probably be gone by then. As for dealing with the giant crocodiles, easy. For now, the priority was getting there before things spiraled too far. Otherwise, who knew how messy it would get? Chapter 36. I'm not late, am I? At this moment, everything was unfolding just as Veer had expected. Inside a small Seastone prison, several figures were locked up. Sanji and Smoker were among them. Vivi was tied to a chair. Before her stood a man exhaling clouds of smoke. Crocodile wore a satisfied grin. With this, nothing could obstruct his plan anymore. This place will soon be submerged by the lake. Do you want to save them? Crocodile spoke with a playful smirk as he looked at Vivi. A metallic key appeared in his hand, making his intentions clear. But of course, he had no intention of giving it to Vivi. Instead, he casually tossed the key into the crocodile pit. These were no ordinary crocodiles, they were ferocious creatures that fed on sea kings. The moment the key hit the water, a crocodile swallowed it whole. Ha ha ha, now, enjoy your time playing with these little fish. With that, Crocodile left with Robin, leaving Vivi tied firmly to the chair. Luffy was desperately trying to squeeze through the gaps of the iron cage, using all his strength. But the moment his body touched the sea prism stone, he collapsed, drained of all energy. Seeing this, Vivi knew she could no longer afford to sit idly by. If this continued, they would all die here. She began twisting her body, trying to use the sharp boomerang at her waist to cut through the ropes. However, just as she started moving, one of the enormous crocodiles suddenly leaped out of the massive water pit. It charged straight toward Vivi. Each step of its massive body sent tremors through the ground. Vivi. Cries of alarm erupted from inside the cage. Just as the beast was about to swallow Vivi whole, the ropes snapped. Vivi sprang to her feet, narrowly dodging the attack. A confident smile appeared on her face as she wielded her high-speed spinning weapon, radiating a powerful aura. "Humph, you ugly croc. Prepare to be taken down." Seeing this, hope flickered in everyone's eyes. Maybe they had a chance? 1 minute later. Stop chasing me. Why doesn't it even react when I hit it? Vivi ran in terror as the giant crocodile pursued her relentlessly. This is bad. Vivi's attacks aren't working? She's not its match at all. Nami watched in distress, knowing Vivi could be devoured at any moment. We should have brought Veer along. He would have had a way to handle this. Usopp said regretfully. The moment they saw the town, they had all rushed in at full speed, just like Sanji would upon spotting a beautiful woman. They had completely forgotten about Veer, who had been lagging behind. Veer will come to save us, Luffy declared with conviction. How would he even know we're here? And even if he did, could he really make it in time? Usopp's words left Luffy momentarily silent. Yeah, could Veer really make it that fast? No. Suddenly, Nami screamed, pulling everyone's attention back to Vivi. She had been backed into a corner, with nowhere left to run. The crocodile lunged, ready to bite down without a shred of mercy. Vivi. Miss Vivi. Vivi stared at the approaching jaws, so close she could see the remnants of flesh between its teeth. There was no way out. Was this the end? Had she failed to save anyone after all? Hearing her comrades' desperate shouts from not far away, she closed her eyes in despair, silently awaiting death. I'm sorry, Luffy, Nami, Veer. Thank you for everything along the way. Goodbye. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Seconds passed, but the pain never came. Am I dead? Curious, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see something unexpected. The crocodile was frozen mid-lunge, less than a meter away from her. Between her and the beast stood a figure clad in white. His right leg was slightly raised, pressing firmly against the crocodile's lower jaw. That not-so-thick leg was preventing the enormous crocodile from moving forward even an inch. Her mouth slightly agape as she stared at the familiar silhouette in disbelief. Veer. Her voice trembled. She had truly been terrified just moments ago. I didn't come too late, did I? With one hand in his pocket and the other carrying a medical kit, Veer turned to glance at Vivi, who was still visibly shaken. But her fear only deepened. Watch out, she shouted. The crocodile swung its massive tail toward Veer with incredible speed, giving no room for evasion. So annoying, Veer muttered, watching the incoming tail. With a simple and swift upward kick, he struck the crocodile's tail. In the next instant, under everyone's shocked gazes, the multi-ton crocodile was sent flying through the air by Veer's sheer strength. Hiss, what kind of power is this? A chorus of gasps filled the air. Then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared before the airborne crocodile. No flashy moves, just a simple, straightforward kick. But this time, his foot was coated in a faint black sheen. Leg reinforcement. With a thunderous impact, the gigantic crocodile vanished from sight. Landing gracefully beside Vivi, Veer casually pulled an umbrella from his medical kit and opened it. Moments later, blood rained from the sky, dyeing the ground a deep crimson. Only the area shielded by the umbrella remained untouched. Everyone, even Smoker, stood frozen in shock. Did they just see that correctly? Did Veer just kick the crocodile out of existence? Hiss. Another round of gasps erupted. Veer's strength was exceeding all expectations. That crocodile might not have been the strongest creature, but its massive body had just been obliterated by Veer's sheer force. How much power did it take to accomplish that? Wasn't this guy a little too strong? Vivi stood in stunned silence. She had just experienced the terror of that crocodile firsthand. Her attacks couldn't even scratch it. And yet, Veer had taken it down with a single kick. The difference between them was immeasurable. She stared at Veer, who now stood beside her, lips quivering slightly. Are you okay? Veer asked gently. Chapter 37, a top-tier ability. Vivi finally snapped back to reality. She quickly turned to Veer and expressed her gratitude. I am fine. Really? Thank you so much, I was almost eaten. Vivi, still shaken, patted her chest as if trying to calm herself down. Seeing this, Veer was relieved. He put away his umbrella and turned toward the entrance. There, a small figure stood, completely drenched in blood. Chopper was staring at Veer with a look full of grievance. Master, you jerk? You didn't even try to block it for me. Perhaps noticing Chopper's thoughts, Veer pulled out a high-pressure water gun from his box and aimed it directly at him. Chopper, go get the key and unlock the door for Luffy and the others. The moment Veer gave the order, the drenched and miserable-looking Chopper sprang into action. Fine, I forgive you. Although the crocodile was gone, it left behind a key and an egg. Veer walked over to the egg. He reached out and knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. Crack. Under Veer's surprised gaze, the egg slowly began to crack open. Inside, a man as thin as a skeleton was revealed. Mr. 3 lay completely limp, looking utterly drained. He collapsed straight to the ground, passing out cold. He had been inside for quite some time, much longer than in the original story. Seeing this, Veer didn't hesitate. He delivered 2 heavy slaps to Mr. 3's face. Mr. 3 jolted awake immediately. Dazed, he looked at Veer in front of him and tried to sit up, but he had no strength at all. You're injured? I'm a doctor? I'll save you right away. As he spoke, Veer pulled out a concoction from his medical box, energy booster pill mixed with other medical ingredients. After dilution, the mixture filled an entire large bowl. Veer held it up to Mr. 3's face. He pinched his mouth open, ready to pour it in. Mr. 3 looked at the thick, golden yellow liquid in confusion. The moment it got closer, the smell hit him directly. It reeked? Confirmed? This was exactly what he thought it was. Is this guy really a doctor? Mr. 3 began to struggle violently. His whole body screamed resistance. Although his mouth was held by Veer, he kept making muffled sounds. He was so anxious that tears were about to come out, but Veer's strength was something he couldn't match in his current state. Without surprise, the entire bowl, every last drop, was poured down his throat. Veer finally let go. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 negative points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability, Shaping. Shaping allows the liquefaction of inanimate objects and reshaping them into any form. Veer's face was full of shock. Mr. 3's ability seemed a little different than expected. It wasn't just limited to wax. It could liquefy anything. This changed everything. The first thing that came to Veer's mind was sea stone. If he could liquefy sea stone and reshape it into any form he wanted, that alone was already an incredible power. Absolutely broken? Wait. If nothing else, the pacifistas should also be classified as inanimate objects, right? Wouldn't that mean he could touch them and melt them instantly? This ability was ridiculously overpowered. There were so many inanimate objects in the world. The possibilities were endless. Veer was truly thrilled. Who would have thought Mr. 3's seemingly mediocre ability would turn into such an absolute cheat for him? Looking at Mr. 3, who was now hunched over, vomiting violently, Veer couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. It seemed like the system didn't just copy devil fruit abilities as they were. Instead, there were some modifications. The best part? He wasn't affected by sea stone's weakening properties. According to the system's judgment, he hadn't actually consumed a devil fruit. Back on the ship, he had even gone for a swim in the ocean. Seawater had no effect on him at all. The system was truly god tier. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 was still dry heaving, unable to throw up anything. His shrunken body also started to fill out rapidly. Seeing this, Veer decided not to force him to drink more. He had already obtained the ability. At that moment, the surrounding windows shattered with a loud crash. A massive surge of water rushed in from the outside. In the blink of an eye, it reached their ankles. Veer knew he couldn't wait any longer. He walked straight to the cage. Chopper was struggling to unlock the cell door with the key he had worked so hard to find. But no matter what he did, it wouldn't open. Everyone quickly realized Crocodile had given them a fake key. They had been tricked. This key doesn't work. What do we do now? Everyone was starting to panic. Outside, Vivi was banging on the bars in distress. The water level was rising faster and faster. Are we going to die here? Inside the cell, everyone had started to despair. Sea stone was incredibly tough. It was impossible to break. In such a short time, the water had already reached Luffy's chest. He was completely out of strength, relying on Zoro to hold him up. Veer, can you do something? Nami looked at Veer anxiously. Veer was their last hope. Everyone turned to him. But when they thought about how hard sea stone was, their hope dimmed. Could anyone really break it? Even Veer probably couldn't. Veer, please save them. They'll drown in there. Vivi pleaded, on the verge of tears. She clung to Veer's arm, shaking it desperately. Veer was speechless. Why did Vivi make it sound like he wasn't planning to save them? Sighing, Veer first grabbed Chopper, who was completely exhausted, and tossed him onto his head. Chopper quickly clung onto him. Then, Veer reached out and grabbed the sturdy sea stone bars. As his ability activated, the spot he touched began to soften. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. The area Veer touched was melting, and at an astonishing speed. Under everyone's stunned gazes, within just 5 seconds, the so-called hardest stone in the world had vanished. It had turned into a puddle of liquid, sinking into the rising water. What kind of technique was this? When did Veer gain such a power? Even sea stone could be liquefied? Smoker, standing at the back, widened his eyes in shock. Who was this guy? Kicking a crocodile weighing thousands of pounds into oblivion was one thing. But now he could even melt sea stone? And he hadn't even eaten a devil fruit. He was doing this purely with his own power. What kind of ability was this? It was completely insane. Don't just stand there. Get out, now. As Veer spoke, the walls burst under the water pressure. In an instant, the entire place was submerged. Everyone hurriedly swam upwards. Veer grabbed Chopper and tossed him over to Zoro, who was passing by. Then, he walked into the cell and sat down beside Smoker, quietly watching him, waiting for him to drown. Chapter 38. Is this how you treat your savior? Smoker had already rolled his eyes by this point. But Veer still wasn't in a hurry to save him. Wait a little longer. It wasn't enough yet. After about 5 minutes, seeing that Smoker was starting to convulse and kick his legs, Veer finally pulled him up at a leisurely pace. The two swiftly swam towards the surface. Once they reached the shore, Veer unceremoniously tossed Smoker onto the ground. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, Veer placed his foot on Smoker's head. Somehow, a toilet plunger had appeared in his hand. One foot pressing down, one hand swinging. No hesitation, just action. Veer started smacking away without a word. Water gushed out of Smoker's mouth. Why is Veer saving this marine? He's been chasing us relentlessly. Usopp looked puzzled by Veer's actions. This guy had been after them since Logetown, and he had chased them all the way here. It was also because of him that they had fallen into a trap this time. Smoker could truly say he had been along for the ride the whole way, but no one had any fondness for him. This guy was like a fly. No matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't shake him off. In the original story, Zoro had only saved him because of Luffy's orders. Smoker, after taking a few hits, finally regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, they stung as if filled with sand. Tears streamed uncontrollably. A pungent stench flooded his nose. That smell, it was something else. Smoker immediately vomited. The scene instantly became even more unbearable. No one could bring themselves to keep watching. It was simply too cruel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability, Mastery in Motorcycle Riding. What the hell? This ability made Veer's vision go dark for a second. Mastery in motorcycle riding? Are you kidding me, bro? This thing. Whatever. Smoker didn't have any great abilities anyway. Getting a free 1000 negative points was already a win. He was getting really close to 30,000 now. Smoker finally regained some strength. With a swift movement, he spat out the toilet plunger from his mouth. Transforming into smoke, his face was now twisted with fury. He looked as if he wanted to tear Veer apart alive. You bastard. Hovering midair, Smoker roared in rage. What happened today was the ultimate humiliation for him. He had actually been violated with a toilet plunger. How could he remain rational after that? Enraged, he charged down immediately. His right arm turned into smoke, aiming straight for Veer. We're done for. Veer, run. This guy is really strong. Usopp shouted at the top of his lungs. He had warned Veer not to save him. Now look at the mess they were in. Usopp felt it was totally unfair for Veer. Smoker's strength had already left an impression on them. Everyone thought there was no way Veer could win against him. All they wanted was for him to escape. But Veer just stood there, motionless. He acted as if he didn't even see Smoker charging at him. Seeing this, Smoker's rage burned even hotter. His speed surged. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Veer. Just as his fist was about to land, Veer finally moved. His right leg lifted sharply, drawing a perfect arc in the air. A clean kick struck Smoker square in the face. Everyone saw a sudden swirl of smoke, and when it cleared, Smoker was already under Veer's foot, and his prized sea stone weapon had been snapped in half. The broken pieces lay scattered on the ground. Everyone was stunned again. In just a few short minutes, Veer had shocked them wave after wave. They could barely keep up. Veer was utterly ridiculous. Even the smoke guy wasn't his match. How strong was he really? They suddenly realized that after spending so much time with Veer, they still had no idea what his true limits were. They had never seen him fight with all his strength. Just now, all he did was make a simple, perfect semicircle motion. And Smoker was already down at his feet. Smoker, too, was in complete shock. This guy, he could actually hit his real body? Veer's strength was beyond his expectations. The foot pressing down on his head felt as heavy as 1,000 tons. He couldn't move at all. So this is how the Marines treat their saviors? At least show some respect for your doctor, damn it. Veer said, finally lifting his foot lightly. He didn't continue attacking. This guy had just lost his cool for a moment. It was forgivable. Smoker got up, dusted off his head, and said nothing more. Veer shot Chopper a look, and Chopper immediately understood. He whistled loudly. 3 seconds later, the ground trembled. Soon after, a massive crab emerged not far from them. This was the little brother that Veer and Chopper had tamed earlier in the desert. Get on. We have to hurry to the capital? The battle might have already started? You guys go ahead, Chopper and I will catch up soon. Hearing this, everyone stared at Veer in admiration. That crab. It was huge. Vivi, who had been worried about how to travel quickly, lit up with excitement. Knowing that time was of the essence, they didn't hesitate and all jumped onto the crab's back. But Veer remained still. Big bro, aren't we getting on? Chopper asked in confusion. Nope. I've got something more exciting for you. Veer's gaze shifted to Smoker. Or rather, the amphibious motorbike parked not far behind him. 5 minutes later. Woohoo! Isn't this exciting? Ha ha ha. A motorcycle sped through the desert, with one human and one reindeer sitting front and back. Both Veer and Chopper wore helmets. Chopper even had a custom-made pink one with 2 holes for his antlers. He clung to the front like a mascot. As the scenery blurred past and the hot wind lashed at them, Chopper was too scared to even open his eyes. Slow down, slow down. Veer, however, had the throttle maxed out, skillfully weaving through obstacles and animals in the desert. Each swerve nearly sent Chopper flying off. Motorcycles in the One Piece world were seriously fast. Speed Demon Veer was having the time of his life. Just a slight twist of the throttle, and he was already pushing 300 kilometers per hour? Luffy should be up ahead. Was he getting wrecked by Crocodile just like in the original story? He'd save him in a bit. And while he was at it, he could drag him onto the bike. There's still 1 seat left. Chopper didn't count. Fighting Crocodile was going to be easy. Luffy still had a lot of growth ahead of him. And every time he lost, Veer could squeeze some more power out of him. He already had a plan to give Luffy nightmares. It was simple, he just had to mimic the person Luffy feared most. For example, Nami, and later on, maybe even Garp. All of this would work perfectly. Chapter 39. Speechless. Just then, Veer suddenly slammed on the brakes. Because not far ahead, there was a massive sand pit. Or rather, a quicksand pit. This bike really didn't disappoint, it managed to screech to a stop right at the very edge of the quicksand. He got too deep in thought just now, almost went straight in. Chopper was already screeching like a duck the whole way. All he could do was keep yelling, ah. Veer looked ahead. In the middle of the quicksand pit, a figure was visible. And as Veer's gaze focused, pale white arms began sprouting from the quicksand. Slowly but surely, they pulled the sinking Luffy back up to the surface. Yeah, the situation was pretty clear. The first battle was already over. And it ended with Luffy getting skewered by Crocodile's hook. Crocodile had tossed him into the quicksand pit, but he didn't expect Robin to pull him back out. Veer looked around but saw no one else. Seems like they were already gone. By now, the arms had completely pushed Luffy onto solid ground. Veer quickly parked his bike to the side and ran over. Chopper followed closely behind. Luffy now had a huge hole in his chest, pierced straight through by Crocodile. His body also looked a bit shriveled up. Other than that, he didn't seem to have any other injuries. Chopper was already silently shedding tears upon seeing Luffy in this state. But he didn't say a word. He knew that Big Bro was about to save Luffy. Veer fell into thought. Everything happened just as expected. Luffy still got wrecked by Crocodile. As for saving him, Veer had already planned for this. Honestly, knowing Luffy, even if they didn't do anything and just gave him some water, he'd probably be bouncing around again in no time. But that would likely leave lasting damage. At this stage, there was only one quick and effective way to heal this kind of injury. And that was System, Activate, Healing Throwing Knives. Effect, the person hit by the throwing knife will recover from their injuries to a certain extent. However, they will experience excruciating pain. Note, ineffective on individuals above a certain power level. Price, 500 points. This was it. Paired with some necessary props, it would definitely leave Luffy traumatized. Veer first took out a dragon fruit from his medical kit. He opened it and smeared the juice all over unconscious Luffy's mouth. Then, he used glue to stick the remaining fruit onto Luffy's hand. Looking at Luffy with his mouth covered in red juice, Veer nodded in satisfaction. He placed a hand on his face, and with a blink, he transformed into Nami. Then, he handed Chopper a mirror. Hold this up for him. Only after ensuring everything was set did Veer walk up and slap Luffy hard. Twice. Luffy's face visibly swelled at an alarming speed. A moment later, he groggily opened his eyes, weakly looking around in confusion. But before he could process anything, an enraged voice rang out. Luffy, did you eat my dragon fruit? The sudden outburst made Luffy tremble violently. A bad feeling crept over him. He slowly turned his head toward the source of the voice. And there, he saw an absolutely furious Nami glaring at him. What's going on? Was that just a dream? Why is Nami here? But when he spotted the familiar mark of their crew on Nami's hand, he didn't doubt her identity. Before he could think any further, Nami stomped over. Her voice repeated like a curse. Did you eat my dragon fruit? Luffy panicked on the spot. Nami looked dangerous. I didn't. I didn't eat any dragon fruit. Luffy hurriedly denied it. Still lying? Look at yourself in the mirror, and look at what's in your hand. Luffy instinctively turned to the mirror Nami was pointing at. In the reflection, his mouth was covered in red juice. He panicked. Then he saw his hand. No matter how much he shook it, the dragon fruit stuck firmly. He really started to freak out. Nami? It wasn't me, I swear. Listen to me. Seeing Nami's face darken even further, Luffy desperately tried to back away, but his injuries kept him from escaping. Nami? Calm down. Nami ignored him completely. She stood about 5 meters away, silently pulling out a throwing knife. Then, under Luffy's horrified gaze, she flung it at him. The first throw missed, landing right beside his face. Luffy stared at the cold, gleaming knife in terror, and then Nami raised her hand for another throw. Luffy was genuinely about to lose it. What are you doing, Nami? I won't eat it next time, okay? It's just a dragon fruit? I'll buy you another one? Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,500 negative points. Shwoop. The knife ignored Luffy's pleas and plunged straight into him. Pfft. Luffy froze. He stared blankly at the knife embedded in his chest, feeling the raw pain. One thought filled his mind, I'm done for. Sure enough, a barrage of knives followed. Within 10 seconds, Luffy looked like a human pincushion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,000 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Physical Enhancement. As soon as the system notification ended, Veer felt his body grow stronger, and by a significant margin. The sensation lasted only a short while. After a quick internal check, Veer figured out the mechanics of his new ability. It wasn't cumulative. Acquiring someone's physical enhancement would overwrite the previous one. For example, right now, his stats aligned with Luffy's, not a mix of Sanji and Luffy. Thankfully, he wouldn't experience negative growth. If someone's strength was weaker than his own, he simply wouldn't gain anything. Pretty user-friendly, honestly. Looking at Luffy, who had passed out from fear, Veer cancelled his Nami transformation. He quickly pulled out all the throwing knives from Luffy's body and tossed them back into his medical kit. Chopper, though surprised, didn't question Veer's actions anymore. Big Bro was always right. Luffy's injuries had completely disappeared. Not a single scar remained from the knives. Healing complete. Worked like a charm. And the new ability was quite useful. He actually obtained Luffy's physical enhancement. Exactly what he needed right now. Testing it out, Veer threw a few punches into the air. Based on his estimate, his Duraki level should be around 2,800 now. Rob Lucci was at 4,000 during an ice lobby. His strength was increasing ridiculously fast. Thinking about it, Veer smacked Luffy's face a couple more times. Luffy soon woke up again. The moment his eyes opened, he started thrashing in terror. Then he saw Veer's face and suddenly froze. Where's Nami? Luffy looked around in confusion. Did you have a nightmare? Nami's not here. You passed out. I just saved you. How are you feeling now? Feeling. Was that really just a dream? Forget it. Doesn't matter. I still need to defeat that sand bastard. Checking himself, Luffy was shocked to find he was fully healed. Not a single wound left. I'm fine now. Veer, your medical skills are amazing. You healed me so fast. Veer blinked a bit awkwardly. He quickly got on his bike and pulled Chopper up. Hop on. We're catching up to them right now. Luffy stared at the flashy motorbike with envy, but he had no idea how to ride one. He'd probably crash it within seconds. Veer revved up the bike. In no time, they vanished into a cloud of dust. At 400 kilometers per hour, Veer was exasperated, because Luffy had already climbed over his head, shouting, "Woohoo! Ah ha ha ha! Yay! Woohoo!" Chapter 40. As long as I'm here, he won't die. Veer was getting seriously annoyed on this journey. Sometimes, he really wanted to just knock Luffy out and drag him behind the bike. As he drove, Veer began analyzing the situation. His weakest attribute, physical strength, had improved significantly. Now, he was confident that he could defeat Crocodile. Maybe even crush him in a one-sided victory. After all, this power-up was no joke. Next stop, full throttle to Alyaburna. This scorching journey was about to end. First, he'd drop Luffy off near Zoro. Timing was crucial, and he didn't need to engage his own allies too early. The primary target is the enemy. If this wave of enemies isn't dealt with, they'll all end up in prison, and he wouldn't get another chance. So, rescue the enemies first? But not all enemies are worth saving. Not everyone deserves his intervention. Zoro's opponent, in particular, caught Veer's interest. Mr. 1, the man with the Supa no Mi, dice fruit, able to turn his body into steel. A crucial opponent for Zoro's growth. Also, the only small fry Veer deemed worth treating. At their breakneck speed, the shadow of the Grand City soon appeared ahead. Veer began slowing down. From a distance, he could already see thick black smoke rising. The sound of cannon fire echoed in the air. The battle had begun. Veer, Luffy, and Chopper sped through the chaotic streets, weaving toward the royal palace. The outer streets were completely deserted. Their bike roared ahead, maintaining high speed. But just then a bridge in front of them suddenly shattered into countless tiny fragments. Veer immediately hit the brakes. They all turned their attention forward. There stood a well-built, bald man. And in front of him, buried in the rubble, was a faint glimpse of green. Zoro? That's Zoro! Luffy shouted just as Zoro struggled to rise from the debris, but his appearance made Luffy's eyes widen. His entire body was covered in deep, precise cuts. Fresh blood trickled from his wounds. Even so, he stood. He glanced at Luffy but said nothing, just breathing heavily. Their battle was nearing its climax. Luffy knew this was Zoro's fight, he couldn't interfere. But the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Head to the palace. With me here, he won't die. Veer's voice broke through Luffy's hesitation. Luffy froze for a moment, then, without another thought, sprinted toward the palace. Veer's strength and medical skills were more than enough to set Luffy's mind at ease. I'm counting on you, Veer. Luffy's voice echoed as he ran off. Meanwhile, Mr. One sneered at Veer's arrival and turned back to Zoro. So, you called for backup? Huh? It doesn't matter how many come, the outcome won't change. Hearing that, Zoro let out a chuckle. Mr. One narrowed his eyes in confusion as Zoro spoke. If he steps in, you'll die in one move. Mr. One stiffened, his eyes now wary as they shifted toward Veer. But Veer merely leaned against his motorbike, watching coldly. If it weren't for the little reindeer keychain hanging from his handlebars, the scene would have been quite cool. Relax. He won't interfere. Beating you. I can do that myself. Zoro's words dispelled Mr. One's doubts. He took a deep breath, steadying his stance. His heavy breathing slowed. Such arrogance. Enraged, Mr. One charged at Zoro, blades gleaming. Veer knew the fight was about to end. Just as Mr. One's steel blade was about to decapitate Zoro, Zoro's eyes snapped open, a flash of understanding burned within them. His sword emitted an indescribable aura. In the next instant, he lunged forward. Their figures blurred as they crossed paths. A flash of steel. Silence. No sound of metal clashing. Splurt. Blood gushed from Mr. One's chest. For the first time, his steel body had been cut. The crimson spray shot high into the air. Mr. One collapsed. Zoro, too, could no longer stand and fell to the ground. Time to work. Veer muttered, bringing Chopper over to Zoro's side. He tossed Chopper down and pointed at Zoro. Give him emergency treatment. Just keep him alive, I'll do the rest later. With that, Veer walked toward Mr. One. Where are you going? Chopper asked, confused. To save a life. In my eyes, there are only patients, not enemies. Chopper froze at Veer's words, staring at his determined back. Was this the level of a true doctor? I still have so much to learn. Even Zoro's gaze toward Veer turned to one of admiration. A doctor like this was rare in this world. Veer crouched beside Mr. One and flipped him over. 3 deep, intersecting wounds slashed across his chest, revealing bone. Blood kept pouring out. Despite the pain, Mr. One's gaze held nothing but respect as he looked at Veer. A true doctor. Veer ignored him and got to work. He pulled out a brick. Mr. One looked confused. Before he could react, Veer swung it down hard on his forehead. Mr. One's eyes widened in horror. Thud. A sharp pain exploded in his skull, but strangely, there was no wound. Anesthetic brick. Effect. Striking a defenseless target will induce anesthetic status. Anesthetic status. Conscious mind. Paralyzed body. Price. 2,000 points. Veer had spent a fortune on this item. But since it was reusable, it was worth the cost. Now that Mr. One was immobilized, all that was left was stopping the bleeding, stitching him up, and bandaging him. Veer took out a rusty needle and a bundle of makeshift stitching thread. Under Mr. One's horrified gaze, he reached for the wound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 200 negative points. So little? Figures. Mr. One was strong but not a major player. As Veer touched the wound, something felt off. A rib was displaced, not broken, just misaligned. TCH annoying. Veer sighed, slipping on his bacteria-covered sterile gloves. Without hesitation, he reached inside Mr. One's chest cavity. Mr. One's mind shattered. He took it back, this guy wasn't a doctor, he was a butcher. An absolute quack? What kind of medical tools were these? Veer grasped the misaligned rib. Bro, what are you doing? Mr. One's eyes were filled with sheer panic. Crack? Not broken, just reset perfectly in place. Mr. One's expression twisted in utter disbelief. He could do nothing but feel everything, a hand, moving his rib. This feeling. The rest was simple. Disinfect, stitch, bandage. The full treatment was complete in no time. Though, the tools were probably a bit tetanus-inducing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Steel Transformation. Steel Transformation temporarily converts anything touched into steel. Chapter 41-41, Fine. This. Veer stared at the description of the ability. To be honest, it didn't seem all that useful. Steel? In the later stages, that would just be a toy. Something that would shatter upon impact. The real problem was the word temporary. Who knew how short the duration actually was? He'd have to find an opportunity to test it out. But the upper limit of this ability was clearly low. It was only usable in the current situation. On the other side, Chopper had nearly finished patching up Zoro. Big bro, All done. Seeing Chopper's serious expression, Veer nodded in satisfaction. How are you feeling, Zoro? Still able to move? Veer reached out a hand toward Zoro, smiling as he asked. Zoro didn't respond with words. He just smirked and placed his hand on Veer's. Atop the palace walls, a battle was raging. Luffy was panting heavily, his face covered in bloodstains. Crocodile, on the other hand, looked even worse. That slicked back hair of his was now a complete mess. His cigar had long since disappeared. His once luxurious coat was now covered in dirt and grime. And his face? It was twisted with pure rage. The guy in front of him was like a damn monkey. It was infuriatingly hard to land a hit on him. The more they fought, the angrier Crocodile became. He was already at the point where he wanted to tear Luffy apart with his own hands. At that moment, a motorbike slowly came to a stop below the palace walls. Veer looked up at the towering walls, feeling a bit helpless. He didn't know how to use Jeppo, Moonwalk. There was no way up. Earlier, he had run into Nami and the others. They were on their way to deal with the massive bomb Crocodile had planted. So, Veer had Chopper and Zoro go with them. Before they left, he told Chopper to keep an eye on the clock tower. Then, he made his way here alone. But now, he had no way up. Just as he was at a loss, Gaga, a strange bird-like creature, resembling an ostrich, appeared in front of him. Above, Luffy and Crocodile had clashed once more. It was clear that Crocodile was truly furious now. He had lost all interest in toying with Luffy. His attacks had become ruthlessly lethal, every move aimed to end Luffy's life. Ground Secco. Crocodile suddenly slammed his hand onto the ground. The once lush, green palace was instantly engulfed by an aura of destruction. Plants withered. The earth cracked apart. The ground beneath Luffy's feet split open into a massive chasm. If not for his ability to stretch freely, he would have fallen in for sure. Seeing this, Crocodile attacked again. This time, everything around them began turning into sand at a rapid pace. The ground, buildings, statues, all of it crumbled into fine grains of sand. And the devastation was sweeping toward Luffy. Luffy tumbled out of the way, barely avoiding the attack, but he ended up dangling from the edge of the palace wall. Just as he was about to climb up, a hand appeared out of nowhere. It gripped Luffy by the throat. You damn fly, you're annoying as hell. Die. Crocodile's golden hook swung straight toward Luffy's head. Unlike before, he wasn't trying to drain Luffy dry. This time, he was going for the kill. This was because Veer had restored Luffy to peak condition earlier, making the fight far more troublesome for Crocodile. The deadly golden hook slashed downward. Luffy struggled violently, but the hand gripping him was impossibly strong. He couldn't break free. At that critical moment, a jet black stone hurtled toward them. Just as the hook was about to pierce Luffy's skull, it struck. With a sharp clang, Crocodile's hand wavered involuntarily. The hook veered off course and slashed straight through Luffy's right arm. A flash of steel. A complete, severed limb flew into the air. At the same time, a foot clad in haki-covered blackness appeared in front of Crocodile. Before he could react, the kick smashed into his face. Crocodile was sent flying, disappearing from Veer's sight in an instant. The sheer impact cracked the palace wall beneath his feet. Crocodile's grip loosened, and Luffy, stunned, watched his severed arm fall away. He plummeted downward. Using the recoil from his kick, Veer grabbed Luffy's detached arm first. Then, with a powerful push off the wall, he chased after the falling Luffy. Seeing Luffy's dazed expression, Veer hesitated. Originally, he had planned to let Luffy break his fall, but now, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. With a thunderous crash, they landed. Dust billowed up in all directions. A massive crater formed beneath them. Veer looked at the dazed Luffy in his arms, then promptly smacked him twice. Luffy slowly turned his head to face Veer. His eyes welled up with tears. His fists were his only means of fighting, and now he had lost one. This was a devastating blow. Veer, my hand. Luffy's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Stop crying. It can be fixed. It can be reattached. Veer, annoyed, snapped back at him. As he spoke, he pulled out a preservation device from his medical kit. It was a small, box-like container that preserved anything stored inside in its original state, similar to a refrigerator. Hearing this, Luffy's sorrowful expression froze. Then, realization dawned on him. With his remaining arm, he immediately wrapped Veer in a tight hug. For real, Veer. That's amazing. I thought I was gonna be stuck with just one hand forever. You're incredible, Veer. You can even reattach a severed hand? You're the best doctor in the world. Feeling the strength of Luffy's embrace strong enough to choke out two elephants, Veer retaliated with a punch to Luffy's head. Are you trying to strangle me? Luffy sheepishly released him. But before he could react, Veer shoved him onto the ground. Don't move. Let's bandage the wound first. We'll reattach it later. You stay here. I'll handle Crocodile. Veer's tone was calm, but beneath that calmness, something else lurked. He had planned to let Luffy grow through experience. But now, that damn Crocodile had hurt Luffy this badly. If Veer had been even a second later, Luffy would have died. Fine. 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 Veer pulled out his specially crafted hemostatic powder and sprinkled it onto Luffy's severed arm. The bleeding stopped quickly. He wrapped the wound with bandages, packed up his tools, and stood up. Luffy remained silent. He knew that, with one arm gone, he stood no chance against Crocodile. Veer taking over was the best outcome. Veer, please, don't let Vivi's country fall. Luffy's voice was solemn. Veer said nothing. He tossed the preservation device into Luffy's lap and turned toward the secret room where the poneglyph was kept. Luffy clutched his severed arm, watching Veer leave. For the first time, the ever-kind Veer had shown a truly dark expression. A cold, shadowed fury. Chapter 42. I didn't say you could leave. The 100-meter-high city wall was still beyond Veer's ability to climb. That duck from earlier had also fainted from the fall. Veer was certain that Crocodile had taken a serious hit. His kick had landed squarely on Crocodile's face. There was no doubt Crocodile had felt the threat from him. That meant he definitely wouldn't be chasing after him. Finding Pluton was Crocodile's top priority now. Since Veer couldn't climb the wall, the only way to find Crocodile was to wait for him in the underground chamber. Not far from the palace, Robin was leading the king toward the chamber's entrance. They had set off before Veer appeared, so they hadn't gotten far yet. Robin frowned slightly as she looked at the Marines blocking their way. This little Marine girl had no idea what she was up against. Robin glanced at Tashigi, who was standing in their way, and didn't bother wasting words. She activated the power of the Hana no Mi. In an instant, slender arms sprouted from the bodies of the surrounding Marines. A series of cracking sounds followed. Every Marine, including Tashigi, lost their ability to fight in an instant. Robin cast a cold glance at the fallen Tashigi before stepping over her. Behind her, the king sighed helplessly and followed along. No one noticed that in a dimly lit alley nearby, an unconscious figure had mysteriously appeared. Under the king's guidance, they soon arrived above the chamber. With a push of the statue before them, a secret passage was revealed. One after another, they stepped inside. After a long walk through the passage, they reached an ancient chamber filled with the weight of history. Various antiques lined the room. But the most eye-catching feature was the massive stone at its center. The moment Robin saw it, a ripple of emotion flickered across her otherwise calm eyes. She quickly stepped forward. Reaching out, she gently touched the ancient stone. "This is the poneglyph you were looking for," the king said with a grim expression. Robin didn't need him to say it, she could tell at a glance. This was exactly what she had been searching for. Just as she prepared to decipher it, a hoarse voice echoed from behind her. "Finally found it. Ha ha ha, now, let's see who can stop me." Robin's face immediately darkened. "Translate it for me now. Tell me where Pluton is." Crocodile, eyes manic with excitement, ordered from behind her. He looked utterly wretched. His hair was a mess, and a deep shoe print was imprinted on his face. He was a sorry sight. Robin lifted her gaze to the poneglyph. She was at his mercy. If she disobeyed, she could die at any moment. But after scanning the inscriptions, her expression shifted unpredictably. The text did contain clues about Pluton. But if she told Crocodile, well, speak. Crocodile roared, growing impatient with her silence. "There's no mention of Pluton here. This only records the history of this kingdom." Robin ultimately chose not to reveal the truth. The moment she spoke, the air around them grew noticeably colder. Crocodile's expression darkened to its limit. His inherently suspicious nature told him that this woman was lying. After everything he had done, was this all he had found? Just the history of some ancient kingdom? What a joke! She had to be lying. At that moment, Crocodile's killing intent toward Robin flared. Pulling out a handkerchief, he wiped his already dirted golden hook. "No mention, huh? What a pity," he said flatly. Robin, perceptive as she was, could clearly sense his intent to kill. She knew her chances of survival were slim. She wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With lightning-fast reflexes, she hurled a bottle of water at Crocodile. Then, drawing a long knife from her coat, she lunged at him. But after being humiliated by Luffy with water, there was no way Crocodile would be unprepared. With a swirl of sand, he intercepted the bottle midair. As for Robin's attack, her movements were riddled with openings in his eyes. With a simple flick of his hook, he disarmed Robin's dagger with ease. Then, he clamped his fingers around her throat. The power gap was too vast. Robin couldn't even touch Crocodile. "Die, you pathetic little rat." With that, he thrust his golden hook toward her chest. He despised being deceived. Robin could do nothing but struggle desperately. Feeling the crushing force on her throat, she finally closed her eyes in despair. After hiding for so many years, am I finally going to die? Maybe death isn't so bad. I have nothing left to care about. Perhaps this is my true fate. As that thought crossed her mind, a smile formed on her lips. She had suffered too much over the years. She was exhausted. So exhausted. Just as she was about to embrace death, the expected pain never came. Perplexed, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her was a hand. A hand that had caught Crocodile's golden hook mid-thrust. The hand was coated in a pitch-black substance, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. Following that arm, she saw a tall figure standing beside her. It was an unfamiliar face, one she had never seen before. There was no emotion in his expression, only an eerie calm. But with her years of experience, Robin could sense the fury hidden beneath that calm exterior. Crocodile was even more shocked. He recognized Veer, the guy who had nearly kicked his head off earlier. How was he here? Panic crept into Crocodile's heart. That single kick had already shown him the power gap between them. He wasn't sure he could beat Veer. This guy could even use armament haki so effortlessly. The pressure from Veer's grip alone told him this kid's physical prowess was monstrous. No, he had to find a way to escape. But before he could react, he felt the grip on his hook tighten. His hook was being crushed. The golden hook that had served him for years was turning flat. Its color even began to change, gradually transforming into solid steel. Then crack! With a sharp noise, Crocodile's right hand was left with nothing but a mangled piece of scrap metal. Panic set in. He instantly released Robin and turned into a cloud of sand, trying to flee. But at that moment, everything around them began turning into steel. As if alive, the liquefied steel surged toward the chamber's entrance. In the blink of an eye, a massive steel door slammed shut, sealing off the only exit. In less than a second, an iron fortress had formed. Steel transformation temporarily converts anything touched into steel. Shaping allows the liquefaction of inanimate objects and reshaping them into any form. Crocodile was forced to stop. His expression was now utterly grim. At the same time, a deep voice finally broke the silence. I didn't say you could leave. With a calm yet chilling gaze, Veer looked at Crocodile and spoke in a low, steady tone. Chapter 43. So strong? Hearing these words, Crocodile immediately realized that things wouldn't end well today. This guy seemed to be with that damned pest. Was he here for revenge? Damn it! Does he really think I'm that easy to bully? On the other side, Robin, who had fallen to the ground, stared blankly at Veer's back. She had never seen this person before. But why? Why did he save me? Trying to run? Is that all a Shishibukai is capable of? Veer spoke again. He had no particular reason for saving Robin. It was just on a whim. This woman had endured far more than she should have. As for her abilities, he'd have plenty of opportunities to acquire them later. For now, saving her was just something he did in passing. But the moment he finished speaking, Crocodile could no longer hold back. With a furious expression, he transformed into a whirlwind of sand and charged towards them. Before he even arrived, a massive sand blade had already slashed through the air. His right hand had also formed a sand blade, compensating for the loss of his golden hook. Two sand blades, one large and one small, struck at Veer from both front and back. Yet, Veer neither dodged nor flinched. Just as the massive sand blade was about to cleave into him, Veer finally moved. He simply raised his right hand and blocked the enormous blade in front of him. In the instant they made contact, the giant sand blade inexplicably transformed into solid steel. Crocodile, who had been charging forward, was completely dumbfounded. What the hell kind of ability was this? He had lost control over the sand blade instantly. After all, it wasn't sand anymore. But even if the sand had turned into steel, the impact should still carry force. However, to his horror, he saw the steel blade suddenly shift in shape. A hole formed in the middle, allowing the attack to completely bypass Veer and Robin. Crocodile was left utterly speechless. What kind of ability combination was this? This was beyond ridiculous. His grip tightened as his frustration grew. There was no way Veer could change something that was already in his hands, right? Robin, too, stared blankly at the massive steel chunk that had landed beside her. She was completely bewildered by Veer's bizarre abilities. Just as Crocodile reached Veer, Veer made his move again. But this time, he wasn't just defending. Crocodile only saw a blur in front of him before Veer suddenly vanished. His eyes widened in shock as a terrible premonition welled up inside him. At the same time, a figure appeared at his side. Leg reinforcement. A low murmur echoed, and the next thing Crocodile felt was like he had been hit by a speeding train. His head snapped sideways as his entire body was sent flying. The powerful shockwave even caused Robin's clothes to flutter violently. For the first time, her eyes reflected true astonishment. This man was incredible. The Shishibukai, whom she had viewed as nearly invincible, was being toyed with in Veer's hands. Crocodile hadn't even been able to react before getting kicked away. Just how strong was this guy? On the other side, Crocodile crashed violently into the poneglyph. Veer had intentionally chosen that direction. Otherwise, Crocodile would have likely blasted a hole through the steel chamber he had set up. If that allowed him to escape, things would become troublesome. Crocodile lay on the ground, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. That kick had left his mind hazy, his vision spinning. Shaking his head vigorously, he tried to clear his thoughts, but the searing pain in his skull was still intense. Just as he struggled to get up, an immense force suddenly struck from behind. Boom! Crack! Two sounds echoed simultaneously. Crocodile, who had barely managed to push himself up, was instantly slammed back down. His ribs were completely shattered. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips as unbearable pain twisted his face into an agonized grimace. The ground beneath him caved in, forming a massive crater. The calm and composed expression he had earlier was gone. Now, there was only fear and pain. His body was screaming in agony, but he no longer cared about dignity. He slammed his palm against the ground. Instantly, the floor and walls began turning into sand. In the blink of an eye, all the steel vanished, replaced by a vast sea of golden sand. Even the rocky ceiling above disintegrated into dust, letting sunlight pour in. Sables. With a flick of his hand, Crocodile unleashed a massive sandstorm. At the same time, Veer felt the ground beneath him disappear as Crocodile's sand-formed body shot into the sky at high speed. However, Veer simply smirked. As the raging sandstorm rushed toward him, he reached out and touched it. In an instant, the violent tempest transformed into a massive steel cone. Seeing this, Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief. He was now certain his devil fruit powers were completely ineffective against this man. Who the hell was this guy? Not only is he incredibly strong, but he's also targeting me? Having relied too much on his devil fruit, Crocodile now realized he had no means to counter Veer. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run. Judging by that earlier exchange, he'd be completely overpowered in a physical fight. There was no other option. He had to retreat. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Once they left, he could still make a comeback. Seeing the sky so close, a smile finally appeared on Crocodile's face. But just as he was about to escape, he saw Veer leap into the air. For a brief moment, panic flashed across Crocodile's face, but he quickly calmed himself. That guy's jumping ability clearly wouldn't be enough to reach him. A victorious smirk returned to his lips. Robin, however, looked grim. Veer had reached his peak height, but there were still over 10 meters between him and Crocodile. Was he really going to let him escape? If Crocodile got away, his revenge would be even more ruthless. This country would still be doomed. But there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. She stared at the figure above. Just as Veer was about to descend, a black substance appeared beneath his feet. It's steel. Robin couldn't hold back her astonishment. Crocodile's face twisted in terror. Veer was now right in front of him. His expression remained calm, completely unshaken. Chapter 44. Perverted Cook, can you do something like that? At this moment, directly above the secret chamber was the clock tower where Crocodile had planted the bomb. The entire Straw Hat crew had gathered there, desperately trying to climb the tallest building as fast as possible. Only 5 seconds remained before the bomb would explode. A bomb powerful enough to level the entire royal palace. They were preparing to launch one person up in a relay-style effort. Everyone's faces were filled with urgency. But just as they were about to act, the ground suddenly split apart. Huh? What's going on? Chopper staggered backward in shock. Everyone turned their attention to the scene unfolding before them. The ground was turning into sand, and several buildings began collapsing into the depths below. A massive crater soon formed. Then, a battered and bruised figure emerged from within. It's Crocodile. Vivi gasped in shock. She would recognize the man who wanted to destroy her country, even if he were reduced to ashes. Even the two warring armies paused, turning their gazes toward the spectacle. Nami and the others, upon seeing Crocodile in such a state, couldn't help but wonder who had done this to him. Could it have been Luffy? Just as they were questioning it, another figure stepped into view. Who else could it be but Veer? Big Bro? It's Big Bro? He's the one who beat Crocodile like this. Chopper cheered excitedly. Just the sight of Veer made him instinctively smile. Everyone else found it hard to believe. Could a Shishibukai really be no match for Veer? Just how strong had he become? Seeing Crocodile right in front of him, Veer twisted his body, his right leg lashing out like a whip. His leg remained cloaked in a deep black hue, but now, that blackness was darker than ever, an abyssal shade that was terrifying to behold. The dangerous aura it exuded made Crocodile's face twist in sheer terror. He tried to evade, tried to block. But it was too late. Veer's speed far exceeded his expectations. Just as the kick was about to land, Veer's leg suddenly grew even thicker, its raw power palpable. Then, boom, a deafening impact resounded throughout the palace. Everyone's eyes widened at the sheer force of it. Crocodile vanished in an instant, and a shockwave rippled outward, sweeping across the entire kingdom. The blast of air was so strong that it sent Chopper flying. Even the massive trees nearby were uprooted by the wind pressure. What the hell is that? Nami and the others couldn't help but cry out in shock. The destruction from that single strike was undeniable. Just the aftershock alone was enough to send people flying? Was this even real? Crocodile, struck squarely in the waist, was launched through the air in a perfect C shape. His trajectory? Straight toward the clock tower. Boom! Another loud crash. Everyone's gazes followed him. A massive hole now gaped in the top of the clock tower, and the bomb was gone. Vivi stared in stunned disbelief. The bomb was gone. The danger had been neutralized. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the sky above suddenly lit up. A light rivaling the sun erupted across the heavens. Everyone instinctively squinted their eyes. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the sky. The clouds above instantly dissipated without a trace. Then, another powerful shockwave followed. Fortunately, the distance was great enough that the impact wasn't too severe. Veer landed back in the chamber, his breathing somewhat labored. That kick had drained a huge amount of his stamina. He had pushed his armament haki to the absolute limit. More than half of his energy was gone in an instant. He was still too weak. Normally, coding his attacks in armament haki wasn't particularly exhausting, but using it at full power, far beyond his body's natural limits, had nearly worn him out after just one strike. Even so, Veer was certain if Crocodile wasn't dead, he was at least half dead. That guy had done so much damage to Luffy it had pissed him off, so he hadn't held back. The moment his kick connected, he felt something inside Crocodile rupture. Probably a kidney. On the battlefield, as the wind brushed past them, Vivi and the Straw Hats gulped nervously. First, they were shocked by the sheer power of the bomb. It really could have leveled the entire capital. But even more shocking, Veer's strength. He had not only defeated Crocodile but had also sent both him and the bomb flying high into the sky. That bomb, which should have caused catastrophic destruction, had been reduced to nothing more than a distant gust of wind. Hey, perverted cook, can you do something like that? Zoro, still staring at the sky in disbelief, asked Sanji in a trembling voice. Don't joke with me, Sanji muttered, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Only then did his emotions finally settle, but the shock in his eyes remained. Big Bro is amazing. He didn't just beat that guy, he even took care of the bomb while he was at it. Chopper mumbled in awe. Deep down, he made a firm resolution to become stronger, to always stay by his big bro's side. Nami and Vivi wore similar expressions. Nami, has Veer always been this strong? No one really knows just how strong he is. At that moment, not far away, a figure wearing a straw hat slowly approached. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Then, in the next instant, a chorus of screams erupted. Back inside the chamber, Veer, after taking a moment to catch his breath, turned his gaze toward Robin, who was still lying on the ground. He walked toward her and extended a hand. Robin hesitated for a moment but eventually reached out and grasped it. Do you have anywhere to go? Veer asked calmly. There was a trace of concern in his voice, and Robin picked up on it immediately. She looked at him in confusion. Why was this man helping her? What did he want? There was no malice in Veer's eyes, only tranquility and that faint trace of concern. Though puzzled, Robin shook her head honestly. Want to come with me? I'm the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Our captain would probably welcome you aboard. Veer smiled warmly as he extended the invitation, his sincerity evident. Robin's expression shifted. She hadn't expected him to invite her to join them. Was it because of her ability to read poneglyphs? Was she going to be used again? She had spent her life on the run, always being exploited. That thought naturally crossed her mind. But from Veer's eyes, she couldn't see any ulterior motive. Just casual ease. And yet, he was genuinely sincere. Could he really just be? Robin hesitated. She felt his sincerity, but that only made her more reluctant to join. This man had saved her life, and he treated her with kindness. How could she possibly bring misfortune upon him? In her eyes, she was nothing but a burden. Chapter 45. Two choices. No need, I'm used to being alone. I can't handle the noise. Robin refused Veer's offer. Her eyes avoided his, unwilling to meet his gaze again. Thank you for saving my life, but I still refuse. With that, Robin turned and walked toward the exit. Her figure was as resolute as her tone. Seeing this, Veer smirked. He could tell Robin was only afraid of dragging them down. Now that he knew the reason, things would be much simpler. We're pirates. Do you know what that means? Plundering, pillaging, taking what we want. Who cares if you agree or not? We'll just take you? With that thought, Veer's voice rang out sharply. Stop. Hearing this, Robin immediately froze. Veer slowly walked in front of her. Seeing the conflict in her eyes, he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Keeping a stern face, Veer spoke again. You have two choices. Either come with me willingly, or I'll carry you over my shoulder. Robin looked up at him in shock. She had thought Veer was showing his true colors, but when she looked into his eyes, she saw right through his act again. This guy, he's pretending. Even though she knew he was faking his ruthlessness, she had no doubt he would follow through on his threat. He would definitely do it. After a moment of consideration, Robin sighed and relented. Being carried? No thanks. I'd rather walk on my own, she said helplessly. Although she was being forced into it, she clearly wasn't as resistant as before. Hearing this, Veer nodded in satisfaction. Smart choice. Soon, the two of them left the secret chamber. Robin followed closely behind Veer, afraid he'd think she was trying to escape. Veer led her in the opposite direction of Luffy and the others. As they got further and further away, Robin couldn't help but feel confused. But she didn't ask anything and simply followed in silence. After walking for about 10 minutes, Veer finally stopped. Should be around here, he muttered, scanning the surroundings before his gaze locked onto a corner nearby. There, a figure lay motionless. Found him. Veer's face lit up as he quickly walked over. As he got closer, he saw Crocodile lying there, half dead. The massive cloak he always wore had been destroyed in the previous explosion. His entire body was in shambles. The most gruesome injury was his waist, where a massive chunk was missing, the result of Veer's devastating kick. He was barely breathing. If left alone, he'd be dead in minutes. Robin frowned slightly at the sight. This was the worst she had ever seen him. Why was Veer here? Was he going to finish him off? She couldn't help but think. If Veer knew what she was thinking, he'd probably laugh out loud. Finish him off? What a joke. The loot hasn't even been collected yet, I'm just here for my spoils of war. With Crocodile defeated and his top officers incapacitated, nothing else in this country could pose a threat anymore. Once the loot was secured, it would be time to leave. He couldn't wait for the next destination, Skypiea. Enel's Rumble fruit was a must-have. The strongest Logia fruit, hands down. It would massively boost his combat power. Even though he had armament haki now, he was still too weak. He didn't have any particularly powerful offensive techniques. Against stronger opponents, he still couldn't win. Like Kuma, for example. But if he obtained the power of lightning, things would be different. His speed would skyrocket, his attacks would be electrifying, and he'd even gain an extra way to save people. And if that still wasn't enough to beat Kuma, at least he could short-circuit him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. No time to waste. Save Crocodile, grab the loot, and get out of here. With that decided, Veer examined his masterpiece. A quick assessment, 80% of his bones were shattered, a kidney was missing, and there were some severe burns. Treatable. A bit of rough handling, and he'd be good to go. Veer had already figured out the system's mechanics. He didn't need to completely heal someone to get rewarded, just doing what a normal doctor would do was enough. This applied to enemies. For allies, if he could heal them instantly, why make them recover slowly? Instant healing gave him more negative points anyway. Looking at the unconscious crocodile, Veer didn't hesitate. He pulled out his anesthetic brick. Swinging his arm in a full arc, he smashed it onto Crocodile's head. Robin was terrified. This had to be an execution. And he even used a brick so brutal. But unbeknownst to her, despite looking unconscious, Crocodile was actually wide awake. Anesthetic brick. Effect: striking a defenseless target will induce anesthetic status. Anesthetic status: conscious mind, paralyzed body. Price: 2,000 points. Yep, it even had a built-in forced wake-up service. Totally worth the money. Crocodile was utterly dumbfounded as he processed everything happening around him. The moment he sensed Veer's presence, a chill ran down his spine. Why is he here again? What does he want? Crocodile was incredibly anxious, but he couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, Veer pulled out a scalpel and began working on Crocodile's arm. He sliced through the skin, exposing the shattered bones inside. Just as he was about to take out a pair of tweezers from his medical kit, he changed his mind. Too much hassle to sterilize them. Instead, he picked up two thin branches from the ground and started fishing out bone fragments with them. Crocodile might look pitiful, but the only real issues were his fractures and burns. Everything else was minor. The fractures were fatal, though, so Veer planned to replace his bones. His medical kit had a variety of fresh, suitable bones for transplant. But first, the broken ones had to come out. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned 2,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned 1,500 negative points. Crocodile was in agony. What kind of torture was this? This was pure cruelty. A scalpel cutting through flesh, tree branches scraping inside wounds. This wasn't medical treatment, this was punishment. And worst of all, he couldn't move at all. He could only endure the torment. Robin, watching from the side, was equally stunned. What was he doing? Torturing him? She couldn't understand, so she finally spoke up. Isn't he unconscious? What's the point of torturing him? Without stopping his hands, Veer chuckled. You think he's unconscious, but he's actually wide awake. In just 10 minutes, Veer completed the entire bone replacement process. World record speed. As for the experience, best not to talk about it. With the bones fixed, the burns were easy to handle. He dumped his homemade cheap medicine all over Crocodile, then wrapped him up like a mummy with some old bandages. Done? Ding! Congratulations, you've earned 2,500 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired Observation Haki, Intermediate. Chapter 4646, The Archaeologist. This guy, damn! Veer stared in disbelief at the ability he had just acquired. You sneaky bastard! Hiding something like this all along? To be honest, Veer was completely stunned. Is this the power of plot armor? During the battle just now, Veer didn't sense this guy using Observation Haki at all. And not just any Observation Haki, it was intermediate level? That's already quite high. But this guy acted like he didn't even know how to use it, not even a hint. Maybe he hadn't used it in so long that he forgot how, or something like that. In any case, he didn't use it. And now, Veer had drawn it. This was beyond satisfying. And to top it off, Skypiea was full of people using Mantra, which was essentially Observation Haki for everyone. Now that Veer had mid-level Observation Haki, wouldn't dealing with them be a piece of cake? This was like having a pillow handed to you just as you got sleepy. The grand line had barely started, and he already wielded two types of Haki. Veer was in an excellent mood. Wait here for a bit, I'll be right back, Veer said to Robin before dashing off at full speed, leaving behind a confused Robin. Is he not worried that I'll run away? Robin murmured to herself. But thinking about the consequences of getting caught again, a faint blush crept onto her face. Forget it, might as well not run. Robin didn't have to wait long. About 3 minutes later, a motorcycle screeched to a stop in front of her. It was still Smoker's bike, but its appearance had changed. Veer had reshaped it into a modern motorcycle. This design reduced wind resistance and boosted speed significantly. He tossed Robin a pink cartoonish helmet, gesturing for her to get on. Robin eyed the not-so-spacious seat hesitantly but eventually took the helmet from Veer's hand. Soon, the two sped off into the distance, but Robin, seated in the back, was visibly uneasy. The battlefield was filled with craters from the two armies clashing, which meant some inevitable body contact during the ride. And so, Robin's delicate face grew redder and redder. Veer's driving skills were solid, and in less than 2 minutes, Luffy and the others were in sight. Nami and the rest were looking at Luffy's severed arm with deep concern. Luffy, however, just grinned like an idiot. The massive explosion earlier had caused both sides to temporarily halt the battle. Vivi seized the opportunity to shout out the truth to the soldiers below. Veer slowly brought the motorcycle to a stop, listening to Vivi's desperate cries. He knew then the war was coming to an end. As soon as the others saw this ridiculously cool helmeted figure, they instantly recognized him. Veer's outfit was quite distinctive, after all. With Veer back, all eyes turned to him. Their expressions were filled with urgency. Just as they were about to ask about Luffy's arm, their gazes landed on Robin behind Veer. The words they were about to say were immediately swallowed back. The urgency on their faces transformed into wariness. Isn't she the second in command of Baroque Works? Veer, you. Nami was the first to voice her doubt. None of them could understand why Veer had brought Robin here. Robin, seeing the wary looks from everyone, couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Her slender fingers subconsciously gripped Veer's shoulder tighter. At that moment, Veer slowly removed his helmet. Instead of answering immediately, he turned his gaze toward Luffy. Luffy, as expected, looked excitedly at Veer and Robin, grinning as he asked, "Veer, is this our new crewmate?" Seeing Luffy's dumb expression, Robin's gaze toward him subtly changed. Veer, on the other hand, instantly knew this idiot captain wouldn't object. He would probably even raise both hands in approval. How, you ask? Well, he was still holding a preservation device. If Veer had said no, Luffy might have tried to kidnap Robin himself. With that certainty, Veer finally turned to Nami and the others, clearing his throat before introducing, "This is Nico Robin. From now on, she'll be our ship's archaeologist." Hearing this, Nami and the others were stunned. Wasn't she their enemy? How did she become a crewmate in the blink of an eye? Robin also looked at Veer in surprise. Only Luffy, Chopper, and Sanji were gleefully circling the motorcycle. Chopper didn't know Robin, he had never met her before. But if Big Bro brought her, she must be a reliable companion. Yay, we got a new crewmate, and an archaeologist too. He. Are you really good at archaeology? What exactly is archaeology? And what does an archaeologist do? Luffy, being Luffy, immediately bombarded Robin with a series of questions. Robin couldn't hold back a small smile. That smile nearly knocked Sanji out cold. Another beauty aboard? Joining this crew was the best decision of his life? He was already fantasizing about their beautiful future together. As long as she was a beauty, there was no way Sanji would object. Seeing the situation, the others knew this was already settled. And they weren't particularly worried. After all, Veer had brought her. Veer had just proven how reliable he was. If it had been Luffy, that would have been a different story. In any case, Robin was now tentatively accepted by the crew. "Veer, what about Luffy's arm?" "Yeah, Veer, we need to reattach it quickly, or there might be long-term consequences." "That's right, we can't afford to delay this." Everyone spoke seriously. Even Luffy stopped goofing around and looked up at Veer. He knew this wasn't a small matter. Veer glanced at them. Nami, covered in dirt, with wounds on her arm and shoulder still oozing blood. Sanji, his right calf twisted at an odd angle. Usopp, nose broken. Zoro, barely holding together after already being bandaged up, but now those bandages were stained red again. Veer was slightly moved. They were all seriously injured. Especially Zoro. Yet their only concern was Luffy's arm. TCH, this was really. "To reattach it, we need to do it in my operating room," Veer said, a hint of emotion in his tone. Why the operating room? Because it was sterile, of course. This was their captain, and reattaching an arm was no small procedure. A good environment was crucial for post-surgery recovery. Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily stunned before their faces lit up with joy. If Veer said he could fix it, then there was no doubt. The priority now was getting back to the ship as soon as possible. "Then let's go now." Everyone spoke in unison. Without hesitation, they hoisted Luffy up, ready to carry him back. Seeing how eager they were, Veer had no objections. He was more than happy to get moving. But looking at their battered state, if they walked, they might collapse from exhaustion first. "What are you doing? Carrying him back? His arm is hurt, not his legs. I'll give you all a ride." Veer sighed, face-palming. Everyone turned to look at his small motorcycle. "This thing? Carry all of them? No way." Just as they were confused, Veer's motorcycle started to transform. Chapter 47. Ding. First, there was a strange mechanical whirring sound. It was just like a transformer shifting into a new form. Immediately after, Veer and Robin's figures began to rise. Robin was watching all of this in shock. 10 seconds later, a massive, imposing machine appeared before everyone. It was none other than a brand new tractor, but a mechanical version of a tractor. It looked much more intimidating. "Don't just stand there, get in." Sitting in the driver's seat, Veer impatiently called out to the dumbfounded crew. "HOH yo. What is this? Veer, this is way too cool. You can even transform." Luffy, being Luffy, immediately jumped onto the hood of the tractor. Only then did the others snap out of their daze. They quickly climbed into the cargo bed at the back. As soon as they got in, they were surprised to find that the vehicle actually had seat belts. A beat-up tractor, with seat belts? What's the point of that? Though puzzled, they still chose to buckle up, prioritizing safety. At that moment, Nami suddenly thought of something. What about Vivi? She voiced her concern. Everyone turned to look at the woman who had fought so hard for her country. With just that one glance, they all had their answer. She wasn't cut out to be a pirate. She has her own path to follow. It's obvious that her road and ours do not intersect. Buckle up, hold on tight, we're taking off. Veer finished speaking and started the vehicle. The massive engine roared to life. The sound was so loud that it was a little terrifying. It made their hearts clench involuntarily. A sense of impending doom instantly washed over them. And sure enough, after a few swift operations, Veer stomped on the gas pedal. The tractor shot forward in an instant. Everyone in the back was thrown backward uncontrollably. If not for the seat belts, they would have all been flung out of the vehicle. Nami and the others let out ear-piercing screams. At the front, Luffy held onto the hood tightly with his one remaining hand. But his face was filled with nothing but excitement. His wild howls echoed across the desert. The others, however, had a completely different experience. Wasn't this speed a bit too much? Was this even still a tractor? Might as well call it a flying tractor. Did it have to be this terrifying? Were they about to take off into the sky? 0 to 100 in 0.3 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Veer muttered to himself. With an average speed of 450 kilometers per hour, the tractor quickly brought them to their destination. Without minding the others, Veer first carried Luffy into his room. Looking at Luffy, who had vomited all over the place, Veer was speechless. The rest of the crew wasn't faring any better, all of them were retching. Veer's driving skills were decent, but at this speed, no amount of skill could help. Despite their condition, they still forced themselves to walk to Veer's door. Just as they reached it, they suddenly heard a chilling, blood-curdling scream from inside. The scream made everyone shudder. Even Luffy couldn't handle it? Crap, they were all doomed. Meanwhile, the news of Crocodile's defeat and his crimes quickly reached the world government. Saint Saturn slowly put down the receiver. The call ended. What a nuisance. Now we have to find someone else to fill his position. Saint Saturn spoke with a hint of frustration. Useless. Losing to a rookie pirate, what an embarrassment. Now we have to go through the trouble of finding a replacement. The bald elder beside him snorted in annoyance. Things have already progressed this far. Complaining won't change anything. That rookie does seem somewhat capable. He awakened armament hacking at such a young age. Saint Saturn found Veer somewhat intriguing. It's nothing special. Armament hacking is fairly common. He's just a greenhorn. Let the Marines take care of it. A Shishibukai was taken down. We can't just let this slide. The elder who resembled a wild boar spoke up. Saint Saturn didn't object. The decision to have the Marines hunt down these pirates was unanimously approved. The Marines soon received the message. Upon learning that Crocodile had been defeated by a rookie pirate, the Marine headquarters conference room fell into brief silence. When Garp heard that it was his grandson's crew that caused this mess, his old face broke into a wide grin. He munched on his senbei with even greater enthusiasm. The government wants us to send someone to eliminate them. Sengoku finally spoke, his expression stern. The officers exchanged glances. There was some surprise on their faces. A pirate crew with a captain worth only 30 million berries had made it to their top-level meetings? That crew should feel honored. Cow any are rookies these days really this scary? Even a Shishibukai isn't their match. Kizaru drawled lazily, clipping his nails with a pervy expression. Defeating Crocodile in his first real battle, what a terrifying little guy. Aokiji, usually laid back, looked mildly surprised. He had met Crocodile before. The guy had some strength. A rookie, huh? Scary indeed. Do we really need to discuss this? Just send a captain. If that doesn't work, a rear admiral will do. There are countless pirate crews like them on the seas. Akaino, looking as serious as ever, spoke impatiently. Sengoku's expression darkened slightly, but before things could escalate, Tsuru stepped in to smooth things over. Defeating Crocodile is already proof of their strength. I suggest sending a vice admiral. We should be cautious. Her words were met with nods of agreement. Indeed, a rookie with such terrifying potential must be snuffed out early. I'll go. I guarantee absolute success. Doberman, a hardliner, declared with a fierce expression. Seeing someone volunteer, Sengoku, who had been considering who to send, immediately approved. Since you're free, I'll leave it to you. Be careful, don't let anything go wrong. Doberman scoffed with disdain. Relax. I'll get the job done. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 3,000 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 3,500 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Sit UPS. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Swordsman's Heart. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Exoskeleton. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Sharpshooter's Eye. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Child of the Weather. Chapter 48. I know a little bit. Sit UPS, greatly enhances recovery after exiting combat. Swordsman's Heart, makes your will unbreakable. Exoskeleton, permanently increases damage resistance by 100%. Sharpshooter's Eye, greatly enhances perception. Child of the Weather, greatly enhances elemental affinity. The deck was unusually quiet, with only Veer and Chopper enjoying the sea breeze. Veer casually tossed a freshly made pill to Chopper while munching on the sandwich Chopper had prepared for him. At the same time, he glanced at the system notifications. Everyone had sustained serious injuries. He had spent the entire night tending to them. Now, they were all back to full health. They just weren't in the mood to be active. Everyone was in their rooms, caught up in their emotions. Robin had temporarily taken over as the helmsman. They had set sail shortly after boarding yesterday. She hadn't rested since. He'd have to take over her duty soon. Speaking of which, this round of treatment had yielded significant gains. He had gained some impressive abilities, especially Sit UPS and Exoskeleton. These two skills would be absolutely overpowered in the late game. Sit UPS was self-explanatory, just look at Luffy, who could lie down for a bit and spring back to full health. As for Exoskeleton, its resistance to damage scaled with strength. If he could one day reach Kaido's level of physical toughness and then double that durability with Exoskeleton, that would be insane. It was essentially the ultimate tank ability. Massive resistance to damage. The other three abilities' potential wasn't immediately clear. He'd have to test them later. However, the ability Child of the Weather, which he got from Nami, caught his attention. He could already feel the increase in elemental affinity. The wind and water elements around him were abnormally active. He could clearly sense their presence. But he wasn't yet able to manipulate them. And there were more elements than just wind and water. If he obtained the powers of the Rumble fruit, his ability to sense lightning elements would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Every Logia-type devil fruit corresponded to an element. So Nami's ability would definitely prove useful in the future. For now, it just made the sea breeze feel extra pleasant. Veer checked his current assets. Negative points, 18,000. Right, he had spent 30,000 on the Divine Medical Arts yesterday. His balance was now significantly lower. But Divine Medical Art was incredibly cost-effective. Upon unlocking it, a flood of medical knowledge filled his mind. His medical skills instantly reached top-tier levels. A vast amount of pharmaceutical knowledge and potion formulas surfaced in his mind. At this moment, Veer felt overwhelmingly powerful. The pill he had just tossed to Chopper was an improved version of the Rumble Ball. He had actually developed 3 variations. But Chopper's body could only withstand the first version for now. After consumption, it still granted transformation abilities, but also provided an additional 50% boost to strength and speed. And it lasted for a full 3 hours. Most importantly, no side effects. No post-use exhaustion. Chopper's old Rumble Balls were essentially overdrawing his stamina. To think that he had earned so much from just the Alabasta arc. Not only had he obtained both types of haki, but his physical strength had also reached levels close to Rob Lucci. And that wasn't even mentioning the other powerful abilities he had gained. Both steel transformation and shaping were insanely useful, practically broken. Last night, he even tested whether steel transformation and shaping could be used on people. The answer was no. He could temporarily turn Chopper's antlers into steel, but he couldn't reshape them afterward. Because according to the system, that was living steel. And shaping could only be applied to non-living objects. A pity it was close to being a conceptual god-tier ability. Veer roughly estimated that his current strength should be at least at the level of a Marine Rear Admiral. If his physical stats improved further, he could reach the level of a normal Vice Admiral. Vice Admirals all had mastery over both types of haki. Though Veer had mastered both, his stamina wasn't high enough to maintain them for extended periods. So he couldn't quite be considered Vice Admiral level yet. Given all the commotion he had caused, the Marines would likely take action. After all, the one who defeated Crocodile wasn't Luffy, and Veer had no strong backing. It was only natural for the Marines to send someone after him. An admiral was out of the question. No admiral would waste their time chasing after a rookie pirate who had barely set sail. A rear admiral wouldn't be strong enough, considering Crocodile's level. At the very least, a vice admiral would be sent. But an ordinary vice admiral wouldn't be able to capture him. His numerous abilities weren't just for show. They all provided significant combat boosts. Even if he couldn't win, he certainly wouldn't lose. Their next destination was Skypiea. Getting there would be tricky. They needed to find a guy named Mont Blanc Cricket. He knew where the knock-up stream would erupt. By riding that stream, they could reach Skypiea. Just as Veer was thinking this, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed something unusual. The sea. It was about to get rough. Without hesitation, Veer dashed into the kitchen-cum-resting quarters-cum-helm room. "Chopper, take down the sails in 3 minutes," he shouted before heading inside. Robin was at the helm, carefully steering the ship in the direction indicated by the log pose. Seeing Veer rush in frantically, she was startled. But there was no time to explain. Veer grabbed the wheel and executed a full 3,600-degree spin. The ship made a sharp right-angle turn. Everyone on board was thrown off balance. Those lying in bed tumbled to the floor. They all stumbled out, bewildered. An angry Nami stormed toward the helm. She wanted to see who was messing around. Robin glanced at the perfectly clear skies and had no idea what Veer was doing. But seeing his expression, she remained silent. Just as Nami reached the door, ready to burst in, she felt something too. Her face changed drastically as she shouted, "Quick, take down the sails." But as she turned her head, she saw that Chopper had already done it. Moments later, a fierce wind roared. In the direction they had just been sailing, an enormous whirlpool had begun forming. The vortex's winds would have dragged any ship to the ocean floor. Luckily, the sails had been taken down, and the ship was now outside the whirlpool's range. Everyone stared in shock at the massive vortex behind them. A rough estimate put its diameter at 5,000 meters. Getting caught in it would have been a nightmare. Fortunately, Veer had predicted it. The ship soon reached calm waters once more. The sails were raised again. But everyone was still shaken. Even Nami was puzzled. She had only sensed the disturbance a minute before the whirlpool formed. The cabin door opened, and Veer walked out. Seeing him, Nami's eyes widened in shock. "You can navigate." "A little bit." Crisis averted, Veer headed for his quarters without looking back. He needed to prepare some medicines for his medical kit. The Divine Medical Arts had provided him with a trove of miraculous formulas. It was enhanced perception and elemental affinity that had allowed Veer to sense the danger in time. The others stood there, dumbfounded. What is this guy made of? He can fight, heal, steer the ship, what can't he do? This was beyond ridiculous. Chapter 49. I am the log pose. After this incident, everyone seemed to have regained their spirits. No longer did they look like they were on the verge of death. They went back to doing what they were supposed to do. Although they had suffered a huge mental blow, the increase in their strength made them feel like it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Veer's treatment had significantly boosted their abilities. While they had witnessed this once before, experiencing it themselves was still utterly shocking. They were amazed by Veer's exceptional medical skills and equally stunned by his ruthless methods. This guy showed no mercy, he went all out, as if he were trying to kill them. This only made them even more eager to grow stronger. After all, the stronger they were, the less likely they were to get injured. Because once they got injured, the consequences were unimaginable. This led to a training frenzy on the ship. Even Luffy stopped fishing and joined Zoro's training squad. Nami, after witnessing Veer's abilities, became especially determined. If she couldn't even compare to the ship's doctor, what kind of navigator was she? Meanwhile, Veer was experimenting on his rumble balls with Chopper. He had only made 10 of this first version. It should be enough until Chopper unlocked the second version. Since there were no side effects, Veer decided to just let Chopper eat one directly to experience it firsthand. But before that, he wanted to measure Chopper's strength without it. Come on. Punch me. Veer spoke up immediately. The burly Chopper hesitated for a moment, but seeing Veer's confident gaze, he clenched his fist and threw a punch at Veer with all his strength. Veer didn't dodge or block, it landed squarely on his face. Chopper was instantly terrified. He rushed to check if Veer was hurt. Big bro, are you okay? Why didn't you block? As he spoke, he suddenly stopped. He had thought that his fierce punch would have caused his master significant damage. But at this moment, Veer's face didn't have so much as a scratch. Not even the skin was broken. Chopper, in disbelief, touched Veer's face, and upon confirming it was completely unharmed, his eyes widened in shock. Big bro, what's going on? I couldn't even break his defense? Just as he was utterly stunned, Veer spoke up. Only 800 Jin of force. Chopper, that's not good enough? Try again after taking this. With that, Veer tossed a rumble ball to Chopper. Hearing Veer's comment that he was weak, Chopper felt the need to prove himself. He caught the pill and immediately swallowed it. Closing his eyes, he began to feel the changes in his body. Very quickly, Chopper's aura shifted. Even his body seemed to grow more robust. Arm boost. At that moment, Chopper's eyes snapped open, and with a loud shout, he threw another punch at Veer. This time, his right arm was clearly much thicker, brimming with power. Even his speed had increased significantly. So much so that even Veer was a bit surprised. This time, Veer didn't take the hit head-on. He simply raised his hand and effortlessly blocked Chopper's strike. With a muffled boom, the impact echoed. Chopper's eyes widened again. This punch had at least 5,000 Jin of force. But his master, just how strong was his master? It was simply unbelievable. Not bad, you reached 6,000 Jin. The drug actually brought out 130% of its intended effect. Veer spoke again. Chopper's strength had increased by at least 700%. Normally, it should have only been a 500% boost, but Chopper seemed highly compatible with this drug. This thing was only suitable for animals. Otherwise, Veer would have wanted to eat it himself. This stuff has no side effects. I'll give you a few more, get used to them over the next few days. If you run out, come find me. Veer finished speaking, and Chopper was completely dumbfounded. From the way his master spoke, it sounded like these were as common as cabbage. So he could just eat them whenever? Oh, and if you take 3 at once, you can transform into your monster point. You won't lose your rationality, but the duration is short, and there will still be a period of weakness afterward. Try not to use it unless necessary. This is just the first version, so the effect is a bit lacking. But that's because you're still too weak. When you get a bit stronger, I'll give you an even better version. Veer patted the utterly dumbfounded Chopper on the shoulder and said earnestly, train hard. Don't be stingy using them, big bro has plenty. With an encouraging look, Veer turned and went back to his room. He still had a lot of medicine to prepare. Meanwhile, Chopper stood there, completely stunned. Staying rational even in Monster Point? Something he had struggled with for so long was solved just like that by Veer? And he called this the first version? Said its effects were lacking? This is lacking. Chopper now felt terrifyingly strong. Once he got used to his boosted body and transformed states, he felt like he could even fight Sanji and Zoro, and this was just the first version. How strong would the later versions be? More importantly, his big bro seemed to have an unlimited supply. If he wanted, he could stay in this state for life. He could eat rumble balls like candy? No way. Big bro is so good to me. I absolutely can't let him down. I need to train hard. I will become the first reindeer to awaken armament haki. And so, the training squad gained another devoted member. 3 days later, under the guidance of an increasingly determined Nami, their journey remained completely safe. There were several moments when Veer sensed something, but before he could even say anything, Nami had already reacted. Every time, she would turn and ask, how was that? Not bad, right? Like a little girl seeking praise, she wanted Veer's approval. Each time, Veer would give her a few words of encouragement. But he couldn't help but admire Nami's talent. When she put her mind to it, she was truly unmatched by a half-baked navigator like himself. Eventually, Nami encountered a log pose pointing skyward. Confused, she had no idea what was going on. So she went to ask Veer and Robin. Robin had been staying in Veer's room lately, helping him out. When she wasn't busy, she would sit there reading. Though whether she was only reading was another matter. Hearing Nami's question, Veer immediately knew Skypiea was near. He explained the concept of Skypiea and told her they needed to head to an island called Jaya. There, someone would know how to reach the sky. Moreover, Jaya had Bellamy. His ability wasn't bad. If he came knocking, it might be worth taking. They wouldn't spend too much time there. At most, a day, before setting sail for Skypiea. Jaya Island? But we don't have a log pose? How do we know where to go? The only log pose they had pointed straight up into the sky, leaving Nami at a loss. No log pose? In that case, they'd just have to use a human compass. Since the log pose pointed toward the sky, Jaya must be close by. Determining a direction? Easy? Veer led Nami to the ship's bow. Pushing his sensory abilities to the limit, he closed his eyes and focused for several seconds. Feeling the elements around him, Veer finally locked onto a direction. That way there were faint traces of earth drifting in the air. Nami watched Veer's actions with growing shock. This looked like sensing something, just like what she sometimes did, but she only ever got vague feelings. Could it be that Veer was sensing those same things? Nami, steer that way. Veer opened his eyes and pointed confidently. Nami was stunned. That direction, she had also sensed something faintly different there. Though it was too indistinct to grasp, after witnessing Veer's process, she had a realization. It must be the elements. But then she had another thought. She could barely sense it. Why could Veer perceive it so clearly? Was this his terrifying talent? Her gaze toward Veer completely changed. This guy wasn't human. As if his medical skills weren't enough, his navigation instincts were monstrous. How was anyone supposed to compete? Before long, Jaya came into view. Nami clenched her fists, determination flaring. She had to catch up to this monster. She would master elemental sensing, no matter what. Chapter 50-50. Damn, an assassin? As for how Veer was able to pull this off, it was, of course, due to the combination of his two abilities. Usopp's enhanced perception allowed him to perceive these elements more easily. And no, this wasn't some kind of innate talent, don't get it twisted. Under Veer's guidance, they made their way to the back of the island, bypassing the front entirely. There, they found Cricket, who had been diving in this area for over a decade. However, they found him unconscious on the ground. Beside him, two monkeys wearing clothes stood anxiously by his side. As the Going Merry approached, the monkey brothers immediately became wary. Luffy's eyes lit up the moment he saw the two clothed apes. Before the ship had even come to a full stop, he leaped off and dashed toward them. Zoro tried to stop him, but it was a lost cause. Seeing this, Zoro had no choice but to dock the ship quickly before chasing after Luffy. The rest of the crew disembarked soon after. Nami had just briefed them on the situation. Right now, they needed the help of the person here. Veer, holding Chopper, had just jumped down when Luffy's shout rang out. Oi, Veer, this old man has passed out. Come and save him. That signature yell immediately caught Veer's attention. Unconscious? It must be another episode of his illness. This old man suffered from a diving sickness. It was caused by his years of continuous diving. The main issue was with his lungs. If left untreated for a long time, these episodes would become more frequent. Eventually, it would become life-threatening. No time to waste. Without delay, Veer tossed Chopper to the ground. Instant mount summoning? They quickly dashed toward the fallen man. You guys don't need to worry. Our ship's doctor is the greatest doctor in the world. He'll definitely save this old man. Luffy reassured the monkey brothers. The two apes quickly realized Luffy had no ill intent. They had been panicking just moments ago, feeling helpless. Having someone here who could help treat Cricket was a huge relief. Once Veer arrived, he immediately crouched down to examine the patient. Just as he expected, it was diving sickness. Move him into the house, Veer instructed the two brothers. They had just witnessed his professional assessment firsthand, and by now, they were convinced he was a doctor. Without hesitation, they quickly carried Cricket into a small house nearby. Veer had already made up his mind. He planned to replace Cricket's lung entirely. A perfect chance to test out the artificial organs he had developed. Once inside, Veer wasted no time. He pulled out a brick and smacked Cricket over the head. The monkey brothers were horrified. This guy wasn't a doctor, he was an assassin? All that professional talk earlier had just been an act. He tricked them into letting their guard down? And they actually thought his medical skills were impressive? He was nothing but a scumbag. He had come here to assassinate their big brother? What are you doing? Hey, stop. Both of them shouted in unison, immediately charging at Veer to stop him. But before they could, Luffy intervened. How did he stop them? Simple, he tied them up, using both his arms and legs. Relax, monkeys. Our doctor saves people like this. He's a super amazing doctor. Luffy still tried to reassure them. But after seeing that, who the hell would believe him? This was clearly an assassination attempt. The two struggled fiercely, but there was no breaking free from Luffy's grip. Thud. Cricket suddenly regained consciousness. As soon as he became aware, he realized someone was stripping his clothes off. Then, a pair of big hands started pressing against his chest, rubbing around randomly. What the hell? Why can't I move? Who is this guy? Am I about to be violated? Just then, the roar of a chainsaw sent shivers down his spine. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Veer, wielding the same chainsaw he had used on Ace, brought it down onto Cricket's chest. The monkey brothers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He's actually using a chainsaw? You expect us to believe this isn't an assassination? There's no way this is a medical procedure. Who the hell saves people with a chainsaw? Bastard? Under the horrified gazes of the monkey brothers, Veer swiftly extracted Cricket's lungs. His lungs were already riddled with white spots. Once those spots covered the entire organ, his days would have been numbered. The monkey brothers were shocked. Big Bro's lungs, what the hell happened to them? This was clearly a serious issue. Could it be that this guy actually knew what he was doing? How else would he have pinpointed the problem so precisely? But then, Veer reached into his medical kit and pulled out a pitch-black lung, and placed it inside Cricket's body. The monkey brothers were completely dumbfounded. Bro, sorry, we misjudged you. We thought you were a real doctor. You're really something else. You even had a black egg-shaped lung ready to go. Must have been a pain to find one of those. Thanks for going through so much trouble just to kill him. First, the chainsaw, and now a black lung. You're such a good person. Really makes us want to kill you. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Just hang in there a little longer, Luffy reassured them. But his words didn't have the slightest bit of credibility. Over soon? For who? The Grim Reaper? Ding, congratulations, host, for earning 500 negative points. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Diving Mastery. Veer glanced at the rewards but didn't pay much attention. After all, they were the ones asking for help. Getting negative points from this was already a bonus. Alright, Luffy, let them go. As soon as Veer said that, Luffy released the monkey brothers. The moment they were free, they lunged at Veer, ready to tear him apart. This bastard had killed their big brother. Even if they died trying, they would make sure he suffered. But just then, a sudden voice interrupted them. You two, stop. I'm fine. Their movements froze instantly. They whipped their heads around to look at the figure on the bed. They locked eyes. Big Bro was alive. Big Bro. They immediately abandoned their attack on Veer and rushed to embrace Cricket. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew looked on, completely unfazed, as if this was just another Tuesday. Only Robin was different. She stared at Veer, mouth slightly open in shock. That chainsaw surgery actually worked. She had even suspected Veer was a lunatic and planned to keep her distance. But now, it seemed this was simply his unique approach.